The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We're back for another season of Call of Duty Mobile, and today it's our open finals for EU. Hundreds of teams will be boiled down to just our top 8 in the region. The challenge season is the next step on the road to champs, so let's see which of our teams will claim those spots here today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello everyone and welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series, where today is day 1 of our open finals here in EU. We've got 2 days of action in store for you to determine which of our teams will be playing in our upcoming challenge season. And you know I couldn't do it alone. My name is Glitter Explosion and I'll be your host, but I will be joined by our phenomenal casters, Infinity and Proper. I can't wait to get into all the action today. Brody, how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, mate. Ready to get back into Call of Duty Mobile. Last season was absolutely phenomenal. I've already said, kind of biased at this point, Call of Duty Mobile is my favorite Call of Duty game. I can't wait for more.
Proper, welcome back. I'm excited to be working with you again after last time we saw each other at Champs. Are you ready for today?
It's been quite some time. You know, I always kept a really close eye, and my heart definitely boons closer and closer to COD Mobile. Love the game. Feels good to be back. Looking forward to today.
All right, well, like I was saying, guys, we've got a challenge season coming up around the corner. Everyone's playing to even get to champs at the end of the year. So we've got lots of action in store, whether it's literally today or for the rest of the year. And if you want to keep up with all of that action, you can follow us on social media at X, Insta, and Facebook. And then that way you don't miss a single second of what we've got going on here in our Snapdragon Pro Series. Or you can join us in our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to hang out with our community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and of course, keep getting those updates. Now, it's a new season, which means we've got to go through all of the paces, understanding how all this works. We'll talk about format first because we actually have a slight change today.
Yeah, absolutely we do. So you can see that change in the challenge season segment. To get to this point, though, just a quick reminder of how we got here. Everyone, of course, played online. They played in ranked play with all the points and such, playing not control to get in towards the open qualifier stage. That's where we're at right now. 128 teams made it towards the Swiss stage. Now we've brought that down to just 16 in a double elimination bracket. That's what we're playing today. And today is to determine which 8 teams are making it towards that challenge season, which this time around is going to consist in Europe of 2 GSL style groups of 4 teams. The top teams from each of those groups will make it towards the challenge finals, which in itself will be a 4-team double elimination bracket to decide who will be the challenge season champions.
It's going to be a very exciting, competitive season to be sure, but of course it's not just those challenge spots that they're playing for. Once we get to this stage of the competition, this is where the money starts kicking in. Proper.
Yeah, you get a little extra change in your back pocket, right? Obviously everybody's after the qualification because then the purse becomes that much fatter, but $500 for the first through 4th. Get top 8, you get $350. Place inside a top 12, that is $250, and then 13th through 16th, so walk away with 150 beans in your pocket. So a little extra cheddar for your weekend.
Yeah, and then of course it obviously increases from here if our teams make their way through to challenge. There's a prize pool for that. Then challenge finals has a prize pool, and then of course $1 million on the line at champs, and that's what everybody is trying to get to. So it's going to be a very exciting time. We'll take a look at our bracket though. You heard Brody mention it when we were looking at the format. 16 teams whittled down to our top 8 here today. We've got some of our games already being played in that lower bracket, so we can determine which teams will be playing in day 2. But for today, we're going to be looking at the upper bracket, and we've got some recognizable faces here, Brody, coming back to this season.
Yeah, so if any of you guys watched the Snapdragon Pro Series last season, you'll recognize names such as Exclusive in the upper side, and then down the lower side you can see the likes of Ricey, known here as Rice Munchers, and Nexus 2. But it is worth saying that if you've been watching COD Mobile at all for the last year or so, you'll recognize some organizational names such as Animus, 117 Not Found, Vanquish, all of which not the same rosters at all. There's been a ton of roster changes to talk about here. I think that kind of the overall point being that Exclusive is really the only team that has kept that core roster alive going into the season, so it's going to make things really interesting.
Yeah, and let's start talking about these teams a little bit. Specifically, we'll take a look at Exclusive because they were someone that we spoke a lot about last season. Obviously, one of our top squads in the region, and proper, they're coming in here looking pretty good.
It's hard not to consider Exclusive to be the household favorite, right? I mean, there's only one thing that is different for the loss column and everything that we see on this page, and that is that big old goose egg right there. Exclusive have yet to drop a single series, and much like how their run in the last season of Snapdragon Pro Series did see them all the way to the grand finals, they did lose it. So the chip on the shoulder potentially, but Exclusive looking to get back to their winning ways, looking to prove the point that they are the #1 European team, off to a great start.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if keeping that roster together is what actually helps them this time around with all of those changes that Brody had noted. But now we'll take a look at what matches we can anticipate here for today. We've got 4 on the docket. Those will be all of our upper bracket matches. And of course, we just mentioned them. We'll be kicking off the day with Exclusive versus Revenge. But overall, we've got some really good matches here today, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely we do. So as I mentioned, there's going to be a lot of names here that you guys might recognize, but they're all basically under different organizations. Looking towards that last match in particular, I think that's going to be super interesting because Jobless are effectively the successor to last season's Kings Clan, who of course came out on top of the entire thing, and Foreigners EU are the new look Mont roster. So all of these matches, I think, while you might expect the open finals qualification matches to be kind of breezes for the team that has the higher seed, as it were, I don't think that's going to be the case. There's going to be a lot of new rosters here. These roster changes, I think, are going to equate to some really close matches, and that last one is the one I'm looking forward to.
It's going to be a really fun day. I can't wait to start talking about, or just seeing the gameplay even before we start talking about everything. But before we get into the first match of the day, we've asked you guys this before in the past, everybody at home. We want to get your thoughts on how the Snapdragon Pro Series is going, in your opinion. Are you loving it? Are you loving the content? Do you think there's things that we could do better? Let us know. All you have to do is scan that QR card down below. And this time, you also will be entered to win potentially a $100 gift card. Okay, you get that chance in that raffle if you give us your thoughts. It takes like 5 minutes. Trust me, it's worth it. Brody already tried to do it himself because he wants to be entered into the giveaway. So make sure you let us know how everything is going. But now that we've got that out of the way, let's talk about match number 1. You saw it there on the schedule. Exclusive versus Revenge, starting off the day with that #1 team in the region right now. I mean, what can we expect out of this, Brody?
Honestly, look, I know I just said when we were looking at the schedule that some of these matches are going to be really close. I don't necessarily know if it applies that much to this first match of the day, and I don't want to be disparaging, but you know, sometimes I've got to act a little bit mean in certain situations. It's a very difficult situation to go up against the #1 team, very obviously here in European COD Mobile coming into this season. Exclusives, I already mentioned it. They've more or less kept the same roster from last season. The only change is one that's not appearing on screen right now, and that's Aether coming across from that Nexus roster, who was very promising on that team. Just wasn't really in an environment to actually be competitive for the rest of the field. So I highly expect Exclusive to make it through this matchup. Revenge, the other team on the other side here, they've got their work cut out for them.
To say the least. I mean, look, when it comes down to open finals, making your way this far out of 128 teams is commendable. Still having those 2 losses kind of stay in your record puts you up against Exclusive, the #1 team. But at the end of the day, this is where you're almost required to make a name for yourself. Show up today, and even taking a map, keeping things competitive. Hell, even if you're able to somehow, some way take this series off of Exclusive, these might just be some names that we'll be seeing later on down the road.
All right, well, now that we know who's playing with their rosters, we're going to take a look at these vetoes as they come through as well. And one important thing that we'll just shout out here for the first day is that there will be the potential for some different maps. Not here, it seems, this time around, but we do have new maps in the pool as well, Brody, but we're kicking things off with the Standoff Hardpoint. Yeah, so it should be said, you know, while we do have a load of new maps in, we also have a couple of maps that have changed game mode. So last season, I believe Standoff was in Search and Destroy. This time around, it's in Hardpoint, and I love that because, Andy, you've spoken about this a lot with me. You know I love Standoff. It's my favorite damn map in the entire Call of Duty series, and it works so well in Hardpoint, and that is an exclusive pick. That's going to be interesting for sure because we know how
comfortable Exclusive were in the Hardpoint game mode last season. They were arguably the best team in Europe in the game mode. And so to pick Standoff right off the rip, I think, you know, again, could be a sign of them trying to settle into this new map mode combination. We're going to get to see what they look like on it.
It's almost a full Black Ops best of 5 map set right on our docket right
Best
here.
Maps.
I'm happy to see the Arsenal control, man. I think that Arsenal control gives defense a really good swing back potential when they do get those statue spawns. But we're going to be able to see a lot of good pace in between these first 3 maps, and very much so could be the entire map set, right? Standoff, very, very good for SMGs to be able to work in and out of hotel. Firing range, we've been seeing it as old as Call of Duty Mobile. We can't have a best of 5 unless we have a firing range search and destroy. Interested to see what the snipers are able to put together. Then Arsenal again for all the interiors as well. This is going to be a pace check of a map set if I've ever seen one for Revenge to potentially step up to exclusive.
I mean, I know you said that you think that this is going to be a pretty dominating performance here, especially with a strong pick for exclusive at the beginning of this, Brody. So we'll have to see what they're able to do in match number 1. Everybody at home, also let me know your thoughts on every single match. I'll ask you every time, but who you think is going to be taking home our very first match of the Open Finals here on the broadcast? Are you siding with exclusive, or do you think potentially a squad in Revenge can make a name for themselves? That's what we talk about here a lot. The Snapdragon Pro Series is that's always an opportunity for that to happen. It's the era of everyone, and who knows? It's going to be a tough battle, but it's going to be exciting either way because match number 1 is ready to go. Brody, Proper, let's kick things off.
Thanks, Lauren. Appreciate that very much, mate. Yeah, look, we're ready to get into Season 5 of the Snapdragon Pro Series here. So excited because I think Europe on the whole, Andy, I mean, we've actually gone this entire pre-show without really mentioning the fact that Europe is a region. You guys need to get it together, okay? I'm European, I'm out here, and I'm not happy with the international performances. I need to see Europe come out very strong moving forward. And exclusive now, I think, you know, coming in here is inarguably, I think, the #1 team in the region, right? I know there's a lot of super teams being created here to try and topple them from that position to try and garner one of those spots in Atlanta at the end of the season. But still, exclusive, they have to show up here. They have to be making improvements from last season.
Yeah, look, hey, exclusive are one of those teams that kind of got excluded away from all of the roster mania that happened after SPS Season 4 when the roster mania happened ever since King's Clan kind of split apart. And that's what you do have leaning into this as we load on into Standoff Hardpoint. Again, all eyes on A for this guy to bring up as far as a world championship is concerned. Top 16 back in 2022, now joining some of Europe's best. What can you do?
Yeah, and he is actually starting here with exclusive as well, which is always one of those conversation points is, right, you know, how often do you see teams try and experiment here early on in this one? You know, do you want to try and make some moves with your rosters just to try and figure out what things are going to look like ahead of the most important matches? As again, we've got to change in the format this time around as we get into GSL's group with the challenge season, Andy. You really don't have many chances to try and try things, so this is the time you want to do it. If anything, Aether is here playing for them.
Absolutely. Just be able to see what the comfort looks like, you know, outside of scrims, but we'll say this much. It's not a bad start for Revenge. I mean, 16 seconds kind of shook up exclusive just a wee bit, kind of made them feel a little bit more honest ahead of this rotation, but this is where things are kind of put up or shut up for Revenge, kind of from the outside looking in, looking to hit through Brown, maybe trying to brute force their way for the rotation to New.
Yeah, and that rotation of New already, as you said, is starting to come together here for exclusive. You've got Aether, the new boy in the block here for exclusive, already sitting inside. Those close gas spawns for exclusive have been locked down. So exclusive now in for a chance here as we get the 8-second grace period going away for them to get a lead over Revenge. Things now starting to be a little bit more clear though. Revenge now looking to make their way into the top side. Couple of players looking to do some damage. Only now one inside. It's Sam. I want to say it's Sam. I don't think the P is pronounced there in the situation. He is going to go down, and that means exclusive hold for the initial push.
Yeah, definitely Sam.
Is that for Sam? All right. Thanks, man.
I mean, the P is most certainly silent. But I will say this much for Revenge. I love that their attempt on this break as well as we actually have Psalm. He spawns all the way out through backside of Delhi. So has a little bit of a pinch set up maybe for the 25 seconds, but Spy up top almost had a good look for the third. Had that player dead to rights, and the trade will be there thanks to Caesar in the end. But Revenge gave themselves a really good shake to be able to still hold this lead, contest the back end of this P2 time. And the way that this is able to be won by Draka, you're going to be able to build this lead ever more so for the rotation towards New. They set up a pinch going all the way through Bakery, and then they work their spawn outs, catching exclusive off with their numbers.
And we did see Spy and Aether earn some streaks there during that hard point, and immediately Exclusive going to bring them down. Spy going to earn 3. Now, I was wondering how close these spawns would be for Revenge, considering Sam is already inside this hill, but now kills starting to come through from Exclusive. Annihilator brought out from Veer here, and there is a 3rd in a row. I think that's actually 4 for Veer, as Exclusive now managed to get control of this hill. I mean, look, it was a good start from Revenge on that hard point. Great rotation coming out from them, but that's where that utility starts to come into play, Andy.
It was going to start becoming really scary the way we were kind of buttering up Exclusive for being the #1 team before they finally kind of leaned back onto the throttle, and that's by way of a handful of operators now to Neil with the claw, just kind of obliterating everybody. Predator missile also earned. Veer's going to call that in, just utilizing every single tool at their disposal, wiping the slate clean. Up to 16 kills now for Veer.
And Spy still has the equalizers. Again, one of the most powerful operators we have here in Call of Duty Mobile. Wants to make sure that Draka doesn't get anywhere near that hard point, and indeed that's going to be the case. So the last 10 seconds should be locked in here for Exclusive, and now we move over towards the next rotation, towards bottom red. Revenge, only 1 player sat inside at the moment. Wanting a little bit of help would be Sam. Draka's going to come from afar to make sure that happens, but Aether with a little cheeky flank from behind, going to take Draka down. But again, the numbers, the spawns looking pretty good for Revenge. And we talk about the utility that was there for Exclusive in the last hard point. You have to imagine it starts to come out for Revenge now.
Neil with the R90 shotgun as well. You get this guy into a position, can possibly just upset a whole bunch of different things, and that's what you're talking about coming through with the operators. You do have at least have 1 streak in the back pocket for Psalm. Potentially resources that you want to be used sometime soon to maybe try to swing this map in your favor, fighting over the back 30 seconds of this specific hill. War Machine invested at least for some Psalm action. Raptor is also going to invest the claw. You know they want this 30 seconds when they start dipping their toes in those resources.
Yeah, this is a big kill from Revenge, and you're talking about those resources. They're already out. War Machine going to come out momentarily there for Sam. Now he has to do it with the Fennec in hand, and he's going to find a couple of kills. Caesar's the only one that manages to penetrate towards the hard point, and he's immediately going to get shut down. But now on the other side, Veer, perhaps he can do something. It is now just going to be Steve left alone inside, and, well, that's a nice little pinch coming through from a couple of players from Exclusive. It should guarantee the scrap time. But, Andy, you mentioned it earlier on, mate. I mean, this has been highly competitive. Revenge have been going toe-to-toe with Exclusive. They're ahead right now.
It really has just been the very good start. It was starting off with that 25 seconds. Oh, Caesar, what a nice little turn as soon as I start talking about Revenge from their phenomenal start. But the way that they're manipulating the map, Brody, you could just tell that they've done their research. They understand fully how to play this map, fundamentally on point. And it's catching Exclusive a little off guard. It's just about a 15-point lead that Revenge you hold over Exclusive's head. Not to mention the better side of the map for this rotation, but Exclusive are happy with this. They're popping themselves a few more operators, getting themselves in power position, trying to lock down 30 seconds at 1.
And this is one of those things you always love to see, right? It's going to be Neil with the R9, one of the most powerful weapons in Call of Duty Mobile. What can you get done with it? Still inside at the moment, still looking to do some damage. You've also got a little bit of help from Aether up top. You put some shots out in towards the open. The shots on towards the second player, not as good. So now it is going to have to be Neil up top. Again, he has that R9 ready to go, and it can be so potent inside. Caesar from the other side, though, for a double. Neil now going to whip out one of the operators for a kill here. The Claw is going to put some damage in, but again, none of this is really enough. Caesar's going to find 2 inside the hard point. Exclusive cannot keep Revenge out of the kill. They are now 8 seconds behind, but we go towards P2. Another opportunity to finally put a dent in this game.
It's just about a flawless P1 and the second set coming through from Exclusive. Then they push all the way through Hotel. They get inside of the warehouse for New. And the clock did get shut down, but I mean, Exclusive are just doing it the old-fashioned way with the gunnies and with being able to flip out the spawns. Now Revenge from the outside looking in. No operators at their disposal, having to do this the hard way. Draka does pop the equalizer, the only resource at their disposal, and it's putting in the work.
Yep, just one more player up top to deal with. It's going to be Spy, who also has the equalizers out. So it's an equalizer versus equalizer battle, and Spy's going to win it with 3 in a row. Yes, kills are coming out from Revenge, but it means that Exclusive still have an in towards his hard point with this close spawns. Neil, now next up with the R9. What can he get done? Couple of kills. Can anybody be there for Exclusive to deal with the rest of the players? Yes is the answer. It is now just going to be Raptor left to deal with, and he is going to get very quickly shut down. Steve tries to jump up too, and down they go. So not quite as dominant of a P2 hold as we saw on the last set of rotations here, Andy, but still, it gives them a slight advantage.
And that slight advantage even gets a further conversation about Exclusive just waiting to see what Revenge we're going to pull. It was the equalizer, and then the answer, as you were talking about there, Brody, just to respond for Revenge's break attempt. This is the biggest lead that Exclusive has had in this entire map 1. And this rotation is scrappy. You have numbers here if you are Revenge. You have top grandma's control. Now, you can potentially get a setup once you do find a few of these trades.
Raptor up top. He's already found a couple of kills here. Draka with the assistance as well. So this is big time for them to get if they could possibly get it. But Draka goes down. So now it's all Raptor left alone. He's already got the claw in the back pocket ready to go if he wants to. And he has a lot of players to deal with as the rest of the team goes down around him, overwhelmed inside the Hardpoint. Exclusive managed to fight back for the back 30.
Hunter Killer drone in the back pocket for Psalm. Probably not going to want to use that until they can potentially get the setup. But, I mean, this is Standoff Hardpoint in a nutshell. Afer's also going to dip their toes into a War Machine, pull that out, finds 3. The spawn's just not really sticky. Now Exclusive, they're in the flow state, Brody. They're about to have a 40-point lead. They have full map control, cutting all the way down through A Street. Revenge have no semblance of any sort of spawn nor base on the map.
Yeah, this might be the moment in the game that we look back to if Exclusive do manage to hold this hill as the moment where Exclusive do pull away and, well, really start to win. Revenge, how much utility do they have? It's once again Steve with the Sparrow. That's not really going to land that much. On the other side, you're facing down an Annihilator coming out from, I believe that was Via, who still has it in hand, and the Sparrow from Caesar as well. And that Caesar Sparrow is going to get a couple of kills. Sam now with the War Machine, just firing pellets in towards the hill and not really any of them connecting whatsoever. Finally, he's connecting for a few hit markers and, well, we'll pick up 1 kill. Has he done enough here to enable his team to get in towards the hard point? Nope, Sam goes down. Exclusive, they hold.
Not a high ROI on that War Machine. Veer's now over by the box, and they're just chowing him one by one. Goes on a 4 spree. Caesar's there for the coverage, and Veer's not done. Goes on a Herculean 6 spree just when Revenge thought that the War Machine would have been good enough. Exclusive push it right back into their face. Predator missile for Veer just to open up the flank to New.
And even now, you start to be concerned over what is 10 seconds of scrap time, right? It's that kind of panic moment here for Revenge where you were in this game for the longest time, and now Exclusive have not only pulled away, I mean, they've done it at hyper speed. Revenge, can they find their way in towards this hard point and stop Exclusive from winning? Here we go, one final flurry of kills. Draka from up top, can he stop Afer, who is on 2 in a row? Afer looking for number 3, and Afer's gonna find 3 in a row. Exclusive now looking for the last 10 seconds, but it's Raptor who comes out with the claw. He's gonna fire back with a triple, make it a quad, and Revenge, they are fighting back. They're not dead yet.
10 seconds are all Exclusive need to call a game. Revenge have a setup at 1. The flank is starting to come through, shut down by Nielsen. Now they have full broad control. They can start pushing out.
And this is a really position from Revenge here. If they hold this and keep Exclusive at bay, there is an opportunity to get back into this game, but Caesar just blows it up like that. Caesar for a couple of kills. Neil and Veer, the ones that clean house, and as Caesar pushes in towards bottom brown, this one might be donezo. Just one more player and for a chance to get into the hard point. That was Raptor, and they are going to get shut out. Exclusive win map number 1. And Andy, I'll be honest, halfway through that game, I was like, what are we watching here? It feels like, you know, Caesar or everybody on an Exclusive here might be in for a bit of a shock of a game. And then all of a sudden, towards the back half of the game, I think it was like 2 hills in a row. They're like, yeah, don't worry about it. We're Exclusive. We're good here.
Hey, it was like the first set of hard points, really, that we sat there and we were like, wait, this is actually a really competitive hard point. I thought it was just going to be a 1 hard point and done. The spawns were flipped over towards New, and Exclusive were in firm control of P2, but Revenge just kept on fighting back with their numbers that it kind of forced Exclusive's hand, like you were talking about, once they finally got into the driver's seat. What was that, about P1 and P2 in the second set of rotations? Flawless all the way up to Grandma's when they called the equalizer to answer back with the one that was pulled out by one of the members for Revenge. But I mean, you just got to see just a slight little difference, right? When Exclusive are in that flow state, when they have full control over one of these lanes on Standoff, power positions on top of power positions, they force Revenge to almost get split spawns for about 3 straight hard points, and they were collecting up the kills left, right, and center. 46 and 19 out of Veer is just a ridiculous stat line for 1. Very good kills on the opposite side for Revenge, but you could just see Exclusive, once they got that set up, their Slayer showed up.
Yeah, 46 kills for Veer is just like...
It's insane.
Come on, dude.
He only has 29 seconds of OBJ time, so you knew that Veer was always just pushed out from the hard point. And that's the difference, right? Even break it down to that last moment when Revenge cleared all of P1. They just turtled up at that point. Nobody got in a further position. Veer's that guy, pal, for Exclusive. He's been doing it for years. When he gets in control, his teammates tell him you bump, and he is out of there.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty good at the game. I think we saw that last season, right? Veer being one of the players that last season on exclusive performed so well. He was arguably, I want to say that he was like their second best player last season. I think Neil was probably the one that everyone would agree was like, all right, he is the guy that we're looking to here. If anybody wants a new player in a European team, Neil is probably the guy you go to, and that's why Neil did temporarily move over towards King's Clan for the Mobile Masters. But nonetheless, it does mean that Veer coming out on top there, giving them the map win for map number 1. They go 1-0 up in the series. Next up, we've got Search and Destroy. And this is actually, I think, going to be the most interesting thing for me with exclusive, right? Because again, last season, they were very good at Search and Destroy, but they weren't the best team in the region, I want to say. I think they were bested by King's Clan in a couple of different situations, and even Omniscient at times. So I'm wondering kind of what improvements you make here from Season 4 to Season 5, because again, you've got that backdrop of you want to be not just the best team in Europe, but a team that can be capable of beating out international teams on that stage.
Yes, firing range, where the buildings are paper mache and snipers come out to play. And you would really think that exclusive being that team that stuck most together, that Search and Destroy should be their wheelhouse, as you were talking about, kind of their faltering line back in the previous season. But pretty spaced out defense thus far. I will say this much for exclusive, just trying to see where Revenge is trying to set up the push from.
Well, this is the thing. Last season, I think I kind of remember, right, a lot of teams here that were at the top of European COD Mobile, even in North America as well. You would see them get aggressive, right, against these kind of lower level teams, and the lower level teams would eventually be able to kind of recognize that was what was happening and exploit it. It does feel like that's what's happened at the start of the round with exclusive, digging deep in towards the defensive spawn, but now you're starting to see some of the more natural gunfights go their way. Neil and Spy going to be contributing to that, and well, now it's Maber here doing what he can. 1 versus 4, sniper rifle in hand, finds the first. The DL not going to be good enough for the second as Aether shuts him out. Exclusive start strong.
I mean, that is a strategy as old as time that you were describing there during round number 1, Brody. Sometimes Team A just realizes that they're better than Team B, so they just run it down. But because if there's one person you're happy to have a sniper in their hand and feeling the hot hand from the map number 1 is Veer. First round win. Any adjustments out from Revenge going to be a brute force through the firing range.
Oh, flurry of kills, all in favor of exclusive for the most part. Maber is the only one to find any value whatsoever, but given the fact he's picked up those gunfights, now exclusive should know where he is, and he's sat inside the toilets. You might as well get yourself ready for a big dump, mate, because you're not doing anything else. Neil's going to shut him out of the round, and exclusive dominantly just winning that first flurry. That was what gave it to him.
It's just a clear-cut call, isn't it, right? I mean, round number 1, they're all just kind of chilling back, camping back 10. So exclusive, they go for the gut check calls like surely they're rushing A, and it's absolutely the case. So Revenge still looking for any semblance of control. A lot of players defensively stacked over towards Sin for exclusive again, but Revenge are pushing through Banana.
That's a huge push. Neil, a lot to do here. Sniper's probably the best weapon if you're Neil in the situation. He's already found Sneeve, looking for another one. Not able to get the close quarter engagement versus Raptor. I think just getting a bit of a camera there. Fortunately enough, Spy does very quickly react in towards Tires to pick up 1, and this is a bit of pressure here that I don't think Revenge actually wanted. Maber, though, what a response. Is going to find not just 1, but 2. Veer goes down, and now for exclusive, you're rethinking how aggressive you want to be on this one.
2v3. Still lurking around, still have angles. Caesar's going to take down Maba. And that forces out the 2v2. Oh, A first just got the best timing. Now it's all up to Psalm. 1v2. Caesar's looking for wall bangs. Psalm's hairs on the back of his neck are probably standing up, thinking that he's going to get flanked sometime soon. Yep. He will, just from the opposite side. And that is just a numbers advantage you really wish you had back if you are Revenge. Just about full coverage of the bomb site that time around, Brody. But still the angles that you can get from American all the way over by that B bomb site are just so treacherous that nobody was watching while Maba was trying to lay the rock down. Exclusive with a 3-0 lead.
I mean, and this is the thing, the start of that round was great from Revenge. It was just the follow-up from exclusive. Again, just showing their veteranship at the moment. First blood to Psalm in this round, though. Raptor's going to follow up with another one, so Revenge now have a fair few options. Maber has been a real star here for Revenge in this Search and Destroy thus far. 6 kills. That's more than the rest of his team combined. Quick maths for you folks at home. And now Draka making things even more awkward. Spy for a 1v5. Look, mate, I don't think Spy's doing this, I'll be honest. I'll be the
He's pretty good. He's pretty good, but he's already spotted. Gonna get gunned immediately by Draka, and yeah, there you go. Just do that a few more times, and you're going to have yourself a great offensive half if you are Revenge. But, hey, at the end of the day, it's like you said, Maba with the sniper rifle has been a real thorn in the side, or the front as it may be for that previous round for exclusive. Can you lean on that? Utility. Ceremoniously thrown over top in the middle of the map. Should have connected on the A for just barely, but it just forces exclusive to remain pretty honest right now, almost back to what we saw in round number 1, Brody.
And this is much more holding back if you're Revenge. Raptor will actually bait out Spy, and it's, again, great play from Revenge to know that Exclusive are going to go over aggressive and to exploit that by taking Spy down for the first blood. Now you need to find a response, and while I love this from Exclusive, they're not holding back whatsoever as Caesar gets hyper-aggressive in towards the spawn. He does get punished for it, and now this will give Revenge some options here. They want to go towards B. The bomb site is open if that's the choice.
It's a 3v4 or 3v3, excuse me, but the problem is that the one lurking player saw him all the way back in bathroom, so should a few of these players want to push through wood, they're going to get scouted out by Psalm. Do they check this? Yeah, they sure do, but a moment's too late. So now Psalm's on a pretty coordinated pinch, but not knowing that Afer's still lurking inside of wood.
Frag out.
Yeah, it's whether or not they recognize a player on the flank here, and yeah, actually, to be fair, Psalm's just turned around, so they should have him dead to rights. War on two fronts to fight here, and the defense of this site for Revenge. Afer coming through the middle of the map. Second player through tires. There is Neil taking Draka down. 20 seconds, more than enough time to make this work. And Afer's going to find a second as well. Psalm, they probably know more or less where he's located. There was the boxing gloves out for a moment. It goes towards the L car. Cannot get it done. Neil up close and personal. The sniper rifle's going to take them down. And Exclusive in a 2 versus 3 retake make that round work.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
But it really shouldn't have. I mean, you had a clear-cut 2v2 on the opposite side of the map. And it's really tough to be able to gauge where the gunfights happened and what was being looked at, but seemed it was just some really good timing for Exclusive and bad timing for Revenge, setting themselves up for success. It's going to be a 3-round lead again for Exclusive. And the offense, well, they're pretty upset about it here, Brody. They're just gun-honing their way towards B. Worked last time.
Yeah, absolutely did. This is the strat for Revenge. They did lose first blood this time around, and a very quick response once again coming out from Exclusive as Veer draws that blood. Good response, though, from Raptor. So all things even here. 3 versus 3. Exclusive, though, once again being domineering. Caesar going to be drawn out and towards the open, and Sam going to be the one to capitalize on it. But players now on both sides. Again, another 2 versus 3 retake here for Afer and Neil this time around. Afer finds the double. Raptor is going to trade things out now. The 1v1 between Neil and Raptor. And Raptor has not a Scooby where Neil is.
Yeah, but Raptor, I mean, unbeknownst to him, he's making the right call. This is so bold. Neil could have been on the bomb. Raptor's going to be late to this, but Neil's not on it. He's still looking for the kill.
What a read.
Still has time to work. And he gets the shot. The read cleared everything back tires to know that he was going to be flanking through the tunnel side. Wonderfully played there for Neil. Gets his 7th kill. It is 1 round shy of a flawless side, but Exclusive just absolutely letting Revenge have it. Winning in a numbers disadvantage is no easy feat. Exclusive did that, what, 3 times on that defensive half?
They have the bomb.
Yeah, Exclusive are all right. Sometimes it's search and destroy, you know.
I've seen worse.
Yep, pretty good. Fundamentals are on point at the moment for Exclusive, and a couple of 2v3s back-to-back. It's not looking good, bruv, if you're Revenge. They're here on the defense. They've already given up control of the A site. Bafer at the very least is down, but now trades galore. Exclusive putting the numbers well in their favor here. Spy making things much worse as Steve is ripped from the map, ripped from the round. It's just down to Sam and Maber. It's the dual sniper setup here. Sam able to take Caesar down. So this is still possible.
It is, but as you talked about, it's double sniper, so you got 20 seconds to clear all of 10, clear all of the test dummies with snipers.
Right.
If you can tell by the camera, my voice, the pace doesn't really add up for one of that side of the equation, as you have to make the move to retake the bomb site right into Veer's crosshairs. We'll find the last 2. And Exclusive putting themselves just a round away from closing out this map number 2 in a dominating fashion. They look great.
Yeah, these first bloods have been really integral to the success of so many of these rounds. Sam is going to draw 1. Raptor, though, inside the caravan's going to pick up 3. Are we good? Raptor just completely turning the round on his head despite that first blood. Exclusive now just left down to Neil. 1 versus 4. Look, I'll be honest, if you want anybody, it's Neil, but this is still difficult.
J358. I mean, if he just starts one-tapping people and puts on an absolute montage, I wouldn't put it past him. He's got plenty of time to work, but he has to recover the bomb and clear so many buildings and angles.
Has he spotted out Sam? Yes, he has. That's going to alert Revenge. It should alert Revenge. Steve, we good? All right, there we go. A little bit of a late reaction coming out from Steve. I think it was just a tiny bit of a late miscommunication there, but it doesn't matter. Neil not going to be allowed that.
Again, these rounds are typically always decided when Revenge have the 2 that they won are settled within the first 20 seconds or so via their snipers. Need Maba to really step up on this defensive half. Had a great first half, but Exclusive want this to end here. Fast A hit.
Sam, once again, good for those first bloods, but it's the follow-up that matters most. Spy's going to produce it. Again, these snipers for Revenge are absolutely everything. Maba has been huge. He's going to find yet another kill and yet another one as well. Spy now the last one left alive. And of course, because he was active earlier on, they should have the idea of where he is, trying to overwhelm. And while Raptor goes down a very little HP, Spy almost got the double there. It is not to be. Revenge slowly climbing back in this one.
As a cold breeze away from death was Raptor, but you can see Exclusive starting to learn more and more about Revenge's setup. You know, that time around, Raptor wasn't lying and waiting inside a tin. They got past the first line of defense was Draka, but then it was Maba with the sniper there, getting the wall bangs as well. So, gonna go back for it once again. They've made it past step 2. Can they make it to step 3?
A much better start on this round for Exclusive. Doesn't really last that long, though. If the objective is to get inside sight, I think this is the idea. Nice response from Aether to take down Raptor. Steve also goes. So it's just down to Sam and Maba again, though. This is where a lot of the power in the rounds have lied for Revenge. It's in these sniper rifles. Maba's already picked up one. Maba with another one as well. This is possible.
Psalm's gonna get this pick on Aether. He's got an automatic weapon. The quick scope is good. 1v2 for Spy. He's hitting the flank.
Oh,
hello, Psalm.
Oh, Spy's gonna win the fight anyway. Does he have the second? No, he doesn't. And all of a sudden, it's the 2 versus 4. Maba has the weapon ready to go. And I said it, mate. It's the snipers that would get it done for Revenge, and that's absolutely the snipers that do.
I mean, if Psalm just tunnel visions fully on trying to get inside a tin with Maba there, Spy almost pops active camo. Like, that is insane how close that truly was. But Revenge not to be denied. Maba, just as soon as we start saying needs to step up for this half, shows up in a massive way. Exclusive A hits have been shut down 3 in a row.
And these snipers have been so crucial for Revenge. Maba not going to get the first blood this time around, though. Can Steve respond? He can, but the response is much louder for Exclusive. I was going to say it's down to Sam Draka, but it is just the former of the 2 left alive in this situation, and the knowledge as to where he is. They are done. So it was just one more round that Exclusive required, and it's one more round that they get. Look, Revenge, competitive in towards the second half of that search and destroy. Got to give it to them. Of course, they looked a lot more comfortable in the defense, and that's natural, right? It's the defense. But even still, it just Exclusive, when they want to go, man, when they want to go on top form, that is exactly what they do.
I mean, it's again a lot more respectable of a scoreline than what it was setting itself up to be. Again, this very much so was about to be a 7-1 ending until Exclusive said, hey, you guys want to test out our A hits, and really throwing a lot of wrenches into the system. So yeah, a great defensive half coming through from Revenge, but as you were talking about Exclusive, I mean, once these boys just start rolling, it just feels like they can truly do no wrong. From Gunny to fundamentals, this team is really everything that we've kind of cracked them up to be. But very impressed with Maba Snipes, very impressed with Raptor's Gunny as well. A lot of 2 pieces, a lot of 3 pieces coming through from those 2 individuals. Really did keep Revenge in it, but Spy had a great map number 2, living up to the namesake, playing in Search and Destroy, 12 and 11. Veer kind of suppressed a little bit by playing the sniper rifle. I guess he's deserved a cold bath after dropping 46 kills in the map number 1, but this team just firing off on all cylinders right now, Brody. A very dominating series so far.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest. I think everyone in their nan knows that the sniper is probably one of the most powerful weapons you could possibly have, not just on Search and Destroy on the whole, but specifically on Fire Range, because you mentioned at the start of the map, right? I mean, everything is paper mache, right? You shoot through it, and the sniper is super powerful. So Maba, I think, showed it there. Of course, Neil with 9 kills on the other side as well. It's pretty good. The sniper's pretty good in specific situations, and you saw it right there. So 2-0 up now. Are Exclusive in this series. I don't think that should be a surprise to anyone. I want to give Revenge some credit for being competitive, but this is where things could get interesting, because we can now go to Control, and Control is always probably the most interesting mode just in COD Mobile in general, because it's the one that isn't played in ranked play, right? So you'll find a lot of these teams coming in here with just effectively ranked play experience and maybe some kind of lower level tournament experience. Not really know how to play it, but it is worth saying that for Exclusive, it is also their weakest game mode. So, maybe Revenge have done their homework. Maybe they're Control masterminds, and this is a way into towards the series, but it's a pretty small way.
I mean, look, just to talk about Control as just a game mode as a whole, when you go back, like I was talking about in Search and Destroy, the rounds that they won pretty convincingly were won within like the first 10 to 15 seconds. Opening breakoffs. Control is very breakoff dependent. And it is quite literally, when it comes to COD Mobile, the most hybrid in between Search and Destroy and Hardpoint. You'll see some snipers coming out to play. You'll see these long-range engagements actually dictating the pace for the rest of the round. If you start off flawless, even going 1 for 5 as far as trades on Arsenal, you'll feel that punishment almost immediately. ARs, SMGs lurking through the middle of the map. Can Revenge get that opening break off, much like how we saw a handful of rounds there on the firing range? Can they win anything against Exclusive, let alone a map? We'll have to see.
And right off the rip here, it seems like it's a B kit coming out from Revenge. The gambit from Exclusive was, hey, look, we're going to go for the 50-50 and we're going to send all of our might towards A. And the response for Exclusive is interesting to say the least here. They're going for an early spawn trap on the hope that they get those first few kills through. And Caesar's going to be the guy to do it on a flank that Revenge had not. A Scooby was coming. Caesar for 3. And here goes that spawn trap. Oh, boy.
You still have a few players that are pushed up. So it could be a little bit of a reverse engineering of a spawn trap, but Exclusive are replenishing their numbers inside the base of Revenge. Even going 1 for 1 is fine. A for over here, only able to find a single kill, but elsewhere, you got players still on the B zone. Third segment almost able to get locked in until Veer and Spy overwhelm Steve on the control zone. Third segment got to get depleted.
Yeah, momentary stop for Revenge. Now they're starting to bounce back. Oh, Raptor, mate. Oh, there's a window open somewhere in his house, that's for sure. Not the best shots that we've seen before here in COD Mobile. Revenge now just hoping they can try to get through some kind of player, some kind of hero play. Perhaps Maber's going to be the do it in the middle of the map. Nope, he's going to get shut down as well. And it does just feel like, you know, we're looking at these trades right now, Andy, and for the most part, it is the Exclusive that are winning them hands down.
Oh, the numbers would also suggest that too. It's 20v13 for crying out loud. Yeah, well done. Look at you. Proud of me. I feel like if I hand you a box of crayons and a coloring book, you would color inside them.
I'd be happy, mate. Honestly, I want you to do that.
I believe that. 20 seconds remain in this round, though. And Neil's still got the sniper top vents, just keeping them trapped in the middle of the map. He'll convey that information to the rest of his team, who are still working a little bit of a spawn trap Brody in a pinch here to stop the A zone from being captured.
Yeah, Aether's has got to be the guy to do something here. Or Caesar on this flank. Can anybody produce the kills to stop this capture coming on through? Well, Aether's going to get shut down. Caesar on the other side now. He's already picked up one. The shot's not perfect on towards Raptor, and that means that Maber has the information now, has the knowledge to work with as to where they are. It's going to be a shutdown from Raptor as well. So A almost gone here. These players are going in one by one. Neil's going to get shut down. Can Aether do anything here? No. Nice jump shot from Steve, and that's A gone. An extra 60 seconds out of the board here, but those lives are so frustrating.
Oh, Raptor, 100 killer drone out from the vents, was trying to at least set up a sequence from the A over towards the B. No respawns remaining for Revenge. That was probably the one trick up your sleeve if you are Revenge to work this last segment, but feels like a little bit of a victory lap until maybe Steve. Hold on, some space being provided, 9v4.
Still a chance here for Revenge, despite the fact that Sam is out of the round. There goes Steve as well. The chance is starting to dwindle. It is just a twinkle in your eye at the moment. As Spy finds 2, Draka and Maber. Maybe they could do something. But it is just so difficult. You need that flank from Draka to work out. It does not. Maver's revealed his position. A 1 versus A. It would be a beautiful play. It's just not happening.
Nice work.
So 5 segments being captured for Revenge is commendable, especially for Arsenal, like what we were talking about. And actually got a prime example here is that spawn trap. Once you do go 5 dead, you're just going to have players just cycling in and out of your spawn. That's exactly what Exclusive did. But Revenge able to get those 5 segments could be indicative for a round 5 defense, depending on how this one goes. It's just going to be a simplistic A hit out from Exclusive in the middle of the map.
And already off the start here, you can see kind of that snowball effect that we always talk about, right? Given how dominant that round was for Exclusive in terms of lives. They start out with the utility, and now it's going to be Aether with the War Machine, firing on all these pellets towards the spawn. He finds more kills here. Revenge, they kind of want to deal with him. Finally, that War Machine will go away. But Exclusive want to get these players in towards the spawns, and as Aether takes out Steve, that is a problem that Revenge will want to deal with.
You just want the kills. Greedy. Using the War Machine, getting all the way back inside the spawn. Look at player number 4 all the way in the spawn. Oh, Neil, no. He's gonna watch him spawn. Hey, I got a claw in your base, by the way, and yeah, this is
nice. Guys, stop!
Turn around and just deal with Neil, guys. There we go. All right. Hey, what's a nice little 8 spree, 20v12, and only a segment worth of progress on A to show for your worth, but cool.
I don't even want to say. Look, it's not that the round is far from over because Revenge is technically speaking on the defense here, so Exclusive still do have to do something in the next 30 seconds, but that something is happening pretty fast here. A was being contested, couple of segments already through. Caesar produces a double that should give him basically full control over the point, and over by B, it's not much nicer for Revenge either, as Aether's going to get to. Exclusive have full control of the map, full control of the point. I mean, Draco right now is setting up a spawn trap on the other side. He's trying, bless him. I don't know if it's that useful though.
Well, you need to get kills. From your spawn first for the spawn trap for Draka to actually find any effect whatsoever. And while your teammates are getting spawn trapped on the opposite of the map, finally a trade. So finally, it looks like Draka will be able to pop the equalizer and spawn traps at least one player. Now a few more to speak of. Third segment still being worked on. Caesar's going to call in the pred just to really confirm this last elimination, but it's not even gonna matter. Zone's gonna get captured, and again, that is just diabolical and just nasty work. Like, well, we're talking villainary, like villain level of diabolical here coming through from Exclusive. Again, they knew that they had to capture the zones. Obviously, they played this game mode before, but they just wanted to get Neil inside the spawn for an 8 spree with the claw, because why not? It's Arsenal. 2-0 lead for Exclusive. This is exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah, these spawns are kind of something, right? For sure. Need to see now Revenge not just make a reverse sweep in this game, but in the series on the whole. Has to start here. You've already picked up some kills, but look at those players now getting involved in that dreaded spawn trap. Big kill from Draka to ensure that Spy doesn't get in it. Veer is still there, challenging. And now from the other side, Exclusive want to brute force their way through the double doors to take Revenge away from this point, because it is being fastly captured here. Second tick about to be through. Can anybody from Exclusive stop this? Now players in on the flank through the window. Yeah, Aether is going to be the guy to get it done, and Caesar now has enough movement to get through towards the point itself. No capture happening, and now that spawn trap can come through.
Neil's just laying on his belly with an LMG. Got Caesar popping in for the Sparrow as well. Just everything coming up all aces. Spy's also going to, well, keep things incredibly more honest with an equalizer. Draka's going to be able to get the range advantage off of the respawn, but 2 segments captured over at A. You only trail by 3 lives, so if you can get out of your spawn cleanly, we'll just leave it at step 1, because you got to get out of your spawn cleanly first, and Caesar's still here.
Yeah, 40 seconds on the clock now for Revenge to get away from gunfights, to make their way through. Now it's Neil with the claw, facing down these players. Little peek coming out from a player on the other side. Sam, it was just a peek, and Neil will hunt them down. Finally, the claw does go away here, but I mean, look, 25 seconds now. Time is dwindling. Finally, Maber and Raptor have something to say. Neil on the flank, though, wants to put this one to rest, and Neil's doing exactly that, looking for number 3. Steve gets away with just a small smidge of health, but that getaway could be integral. Can he get past Fear? No. And look, we do get an extra 6 on the board here, because I believe A was just captured somehow by like a runaway player. I don't think Exclusive quite expected that, but still, there's 5 lives left.
Can we just talk about the victory lap that Neil had, popping a claw 2 rounds in a row?
No.
That is nasty work. 21 kills, Caesar in the spawn looking for the last 2. Up to 23 kills himself, 24 for the third. Last player trying to at least look for a trade, maybe walk away with some dignity away from this control, because it was absolutely blistering. Exclusive came to play on this control. A triple chow comes out. Draka can't get it done. 3-0 in the control, 3-0 in the series. No one was surprised.
No. I don't even know what else to say, mate. I mean, I think, we talked about it at the top of the show, right? We talked about the schedule, what we expected the schedule to look like, and there are some competitive games ahead of us. This just, I don't think we expected to be one of them. And again, to lay that groundwork out for you guys, Exclusive more or less are the only team from last season of Snapdragon Pro Series. I think Nexus have more or less the same roster as well, but Exclusive, again, they come in here and they're the only top team that hasn't made the changes. You expect them to be producing more of the same. They're going up against a roster of players that, all right, some of them have some kind of experience, right, in tournament play, but that tournament experience is so limited. It's not competitive. You didn't expect this to be anything other than a 3-0.
Just going back to that highlight, just turn around. It's just like nobody. That 8 spree, just Herculean, insane scenes coming through for Exclusive. Again, 24 and 9 for Caesar. Really goes to show you just how dominant it was. Competitive for Revenge through maps 1 and 2 to keep it respectable for score lines, but I think the series kind of accumulated to its own self through that control.
Yeah, here's a look at those stats. Again, you can see 24 kills for Caesar, 22 for Neil. These are players that we very often talk about. I mean, look, in this kind of setting, I think it's just very easy for us to talk about Exclusive on the whole and we expect all of the players to be doing big things. That's exactly what we got. I do want to give Revenge some kind of credit though, because they look pretty good.
I think you guys said it best heading into that match. Obviously, a little bit of a chip on Exclusive's shoulders after what happened last season, and there was no way that in this stage of the competition they were going to allow themselves to falter in any sort of capacity. We were already planning to see them in the challenge season, and we'd mentioned that they were undefeated coming into this. So this is just, this is kind of just light work for them, right? This was an expected victory. But like you said, Brody, there were a couple of moments there where Revenge did kind of show up in the S&D.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, it's the sniper play, right? You look at Revenge and you look at the players in their squad. They're okay. It's not bad players. I think it's just tough luck of the draw, and this happens sometimes away from finals. We saw that last season. I think it was the roster Illuminati, I want to say, that, if they had played different teams, they probably would have played in the Snapdragon Pro Series that season. It is absolutely possible, have these guys not played Exclusive, that they wouldn't be in the lower bracket right now. So they are pretty good.
Exactly. Well, we'll take a look at that bracket, see what it looks like now after our first match is done here for the day. Obviously, Exclusive will be the first team to claim their spot in our challenge season. But like you mentioned, Revenge will now fall down. They'll be facing off against Nexus, a team that we've seen last season as well. So we'll have to see what that roster looks like for them and how Revenge will fare against them. But we won't be looking at that lower bracket at all until tomorrow. So right now we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket, which means as we continue on down the list, it'll be Ultima versus Animus here proper. And Animus is a name that we've seen in the SPS before.
Yeah, no, they sure are. And a lot of household names to speak of as well. Shark plays for this team now, so I think that is one of those players. When we talk very highly of a lot of Exclusive players dating all the way back to 2022 Worlds, Shark and a lot of these Animus players are going to jump off the page in this next series.
Well, we thought the first match was good. Obviously, we've got some more exciting action in store. Congratulations, of course, to Exclusive for being the first team to make their way through to our challenge season. We're going to give our players a little bit of time to get themselves ready for match number 2. So we're going to send it to a short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we return, Animus versus Ultima.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we just wrapped up match number 1 on day 1 of our open finals here in EU. It was exclusive. If you missed it, that claimed that first spot in our challenge season. And now we're looking forward to our second match on the day. That's the second match in our upper bracket. And we mentioned it before the break, but that's Ultima versus Animus. Definitely some recognizable faces on here as well. Let's start to talk about them a little bit. I want to start with Ultima's roster here, Brody. Talk me through it.
Yeah, so look, again, if you guys just watched last season of the Snapdragon Pro Series, you might not be familiar with these names and you'd be forgiven for not knowing them. But there are a couple of names here that I kind of immediately jump out to me. Aspect did actually play last season. He played, I believe, for Xantium, one of Season 4's mid-table teams in Europe. And Xantium didn't do that great, let's be honest, but they had their moments, and Aspect was one of those standout players. So him joining this Ultima lineup does actually give them a fair bit to talk about. General Gore is another one of those players as well. He actually played on the Illuminati team that I mentioned before the break that almost qualified for last season for the Snapdragon Pro Series. So there are names here again, if you guys are familiar with the European region here in COD Mobile, that should stand out to you. This team is pretty good.
Animus on the opposite side, though. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was just going to start gassing up Animus. Yeah. I mean, these are namesakes. Like, you've seen these names before. If you've been watching COD Mobile, well, let's just put it the other way. If you've been living under a rock and you have been watching this control chaos that is Call of Duty Mobile, this is 3 players from Omnipotent, Gutilla, also Narcs, as well as Rasmo. Those are all names that did get top 3 when it came down to it. Who do they lose to? They lost to Kings, and funnily enough, Saze is here now playing with Animus. And to round it all out, why not add Shark? Sure, why not from exclusive? This is a top 3rd roster from Season 4. That is the lowest that they have placed out of this 5-player roster for Animus. I think the Ultima definitely has their work cut out for them. This Animus roster, you would feel like, should have the upper hand as far as this best of 5 is concerned.
Yeah, and we've seen in quite a few seasons now, whether it was Animus or under a different banner, now back to Animus. I think that this is a team that constantly has these moments where they show that they can absolutely hang with the teams at the top, and then towards the end of the season struggle a little bit, kind of closing out with that same consistency. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do this time around, Brody, as we start to get our picks and bans through here as well, and we can see how they potentially affect this next series.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you talk about kind of the 3 players from Omniscient that are on this team, and I would actually argue they're not the best players on the team. Like, you're missing Saturns, for example. He was easily the standout player from Omniscient last season, albeit Narcs did have a good playoff. So I think that's something to point out. Omniscient, we'll see what this kind of new look roster looks like, because they've got a pretty good lineup, those additions in Saze and Shark. But here is those maps that you were talking about. We got Hacienda. Now, look, if I know anything about European COD Mobile teams, and I don't know that much, but I do know one thing, it's that they love a Hacienda hardpoint. I think this is like 80% of our hardpoint picks last season. It was in every series, more or less, and for good reason. It's a damn good map.
Mind blowing not to see a firing range, I'll be honest with you. I mean, take off for a map number 2. I also selfishly wanted to go a map number 5 for an express so we can start tallying up the amount of eliminations to see how positive the KD will be for the train in the middle of the map. But yeah, I think that this is, again, as far as the first 3 maps are concerned, very much so could just be a 3-0 series for Animus. We'll be able to see a good look as far as like pace and what this team does look like together, because again, it is a hodgepodge group of individuals. Same could be said for Ultima, to be able to see what all of these scrims look like moving away from 128 to 16 teams. What does that practice look like to this very point in time? Because you know at the end of this road, you're probably gonna have to face exclusive once, maybe twice, if not thrice in this upcoming season. You better be prepared. It all starts right here.
Yeah, and that's a good point to make as well, is that when we're in this stage of the competition, these teams don't have the same amount of time facing off against each other. It's a very different play-in process than what they will experience heading into the challenge. So this is always a little bit more chaotic and maybe less scouted, I guess, if you will, when it comes to open finals. Then as we head into challenge, we might even see a different performance out of some of these teams who do end up making their way through to that challenge season. I'm excited to see what we can get here in match number 2. Everybody at home, let me know your thoughts as well. Do you think it'll be Ultima for match number 2, or will it be Animus? Animus are looking pretty good right now, in my opinion, so we'll have to see what these teams can bring to the table. I hope the boys are excited as well to get into it, because match number 2 is ready to go. So let's do it.
Thanks, Oren. Appreciate it, mate. Yeah, we're ready to go here with the second match of the day. Again, now I expect this one to be somewhat closer. And again, you always have that added value of, comparatively to the last game, Andy, right, where we had an exclusive that was more or less the same team that we saw last season. This should be A new look here, Animus roster, formerly known as Omniscient. Does that kind of benefit Ultima in the conversation?
Oh, it's a real good opportunity for Ultima to take advantage of potentially a not well-rehearsed yet somehow riddled with top prospect European players. Yeah, absolutely. Because when it comes down to it, like Call of Duty, you can get all the kills in the world, but fundamentally, like when it comes down to Hardpoint, we saw the same thing with Revenge versus Exclusive on that Standoff map, number one. You can really start rolling away with a certain series of Hardpoints. Hacienda plays exactly like that, specifically for 2, 3 into 4. Those 3 Hardpoints sequencing together, you get control of the middle of this map can become quite alarming if you're not prepared to deal with it. We'll have to see what these two teams do look like. Again, Animus, a lot of household names. Ultima looking to continue to build their name.
Yeah, and we look over towards the players to watch out for here. If you're not familiar with Animus, I'd say the players that you kind of want to be watching out for are Narcs and Rasmo on this map, right? They're going to be your primary ARs for the team. They're going to be the ones that you really need to keep an eye on as the guys that are like, they're going to be shutting down these long lines of sights that Animus aren't going to be able to get through. So that's going to be the biggest threat to take down if you're Animus. Right now, at the start of this game here, Randy, Ultima, they would be the first team to touch in the hard point, but Animus, they are fighting back. They're in towards this time, and it's actually going to be Animus, excuse me, they're in the hard point. The names are flipped. I've just recognized that. It's okay, though. This happens all the time.
I just really do appreciate how you started gassing up Narcs and like you didn't even like see that it was the opposite logo just right next to his point.
It happens, mate. It's fine.
It does. Just happy that we only had to deal with the 2 colors over here, unlike some other games that you and I work together. But hey, nonetheless, when it comes down to it, Ultima able to battle their way back inside of the struggle that is P1, 23-18 before P2 pops. But this is your first look at a real good money hill. And the setup, at least for Animus thus far, a very good one, pushing all the way through Lambo, trying to get control of the lobby.
Yeah, and this is what I was worried about, right? Animus able to chain together 3 back-to-back gunfights. Ultima now need to kind of brute force their way through the front of the hard point. Smoker's going to be down here, so that's going to give them the coverage to make their way down towards the lower side. Stated, some nice team shots. Actually able to produce a couple of kills. Here is Gorg, who finds a couple. Stated, he's putting all these bullets in, mate. He's not actually getting any of these gunfights, though. The rest of the team are doing the job, but it doesn't matter who gets the kills as long as Ultima get it done. They break in, but those close spawns for Animus are going to give them another shot at the hill.
And the war of attrition comes through. Ultima had possession over by P5 all the way through the water and started brute forcing their way through it. And now if you're Animus, you got to make this tough decision. Do you just want to try to whittle your way through this very narrow Z staircase? And well, the answer was yes, but I don't know if it was the right one because now you give Ultima all that scrap time. You give them the opportunity to potentially push all the way through lobby. Yeah, Saze was already rotating over towards P3, but now you get good eyes on this entire rotation from the Pred being called in.
Yeah, that is a big kill from Ultima to put a dent in this game early on. Animus will want to start to get their stuff together here moving forward, and they should be the first team to touch. Gifilla going to have to pound some information towards Saze, who is sat inside, who is going to get shut down now. So Ultima very quickly here, off the back of a wave of gunfights, they've managed to break in towards this hill. Shark and Narcs, though, those close back spawns are good. It is just Amin sat inside Tin, left to deal with. Do they recognize he's there? Well, it doesn't matter if you do, because there's Claw you've got to go up against. Fortunately enough, Gifilla, now with the utility on the other side here, Animus, they've got a chance to fight back.
Yeah, Saze also pulling out a War Machine, Equalizer being invested by Shark. They really want this 30 seconds. Could be the difference in between Ultima getting themselves a pretty good lead going into P4 or Animus fully working their way back inside of the game. And Ultima, try as they might, unable to break back into it. Annihilator from Narc's going to be able to find himself too. But the straight gunfights there at the end. And Shark being a little bit too out of the way to be able to fully get inside of the hard point will only be 10 seconds that Animus are able to get for themselves, but it was a hard-fought 10 seconds nonetheless. A rotation over towards New already have players from both teams here.
Now, that was a big hard point for Animus to get themselves back into this game. A wise investment in utility. Now they have to do it with the weaponry, though, because they don't really have anything to talk of in towards the next hill. And Gore's going to make the best of that situation as he finds the double early on. So Ultima should be the first team to touch now. And now we're starting to see some utility from them. Sixer up top, gets a couple with the War Machine. On the flank is going to be Shark, though, and he is integral to this entire play. How much damage, how much of a distraction can he be? Aspect, though, on the other side is going to deal with him. Now gets a second and a third, excuse me, with the Sparrow as well. And Ultima here, pretty good. It was a good effort there from Animus to try and break through with that flank. It doesn't work. Saze is going to have to use the Pred.
Yeah, Pred missile to try to break all the funneling coming through from the boathouse side from Animus and just looking to brute force their way back in off of Rasmo's claw to be able to sustain the back 20 seconds. Looking pretty good for it, but Ultima knowing that it's the end of the rotation, going to send all of their numbers from the respawn over by Lambo just to try to make this the most hard-earned 10 seconds ever in Stated's. Going to invest the claw just to confirm it. Couple shots around the corner, not going to get any connections, but a great first set of hard points coming through from Ultima. Gore's up to 15 kills. I mean, down to 13. It's just been, I wouldn't even say a big pace differential because Animus aren't too far away, if not probably leading in the kills. It's just the way that Ultima are setting themselves up for these breaks, and once they get themselves set up, Brody, Animus are struggling to get back in.
Yeah, it is those breaks right now that's really problematic here for Animus, and I think you're starting to see some of this early kind of hardpoint play for a new roster such as Animus, where they don't really feel as well put together in the mode as maybe Omniscient did last season. They can start to get that working, though, for the remainder of this hardpoint. They'll be able to come back and perhaps even take a lead. Right now, they're doing a good job over P1. Getting all the kills required here and keeping Ultima at bay. And now, of course, they do want to start considering pushing through towards the next hill as well. 30 seconds left here. We're in towards the back half of this hard point. And Animus now starting to overreach in behind. Gore up top is going to be dealt with here. Trades galore ultimately in favor of Animus. They've got so much time off this hill, Andy. They haven't quite broken through to New Yex.
Well, Shark's already worked his way over towards the front side of Lambo. Gonna have himself in at least one gunfight. Not expecting for the second, though, so the rotation will have numbers for Ultima, but as you already pointed out wonderfully, that Animus able to really sink their teeth inside of P1. Narcs gotta invest the Pred missile. Just trying to open up the backline, maybe to work their way through the front. Numbers are here for Animus.
Can Animus get this one done? Again, they're relying on this pinch being perfect. Look at number one, Gifilla now making his way in through the lobby. Kills being made around the front. Gifilla's going to get shut down, though. Trades here ultimately are there in favor of Ultimus. Oh, trying stated. Tries for the execution and is going to get shut down by Shark. That is great coverage for Shark, who picks up 4 kills. And now Animus, you're going to know where Ultima is spawning.
Yep, all the way in towards the back. And look at the spawn coming through for Shark as well. Already pushing his way through the arches. Has a secondary to spawn in right behind him. These spawns for P2 are sticky. Say's very aware of it. Pulls out the war machine. Just letting them have it. Trying to work back inside of the driveway. But Animus looking to flip the lead. 20 seconds to fight over here. P2. All numbers still focus. And Shark and Narcs will get the job done. Lead flip for Animus.
Big kill. Massive hard point for Animus to win on that one. And now they're starting to try and keep Ultima away from the rotation as well. Stated recognizes that there's a player on the other side. It's going to shut Gifilla down. Is that enough, though? Because there are a couple of Animus players already here by new. Gore is just sitting inside Ting quietly at the moment. Here comes the investment from Narcs through you. He's going to get killed, and Says as well goes down. So Ultima have done a good job, at least on these initials, of taking Animus out. But look at the spawn flip coming through now. Animus spawning towards the backline here. An opportunity for them to break Gifilla. Can he do anything in this situation? He doesn't even really need to. Says and Narcs are there. They combine for 3. Aspect on the other side with the Sparrow needs to find some value.
Everybody's so focused on trying to get over by 10. Aspect from the Sparrows trying to at least open up the front door that a pinch started developing through U-Haul. And that could have gotten messy for Ultima if they didn't end up picking up that flank. Again, close spawns, but the flank again from Rasmo. Gonna find himself 3 in a row. Turns around for the flank, but another break coming back in. 20 seconds left here at 3.
Yeah, this is still valuable time here in this game, right? With Animus just 7 seconds to the good over Ultima. This is time worth fighting for, and Says knows it. He is being so damn annoying here in this scrap time. Just so frustrating to try and locate that player, and finally they do. But what is it for? Like, what, 6 seconds of scrap time? He winds about 10 seconds away from Ultima, and now we have Animus on the rotation as well. Big first wave of gunfights. Gore going to go down first. From garage side now, 3 players from Ultima trying to break them through. Can Shark take both of those players down? Yes, he can. It's 3 for Shark. Animus will get first touch.
Oh, and look at the read from Gutilla. Also knowing from the positioning that they had through lobby that the spawn zone now flipped over towards the office side. This is now going to have to be a hit through the back. Ultima thought that they might be able to rip the rugs out, so they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, just by being able to brute force their way with the gun skill, and Stated also has a claw to reinforce this push. Wonderfully called out. Still 30 seconds left in this set.
Says with the war machine, not going to find the value that he really wanted there in that situation. Now you have to deal with the surprise jump ups here. A little bit of MI6 play. Narcs is going to get it done as well. Finds 2. Is the door now open for the back 20 seconds here for Animus? They are just a couple of points to the good. The lead about to flip back towards Ultima, and it is so back and forth. But it is going to be Animus now in for this time. Ultima sending a couple of players towards the scrap, and Narcs and Shark are there to deal with that pressure. Animus, as we get into the third and final set in this game here, Andy, they are so hot at the moment. They are 10 points over Ultima. This is definitely not where they were at the first.
And just, again, look at the kills. Look at how many more kills Animus has over Ultima. You felt like that this should almost be about a 50, 70 point differential, but Ultima's fundamentals are keeping them in this set and in this map number 1. Again, it's the breaks continuously coming through, but Animus are also dishing out that flavor. Narcs with the Annihilator once again going to take down Gore. It is top hallway positional advantage coming through from Animus. Just got to keep Ultima out from the time. They lead by 4.
And it was this hill last time around where Animus got basically full control. Ultima didn't really have anything to say about it. They can't let that same thing happen here once again. Says down low, trying to provide some coverage while his teammate just sits patiently inside. One player from Ultima did try to get over towards the other side and just lay down for the contest. That does not happen. And now Animus again, basically full control on P1. Gafilla does get shut down on the attempt through Garage for P2 control. So it's a good start here from Ultima on P2. But Animus, they are knocking at the door and Ultima want to send them away.
And so one more player to worry about. It's Narcs all the way down inside the water. Utila from the respawn is also here to reinforce this push. They really want to try to win this outright, but Sixa not going to let it happen. Pulls out the War Machine just to be able to clean up those kills. Now can just spam the front door. Not going to expect it. The push coming from the back spawns a flip.
Yeah, late spawn read there coming out from Ultimate, but now they're ready for it. They have to actually pick up some gunfights. Aspect finds the value for a couple of kills. The Sly Chow is good enough. Nox, though, is going to reload the couple of kills now, looking to go his way. It's 3 kills in a row for him. Animus, they break in for a valuable back 34 seconds. It would not get them the win, but it would get them a hell of an amount of time that Ultima do not want to give away, and they're definitely fighting tooth and nail for it. Still now a couple of players in towards this time. Just Say's left to deal with from Animus from that back garage spawn, and Ultima here, they're still fighting for this 20 seconds. Still Animus are sending players towards this time, and finally Ultima going to get the kills required here to keep Animus out of the kill. But look over towards the fight that's happening by fences as well, Andy, because Animus just won a couple of crucial engagements that should give them rotation towards new.
That was a big 20 seconds to fight over. Look how close Ultima are towards the win. And it was forcing split spawns coming from Animus that had forced them to just favor the rotation over towards New, but the middle of the map has already been won by Ultima. Aspect's gonna find himself another 2. Gore's got a Predator missile. It's gonna open up the back line as well. Ultima have an avenue in.
Operators now starting to come out. Stated going to bring the claw out to play here. You're going to see Shark now with the equalizers as well. How much value can these guys find? It's Gore with the Annihilator take talk down. Stated is just effectively pre-firing outside of tin. You know where these guys are spawning as well. Stated now, I mean, that weapon will go away. He's going to have to go over towards the SMG to get it done. Just 2 seconds away. Players from Animus desperately trying to touch in towards this time. Sixer can only find a couple of kills. It's one more player left to deal with. Says cannot be dealt with, and Animus, they're holding on.
Not enough time to close it out here. You got to be perfect, though, if you are Animus. Ultima just still trying to brute force their way back in by any means necessary. The trades, though. Equalizer shut down. Shark's good for 2. 227 to 248. Ultima just need a handful of kills to close the game.
Ultima just can't find it. Say's just being so frustrating at the moment, just laying down. Narcs now the last one left to deal with. It's actually Rasmo from up top that will deal with those players. And crucially, Shark's wins a gunfight in the middle of the map. Crucially, Animus might have just got the rotation.
They're already on New. They're already set themselves up. They found the kills from the middle of the map. The numbers are here. It's a pinch from the split spawn.
And the kills are going Animus' way as well. Ultima, they just need 2 seconds. And the kill feed is lighting up blue for Animus. They have won every single fight required. Narcs providing the coverage from the other side as well. Animus just a few kills away from a phenomenal comeback. And Ultima can't stop it. What on earth? Animus completely wiped the floor of Ultima. A situation they should never win. Ever.
That was Ultima's game to lose, and wouldn't you know it, there's so much spaghetti spilled all over P3. There's spaghetti spilled over the Lambo inside the garage. There's spaghetti all over the place on Hacienda, for crying out loud. What the hell just happened? Animus backs against the wall, get themselves set up inside P3 after a Herculean break comes through. They shut down the equalizer from Aomine, and the moment that flipped, the switch was truly flipped on for Animus, and they just did not look back, winning every single gunfight, finding 2-piece after 3-piece from Narcs, from Shark, and that's where all those kills really seemingly like they made a lot more sense there at the end. They were not losing gunfights, straight trades surely, but the rotation from Shark specifically through the middle of the map to win over towards forward to call game was everything. Animus were trailing, but never out of this map number 1.
I'm bewildered, mate. Honestly, what a map, and what an end to the map as well, because Animus there, I mean, look, they were down, what, by about, I want to say like 30, 40 points towards the end of the game, and they just kept on regenerating the players that were inside that fence's hardpoint, right? I mean, it was just always one or two players sat around the corner, biding their time, just creating enough time, really, for the more players to come off the spawn and just keep on that contestion chain going. And really, it feels like where Animus actually won that game was not in that final hold, albeit they definitely needed to do it. It was in the rotational battles that they won versus Ultima, right? Winning those one or two crucial gunfights in the middle of the map where Animus were able to maintain control of Rock. Honestly, if you're Ultima, you're crying. You're pretty damn upset because that should not have happened.
They were just shy, if not just barely above 200 kills. They led in the slaying department by about like maybe 20 or so, if not just a little bit more. It went away too quick for me to do the math, but I'll keep it a $150 with me, and you can hold the change. You're not wrong there, brother. I honestly think that Ultimate are going to be kind of wiping the sweat off their brow a little bit there, because they got to get themselves set up for a map number 2. And a map number 1, you felt like that you should be leading versus a very strong Animus roster. You gave them a single inch to breathe, and then it turned it into a country mile with a 1-0 lead.
I don't even know what to say, dude. That was a phenomenal hard point and a phenomenal way to start this series. This best of 5 will continue, though. We talked about it. It's a 9 for another new-ish map mode combination. It won't be new to you, those of you who played rank play, because this one appears pretty often. It's time for a takeoff, search and destroy. Last season, this was a hardpoint map. This season, it is search and destroy, and we'll see whether these teams have done their homework as we get into the map mode combination. Animus starting things here on the defense, and Shark getting aggressive right off the rip. He wants Sixer dead to rights, and Sixer, well, he has the R9. He's going to win that.
Catilla wants to trade, but by the time that he fishes it out, you're inside a 10. 6 is already fully regen, and you got an SMG against an auto shotgun lurking around the corner. Well, actually, so I'll be able to find it, but 4v4, map positioning still very much so the advantage for Animus, as Ultima looking to make the move across the map.
I say he's just being really careful at the moment not to give away that kill versus Aamine, and yeah, he is basically the entire reason that they have control over A at the moment. There is a little bit of help close by from Narks. Time quickly dwindling, and Says gets over-aggressive there, gives Stated a freebie. Fortunately enough, there are still players to hold control over this A site, but losing a play like that might give Gore now a chance to get in from behind. Great read onto where Narks are positioned, and very quickly this hold over the site for Animus is falling apart. Razmo has to produce something special, and to be fair, does find the double. It brings us down to a 1v1, and now Stated has the bomb.
Said something special. How about back-to-back quick scopes? 1v1 cam, flank from around. Catilla almost did it. Oh, he almost had Stated dead to rights. Woo! That honestly, just off of the first blood, and when you were able to at least find the trade and force the 4v4, it's like you said, I mean, just one hyper-aggressive mistake comes through. Ultima flip it. That last 1v1 came down to the absolute wire. Very takeoff, search and destroy round number 1. Just everybody holding the space with snipers in the middle of the map.
Sniper coming up, Gore. Gonna take Narks down. That first blood was already drawn by Shark, though. So Ultima here. This effort to get in towards one of these sites. Gonna have to go and retrieve that bomb. And again, it is gonna be Shark that has pushed all the way effectively through towards the office area. So he is waiting for that push to come through from Ultima. This is kind of, I guess, quite the conundrum for these players. They're trying to find a way in behind. Gore may be the player to get it done. If he could find 1 or 2 kills over by this side of the stadium, it could be crucial to getting in towards A, but he has to get it done, and he catches Razmo off guard.
The timing through launch, just not that great for Razmo. Just a fully look inside the interior. 3v4 numbers favoring that of the offense, but they're still trapped here inside of launch. And you can see where the bomb is pancaked right in front of Shark's LOS. Got to make a move happen here if you're Ultima.
Say he's going to get cut short as well. Just one too many players to deal with, and now Ultima, I mean, they have their way onto towards the site, and I wonder to a certain extent whether they're kind of winning this round by elimination, because that might well be the play here in this situation. They are slowly but surely picking off everybody from Animus, and if you're Shark, you're shaking in your wellies at the moment, because these players, they are coming your way, and I don't know if you've got the hustle to look in every single direction. They might just go one by one, though. Aamine certainly does try and pick up that bomb. Shark's only going to pick up that first kill, though. Overwhelmed inside the offices as he gets shut down. And a really weird round there for Ultima to win it just by elimination.
But it just comes down to, again, for Animus, where they have the map positioning, and it's just you get over eager for the information. You haven't seen anybody exit these doors. They're still stuck inside a launch. Just hold an iron. Just wait for them to leave. And the kills will probably be a lot easier rather than just trying to brute force it. 6-up, R90 again. And be able to get that first blood just locked here inside of the lounge. It's the player that's pushed up the most for Ultima. Because again, Animus just have full coverage to the middle of the map. Just cannot get too over eager like they have in the previous two.
Yeah, I just don't want to see Animus take any silly ego chalice, right? I mean, I get it. They're a really good team. They're really good players, but that was partially, I mean, it was basically wholly why that lost that last round was they were just taking too many one-on-ones, even one-on-twos. Right now, they're holding this one fast. Not giving anything away for free. I like this from Animus. Just have to be careful about these first bloods once again.
Just waiting. Look at the time. Now down to just 1 minute. I mean, Ultima are waiting for that open invitation that is Animus just giving them free kills, but in this 5v4, even with numbers, you could just see just how on thin ice a takeoff search and destroy round can be.
You got to start making a move soon. And here we go. Finally, Ultimate, they've made a choice. They want to go through in the middle of the map. The smoke is good enough to cover the cross. It's not good enough to cover Kafila, though. He is there in wait, ready to strike. And strike he does for a couple of kills. Just stated, left alive, and he gets shut down. And that is much more how I expected Animus to play in that prior round here on the defense. This time around, they don't send a player in towards lounge. They just wait patiently, and it works out.
That is how every single takeoff search and destroy should be modeled. Even if you do get first blooded, it's all around that P1 fountain control. Wonderfully played out there from Gutilla. I wonder if there's going to be any sort of pace change coming through from the offense who've been turtling up around their base. They break a little bit further out, going over towards lounge to join at least 6 of this time around who didn't get that first blood. So all 10 players are alive. You hear a pin drop here on takeoff as we wait for the first blood engagement.
Oh, there it is. Oh, almost says. But the skin of his teeth will survive. Rasmo, oh my goodness me. I thought for a second there Rasmo was going to peek and go down, but instead Rasmo peeks and finds serious value. That's aiming down for the round. And look at Shark. Baby Shark, do. All the way up top. Looking to be get a kill.
I just don't know how I regained from you singing that song. Say he's going to take down Shark off of his Baby Shark play. Down to 1 minute again, and Ultima need to make the move, and Gort will be the tip of the spear for that. Numbers advantage, surely, but Animus still have angles.
And there's still a lot to do here for Animus, though. In a 2 versus 3, you have to win these one-on-ones, and Stated has proven better with a sniper rifle with 6 kills in this S&D thus far. Say's now the last one left alive, and this is such a smart play from Ultima that you know there's no point trying to force your way in towards A and potentially get pieced up by Says, who is still pretty damn good, by the way, King's player. Just move yourselves over towards B, and that was the play call. 40 seconds now for Says to make this wrap in from behind. And I think he might have actually just shot a bullet prematurely here. Yeah, a couple of bullets, a couple of warning shots. Hey guys, come to me just so I can get you killed and, you know, try and get something working here in this 1 versus 3. I just don't know if it's going to happen.
Oh, there's just not enough time at all. You have so many angles, buildings, crossfires. You're in a 1v3 on takeoff, Brody. That is very slim pickings of a chance to potentially convert that in your favor. So Ultima able to get the job done. It was Gore that really put in the legwork, you'd feel, for that one. The sniper just brute forcing his way to be able to find the picks that he did. 3-1 lead. Narcs for first blood this time around. The defense have numbers.
First blood. Pretty good. Narcs going to be responsible for it. Aspect. Taking down Sazen again. I don't know if I like that. There's no real need to try and get aggressive in towards the stadium itself. Animus now, I mean, that first blood advantage they had has just completely disappeared.
Yeah, I didn't like how that trophy looked at me either, Narcs. You just can see the space. And they know that they have full P4 control, given off taking down 60. He's really been the only person that's been brute forcing his way forward with the R90 shotgun. And in this 4v4, again, Animus have the line of sight advantage. It's just about reacting off of any single information that you might get from Ultima. We're at that 1 minute mark. You know, the hit's coming soon.
Rasmo is going to be the player if anybody that gets to deal with if they do decide to hit A directly. Now has a little bit of help from Narcs as well. So it's a double sniper effort towards A. Make sure they've got all the different angles being watched. It's a game of chicken. And I'm sure the Ultima do not want to get fried. Bomb site's been chosen though. It's going to be A. Here it comes. Finally the hit coming through. Do they survive the onslaught that is Razmo and Narcs with the sniper rifles here? Razmo going to hit the first shot and he's going to hit it indeed. Aiming down for the count. It's going to send Ultima away. And what a response coming out from Gifila as well to activate at that time for the follow-up.
Yep, just over inside the scaffolding. Drop shot's going to be good for the next aspect. 1v4. Good luck. Have fun, brother. Shark will be there for the kill around the fountain side. And again, much like how the other round that was won for Animus, that's exactly what you want to see. You're able to get that first blood because Sixa, every single time on offense, Brody, has been pushing to get inside of the P4 building, inside of control, and finally deal with it. Ultima only lead by 1 now, and it's a scuffle through the middle of the map. Smokes are out.
Sixa wants to do some damage. Oh my god, Sixa has just got some terrible Call of Duty timing, and Shark might actually be able to capitalize on this as well. He's on the hunt for him. He made the call to Narcs that Sixa was coming through, but Narcs still wasn't able to win the one-on-one. So despite Shark trading things out, that's not the way he wanted that engagement to go. And now Sharks is left up in the 1 versus 2. They know where he is. He put shots in to Aiming. He wasn't able to pick up that kill. So it's still a 1 versus 2. And still Gore is on the hunt for this kill. He's right below him. Does Shark know?
He's just trapped inside a lounge. He's not going to check behind him. He thinks that everything is going to be set up inside of the stadium. Oh, his timing is going to be brutal. Or is it?
Is it?
I don't know where he is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Aiming's watching that. Shark down to like, what is that? Like 40% HP. Has no real choice with this amount of time left on the clock to go for the rechow here. And it is going to be a reposition coming out from Ultima as well in this situation here. Final round on the defense. Shark has to pull a miracle out of, well, some very deep holes in his body. And with Shark, he's able to survive for long enough here, but Gore and Aiming just playing time perfectly. Shark is dead to right, despite the attempt to get on the defuse there. He does not get it. Ultima on the up and up here as we switch sides.
Very good offensive half coming through from Ultima, though. You'd probably bargain that Animus kind of gifted them a handful of those rounds, getting a little too overeager, trying to get inside of the offensive spawn. Have to see if any side swaps might be a different occurrence. But still, day 1, when it comes down to takeoff, just holding angles with snipers. Very forward approach, though, for Ultima, taking all these buildings away.
Animus here on this offensive effort are facing down a lot more aggression from Ultima. Look at number 1, Sixa in behind enemy lines with the R9. How much value can he find? Says is down for the count. And he does get the hell out of dodge as well. So that's going to kind of unnerve Animus in this situation, right? I mean, you were quite confident you drew first blood, that you could maybe make your way over towards A, and all of a sudden that first blood just disappears right in front of your very eyes.
And you know that this has to be an A hit now, because Six already found that kill. You know you're not going to get inside of control. He's got an R90 shotgun just ready to pick you apart, get trapped. And the moment you try to peek out, State is holding the angle, finds 3, and is looking for the 4th. Holding the angle. You know he's got Shark down on the staircase, dead to rights. Here comes the peek. Able to somehow get the kill. So maybe a moment here for Shark if he can clutch this.
Yeah, Shark says, I don't think so. Somebody play my theme tune. I'm pulling off this 1 versus 4. Does he check Aspect in the left-hand corner? I think Aspect might have heard Shark in the situation anyway. So the call will be made that, hey, Shark's still hanging about. Still swimming around in these waters. Oh, the bomb fake. It's going to draw players in towards the site, and it works perfectly against Aspect, but he doesn't able to get the kill. Oh my god, these shots against these players from Shark. None of them producing the kill. Finally, he does for the second, but by that point, it's too little too late. Aiming is there for the trade. And Ultima, I mean, State had won that round. Let's be clear about it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's up to 10 kills. Found 3 with the sniper rifle as soon as they're trying to work their route from State. And that's the biggest difference in between Ultima's defense comparatively to Animus. Look at how fast Ultima are just taking the map away. Animus are looking to respond to this in kind with aggression all the way through control.
Sixa once again being the biggest frustration here for Animus, but what a response. What a response from Animus here to go deep in towards the lounge. They recognize that that's what Sixa did in the last round, so here is that adaptation coming on through, and it works perfectly. because now they have basically full control over the B site. They've got full control over that area of the map. Ultimate, I mean, they put all their chips down on a stadium push.
They just swap sides again. The Animus are very much so still on the offense. Map is flipped. And Animus need to be careful because they still need to clear all of the spawn, potentially back over towards A. And I love this call from Stays to get back inside of control to expect the full flank to come through.
Yeah, it's a good expectation. You've got the numbers right, so you can kind of make this work without really risking too much in the round for the post plant. But the bomb planter did go down. So now if you're Animus here with 50 seconds on the clock, you're trying to ascertain some kind of control over the site. You have to be careful if you're Narcs, because you're going to get shut down A. I mean, that's exactly what happens. Elsewhere, Says goes down. It's a transition over towards A, and all of a sudden, with a flurry of gunfights on both sides, it's a 1 versus 1. Shark versus Gore. The former gets the bomb down. Does he have the timing on Gore? No, he doesn't. He was just outside his FOV, and yeah, Gore, you put extra bullets in the body, buddy, because you deserve that.
Just outside the FOV is criminal.
I mean, that's got to be a very small FOV, mate. That is wild.
If you're playing on that tight of an FOV, honestly, you might need to zoom that bad boy out a little bit, but that's very, very close. So a very clutch situation. Now Ultima are a single round away from tying up the series and guaranteeing the standoff hardpoint map number 4. It's aggression again through control for Animus, trying to flip the map. Ultima are here, ready, and Sixa again goes 1 for 1.
It's the same play. It's the exact same play, right? I mean, you recognize that's what Sixa is going to do. So you just need to overwhelm to make sure Sixa doesn't the player that bullies you inside. Reaction this time from Ultima, though. Aspect going to get very aggressive here in behind enemy lines. Stated once again is just picking these players off. And this is the problem. You can overwatch B from Stadium effectively to getting on towards the site is just such a horrible thing that you need to do. And it slows up the pace massively. I mean, Ultima have got themselves really split here, but they have got a lot of fingers and a lot of pies.
Oh, they have them in a triangle vice grip right now. Crossfires, angles, Stated again, just getting over towards the AS&D, just watching the cross over towards B. You still have to worry about Aspect, who's all the way back in their spawn. And now Rasmo and Godzilla need to try to double up their efforts to try to retake one of these sites, but Stated shutting it down.
This is such brilliant play from Ultima. You feel the last one left alive, and we have a series on our hands, folks, as Ultima take the search and destroy 7-2. Indomitable victory for them. And this is not what we expected whatsoever. We expected Animus, the known quantity here. You know, you have some players from one of the best teams in Europe last season on mission coming in with Saze and Shark, 2 of the best SMGs in the region. We expected this to be a dominant game for them, really, and it just wasn't. Ultima, I think their search and destroy is honestly sublime. I think, you know, very often you and I, we talk about kind of these situations, right, where a team chuckles it, and albeit I think Animus did for a couple of rounds at the start. Sure. This is not one of those situations. This is a situation where Ultima looks really well put together in the search and destroy, and it's a situation where you can definitely feel like they've put effort into it.
I think it could also just be one of those things again for Animus. Again, you touched up on it again, and I feel like it's a reoccurring storyline. This is a team that got put together of all top 3 rosters at the end of SPS Season 4. Coming into this, you would expect it to be an absolute powerhouse of a roster, and maybe they kind of got overconfident off of that 2-point win on the Hacienda Hardpoint and just came in here and then got their confidence completely deflated by Stated. 14-5. 7-6 out of Gore. And 6-8 isn't the sexiest KD ratio, but you want to talk about mental warfare with an R90 shotgun in the first place. This guy was going 1 for 1 and getting away with highway robbery. Right. Just having a shotgun in any of these power positions around takeoff, it's just such a flat tire for Animus's drive to try to take control of any one of these buildings in any one part of the map. They definitely felt the hurt as far as that map number 2 is concerned. I think you could definitely write home when it comes down to Ultima search and destroy prowess, surely, but again, Animus maybe a little bit too overconfident, maybe taking their matchup for granted here as far as a qualification match is concerned. Got to put some respect on these boys' names. They came to play some good COD today.
Yeah, absolutely they did. And, you know, I want to give Animus some credit, right? Because I think it is fair to say that Animus in that search and destroy, they made the adaptations required, right? You saw them recognize that, hey, Sixa is pushing us every single time and he's a really annoyance through that lounge area. So we're going to try and push all our players through that side of the map, and we want to get B control. I think it was just the follow-up to that of like, you know, even though you have numbers in the situation, we still can't get the bomb down. That's something that I think they need to formulate if, and it's an if at this point still, because we have a series on our hand, if they get in towards the Snapdragon Pro Series. So we'll see if they manage to qualify for the challenge season. We want to see those improvements. For now, though, they now need to go to 4 to get it done. And we have a classic on our hands, folks. It's time for a raid control. One of the best maps ever made in Call of Duty esports. And on Control, it plays perfectly. Watch out for those spawn traps, folks, because they are dastardly.
It's top 3, and it ain't 3 maps of all time. Welcome back, Raid, and on Control, no less. Household favorite. B over by ring, A just outside of basketball court, just behind the tiki bar. Get opening breakoff, just so dependent, and it's just an outright warfare across the ring. Already inside a red is Shark. It is just 2 lives shy of perfect out from Animus' opening break.
A good start from Animus on the whole here. They have allowed Ultima to get in towards A, though, so they're already starting. Gafilla wants to put a stop to them. It's not going to happen because in from behind comes Sixer, and now this is a good read for the spawn. Sixer not going to be able to get exact spawns. Raid control doesn't work that same way. Look on the other side, though. Look what Animus are doing. I talk about those spawn traps coming through. They have to follow up with the kills on the point itself, but they are trying to put the Zim spawn trap together on the backside of Garage. If Ultima go down, they're going to be right in it.
I mean, a lot of trust. Here comes the pinch. Third segment being worked on inside the corner. Gatilla gonna be good for 2. Now here comes the spawn trap inside a Garage. Shark's gonna see these players spawn up right behind the black van. He's the only player over here, so needs to try to finesse this life for as long as possible.
Yeah, the spawn trap doesn't actually last that long. Shark, though, is just doing a real good job at the moment of being a nuisance and keeping Ultima at bay, regardless of the fact the spawn trap does fall apart. So time has really been dwindled off the clock here. Regardless of the fact, though, Ultima have already got 2 ticks on A through their initial push. Can they follow up with number 3? They need to find the gunfight. Snarks and Shark are not allowing such pestilence to happen. Just Gore left alive. He's going to get shut down as well. Ultima now close spawn towards bedroom side because nobody from Animus is there. But you have to feel at the moment the damage might well be done. It is a 17 versus 7, and Razmo is sniping these guys off the pool.
Sixa attempted to try to get all the way through driveway over towards ring, maybe try to stop the clock and try to keep the defense honest, but Razmo up top over by Wheelbarrow will find 2. Smoke will clear the cross to at least get onto the zone, and numbers are finally here for Animus. That third segment's going to get captured. 60 seconds added on towards the board, but you are only 4 lives left.
Yep, 4 lives in a dream. Oh, good read from Says on towards Sixer. Gets the headshot to take him out of the round. Stated, Gore and Aspect, what do you have for us, folks? Potential flank here to make it happen. Gore and Stated do find a couple of kills, but again, you know, the deeper you get into these spawns, the more that these players who, of course, Animus do have respawns remaining are going to spawn up here in the situation. Say, surely not, surely not. You do not find these kills. All of a sudden here, a wave of gunfights for Ultima, and just as we, you know, give them some kind of quarter that they could win this situation, it all falls apart like a house of cards. Animus, they get it done, and it was early dominance from them that did it.
Well, I agree, but I do really respect that call coming through in the 3v odd situation for Ultima, right? You're not going to be able to get any segments as much as you would really like to get, but the secondary defensive round 5 conversion comes through with kills, so at least trying to get Animus back down to 6 lives compared to the 12 that where that entire escapade started at is more respectable. Now it has to be a very similar defense that Ultima have for themselves here as Animus once put on for themselves in the previous round. It is ring control so far. Animus working on B.
Yeah, this has been a much better start for Animus comparatively to Ultima in the last round. No Garage spawn trap to contest with. Razmo able to get a couple up close and personal gunfights inside Art with the sniper rifle, and Narx is going to win the trade on the point as well. So if you wanted to have a good start to the game, and this is right here, Animus with a textbook capture over by B, and now they want to get through Laundry as well. What a read from Sharks! The snap out on towards Sixer. See you later, buddy.
Been playing Sixer for the past 2 maps. You know this guy loves a good corner. Gonna be able to take him down and off the respawn Shark. Let him have it. Currently working all the way through kitchen. The map has been flipped. You got players working up a spawn trap over by Garage, but again, it all kind of canters that you need to get the kills inside of jungle first. Gutillo lasts alive over here, has some assistance from Razmo's Claw, so the job's still a good one, and Animus are clearing out from their spawn as well. This is a very close effort for Animus to continue on with this effort through basketball stairs.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eagle eye on that mini-map while all these kills are going down by jungle side to ensure for Ultima that the spawn trap does not go away. There it is, finally. Aspect going to get shut down. So Animus clear base now, a 5 life advantage here. 80 seconds on the clock to make this happen. Investment coming out from Gore. That's going to be the Annihilator here for Ultima. to hold on towards A. Sixer manages to make his way all the way up to pool side. He's going to begin getting shut down. Gore still with the Annihilator. It won't be long before it depletes, so he wants to find some value before it does. It's about to go away. Can he find a kill just beforehand? No, he doesn't. It switches away at the complete wrong time. And now on the other side, Animus, they are picking up kills. Shark has the equalizers ready to go on the point. This is not good for Ultima.
15 eliminations for Shark, 3 lives remain for Ultima. And you want this one segment to guarantee it just in case anything goes awry in the next few rounds if you are Animus, but it might not matter. 47 seconds is where the clock is stalled out. Ultima, 3 lives remain versus the 5 of Animus.
This is still doable for Ultima. Especially as Gafilla goes down. It's very difficult to take players out of this money window. Gore, yep, proves exactly why. Shot's not great for Nox. Now even 3 versus 3. Investment from Aspect is going to go all right. Doesn't get anything. Now a 2 versus 2 as Sace picks up 1. Stated replies. Stated and Aspect versus Rasmo and Shark. Animus just looking for the ticks here in the situation. Nobody towards the right of the pool. Aspect going to get shut down by Rasmo. Reposition from Stated. Is it good enough to catch these players off guard in the 1 versus 2? No, it's not. And that was a huge investment there towards the end from Ultimate to try and hang on towards the round. And it does not work. Animus come out on top.
Almost got away with it too. You still have one more operator in Amine if you are Ultima, but again, very expensive end of that round number 2 for Animus, or for Ultima, excuse me. Leads for Animus to have a 2-0 lead here in the control, and a very big swing map mode combination. It is a tussle through the middle of the map on a must-win offense for Ultima. It was a very strong defense set up into a spawn trap early for Animus the last time that we were on these sides. Ring control was there for a moment, but not a single segment was captured.
Hostile killer drone inbound.
Not the way that Ultima wanted this round to start, that's for sure. And now you see Animus starting to put those players in towards that spawn trap positioning. Saze is going to get overwhelmed up top. The shot's not all that great with the weaponry. Nox now, can he do anything about it? He's already found 2. It's not quite definitive just yet. That first hit going through for Ultima and aiming, pushing the issue up top towards basketball as well. Again, you're in the situation here, Andy, where Animus, they're looking for the spawn trap. They've got to get the kills first.
Yep, just one player to clean up over by the offensive spawn, and well, Shark will be able to do it. It's up to 21 eliminations. He leads the entire lobby. Only person close to him is going to be Stated. Gore, though, he's going to start clearing up some of these players to the middle of the map. As soon as the A-zone does get captured, we're up to 2 minutes, and Ultima does have a single life lead. They got good map positioning here, Brody. It's just utilizing their number to work through one of these power positions of the map and get on that B-zone.
This is generally speaking a pretty good read, I think, from Animus to recognize where Ultima are going to be coming from. Up towards the driveway, up towards up. They've got players in those power positions. Late flank through the middle of the map coming through from Rasmo as well. On our screens, it's Shark, who is able to find 1 kill here up top. He is being such a nuisance at the moment. Finding a shot, going to get shut down. That's a double player investment coming up from Ultima to remove him from that power position. Animus, though, they still have players in and around this ring. Gafilla finds a double, and it's just so frustrating. Ultima, they're trying to get through. They're removing players from these power positions, but Animus continually have these players back in them. Investment for the Sparrow does not go well, but still, Animus, they are hanging about here for Ring, and Ultima, they don't want it.
New to raid, Ultima's getting the taste of it. Cleared all the way through art, get pinched through pillars. Clear pillars, just get brute force through laundry. It is a never rinse, wash, repeat. Trying to get over towards this ring capture zone. 55 seconds remain, and an equalizer is going to get popped out from Alien, but immediately shut down. Saze is good for 2. 6v8, and Ultimate need an answer. They need to get on this zone. They still have 2 more operators available.
And Nox is going to whiff. Animus don't have the numbers here, it's worth saying. And that Annihilator does go away. Stated survives the engagement, and all the kills here going in favor of Ultima. This has to be a round surely for Ultima in this situation. They surely don't fall here 3-0. Shark 1 versus 6. If anything, I think you do just kind of run towards the point that's to not give the ticks away.
Yeah.
That's exactly the plan. Shark, he goes in for the first kill, and, you know, you always kind of want to give it a little bit, hey, maybe this could happen, but it doesn't. And, you know, we talked about it, Ryan, you know, these guys, they want to set up the spawn trap. They have to get the kills to get it done, and they just couldn't.
Because it is Shark last alive, I definitely give him a fighting chance. 25 eliminations. I mean, yeah, I got a combined 46 out of Gore and Stated, really just pulling the rest of their team back in towards this control. We see another round. It is 5 segments that Animus were able to capture, so you're really hoping for a full hold here, if not just maybe getting up a single segment if you are Ultima. But that first segment at A already captured. Sixa with the War Machine trying to get themselves back over by the Tiki Bar, and well, it's not really working out too wonderfully because the trades are there from Animus.
Animus doing a good job at the moment, keeping Ultima at bay. They've still got players in and around A as well, so that third tick is fast approaching. It is just going to be Gefiller on the point, though. He doesn't really have much in the way of help just yet, and yeah, that help is going to come so late that he does go down. So Animus going to have to work back for control over this point. Here we go. Players sliding out for it. One player inside Tiki. That's going to be Aspect, who does get shut down. Gore up top in the money window. That smoke will dissipate, and he will spot out 4 different players from Animus. And I tell you what, that is a bloody terrifying sight if you're Gore in that situation. So A does 4. Over 120 seconds now on the clock. That's a whole 2 minutes. For those of you guys who don't know maths, Animus have a lot of time to make this work.
And that could have been a very difficult return of investment if you are Gore, who pops the Annihilator. Still chows over by Basketball, and Rasmo's holding it with the sniper, but it did previously get Aspect inside Garage for a spawn trap. Doesn't find much of anything. Again, as you stated, Brody, it does not last too long, does a spawn trap here on Raid Control, but that Annihilator you might want later on down the road. Stated still has at least one operator. Hunter Killer Drone invested from Aomine, just trying to hold this space over by Ring. Trailed by 2 lives for Ultima, and a must-win defensive force around number 5.
Animus is still trying to get in towards this hard point. They're sending players in behind enemy lines. Shark was one of those players. He's going to get shut down, and Gefiller gets caught out as well. So Animus, I mean, they're definitely trying it, right? You know, they're definitely trying to take Ultima out of these power positions, but most of these fights are being lost at the moment. Says, can he be next up to do anything? Nope, it's going to be a yellow kill feed. Ultima doing such a stellar job at keeping these guys at bay. One last hope for Animus here on this push might be Rasmo. He's on the flank here. He's being super quiet about this one. Wants to time this with the rest of his team as Gefiller finds the double. Couple of kills now starting to come through for Ultima. There's a chance here for Animus to make their way towards the point. Rasmo has to do something, though.
He popped the claw. He's trying to pinch with the claw. It was a proverbial 5v4 for the longest time because Rasmo was on the flank over by Laundry, a 1v1 for the zone. Says will pop the War Machine. He's going to get control of the ring, but the pinch from Aspect inside of Red is good. The clock will keep ticking.
I just think that entire play was an attempt to try and get these guys off the back of the spawn. It goes awry. You might well have been a better serve just helping out the players to get on towards the point. They just could not get it done, and now this round has fallen away. Nox is going to find a double around this van, this blown up van. Not going to find number 3, though. Almost makes it happen. And now it's Rasmo for a 1 versus 5. If Shark can do it before, I don't know if Rasmo is going to. But you know what? We'll give him benefit of the doubt. Can he get it done? No. Aspect to shut him down. And yeah, I think that will be the play that they look back on with the VOD rewatch, right, Andy? Rasmo on the flank, if he manages to kind of come in from behind and do some damage, they might have gotten that point.
I just wish that he peeked out from Laundry, if not over by the cliff side with the sniper first, before just blindly turning the corner with the claw and seeing that everybody was pushed over by Art and over by Driveway. That said, the segment progression lead was there for Animus, so they will have round 5 defense, sure, but just comes down to this opening breakoff, which again is split. Just one player over by B for Ultima. They want A first. Harder the 2 zones to capture, Brody.
Well, they're trying for it. Nox is going to invest the Annihilator early on, and he's going to get shut down. Aspect for 2 kills. Sixer has invested the War Machine, going to find some value here. And ultimately, Animus, so I was going to say, might be out of the situation, but as Shark finds a couple of kills here with the equalizers, Nox now following up some kills of his own. There is still a chance for Animus here on the defense to hold strong. Ultima batted away, just 1 tick given away on that initial.
Aomine has an equalizer for this transition. You just have to try to get yourself on one of these zones and use that to pivot over towards the opposite zone. But in between there and now, it's just seemingly a lot of difficult gunfights. Parallel spawns now over towards A for both of these 2 teams. You do have numbers over by Tiki Bar, but not a whole lot of information, nor the shots or the whereabouts from Nate landing in the lap of Gore and taken down 2.
Ultima try as they might to get through. They just cannot get it done. Just stuck towards bedroom. At the very least, they're not facing down a spawn trap just yet. Gefiller tries to get deep in towards the driveway. He's going to get shut down. And Ultima now changing tact. Towards B they go. Says to deal with inside art. He's trying to put some artwork of his own, and indeed that is absolute art as he finds 2. Ultima though able to get through now. An attempt over towards B. Just 16 seconds left on the game clock. This has to work, and Gore is making sure it does. He has the Annihilator towards the Laundry side, and he is keeping these guys well away from the control zone.
On a 4 spree there with the Annihilator. B-Zone needs to get captured. 15 seconds is all that's left on the game clock. It's a 3-life disadvantage for Ultima. Second segment's looking to get locked. The way that Animus are kind of posturing themselves over by jungle and maybe all the way through red, they're going to be okay with just losing the zone and trying to play for a couple of exits, but the timing through driveway will be there for a couple of kills. 60 seconds will be add on towards the board, but can you make this costly for Ultima on the exit?
Yeah, I'm okay with this if I'm Animus. You have a small life advantage. There's no real need to over-invest in towards this one. Gore brings down the Predator missile to bring this down to just a 2 life disadvantage. And Stated Hunter Killer Drone will bring it down to just 1. So slowly chipping away at it. Our ultimate. Here we go. Investment from Aspect. The Sparrow is pretty good. Stated with the Claw as well. This is a big investment from Ultima to try and brute force their way in towards the point, and it is working perfectly. A good read on towards Gafilla, but you don't actually pick up the kill, and Gafilla shuts down both of those operators, and all of a sudden, it's now a 3 versus 4 for Animus. Stated with the Predator missile, taking down a couple of players. Just down a Saze now. The ex-Kings player, former champion here of the European region. Can he get it done? No. Gore will shut them down. And also pull a reverse sweep out of thin air.
What the reverse sweep and a swing that low combination did I just watch? That is, wow. Ultimate worked so hard for that. Again, those first 2 rounds, I don't even know if dominant is the right word to describe it. Shark was putting on a masterclass. The spawn trap setup for Animus, not once, but then twice, offense and defense alike. And then Ultima, you felt like just move the phone a little bit closer to their face. And they just started leaning in and just letting absolute havoc wreak across of Raid. Stated had a good map. Gore as well. There in the final few moments, you just got to see the light bulb moment coming through from Ultima. Once they captured that B zone, Brody, they knew damn well the resource advantage that they had in their back pockets. Claw, operators being pulled left, right, and center on top of the equalizer, but most importantly, the Annihilator from Gore to get all the way past Laundry to set up the kitchen sequence here with Aspect out from the Sparrow to get all the way inside a basketball court, just flip the lead on its head for lives. And then the Predator missile finding the 2 respawning players for Animus has Ultima completing the reverse sweep. 37 and 26 out from Gore. Just very, very good play coming through from him and Stated, and Aspect just shortly behind at 30 and 23. But Shark dropping 43 and 32 for the L. Woo, man, you hate to see that.
A reminder, these guys are not names we got to see last season, right? I mean, Aspect is the only one on this Ultima roster that we got a chance to see last season, and because he was on that Xantium team that didn't do that well, I don't think we kind of viewed him that favorably. But now we're seeing him in a lineup that looks really good. This Ultima roster, again, you kind of call out specifically Gore and Stated. Those guys look so good that it's hard not to gas up this Ultima team with what they're producing at the moment. And I'm shocked in a way, right? Because again, we talked about the positivity of this Animus lineup, the 3 players on Omniscient that did so well last season. You've got Saze from Kings, you've got Shark from Exclusive. These are players that should be doing a lot for these teams, and they are just not right now. Animus being muffled, they have to find a way to refine their voice. They've got to come back here and win the next 2 maps. Oh, it's down to the lower bracket they go.
Well, you know, I don't always like disagreeing with you, but it's not like Shark and Saze have been dropping like big fumbles of games. It just comes down to these big team moments that Ultima have been coming out on top of. And some, myself included, would probably argue that this could have potentially been a 3-0, but Animus only won the Hacienda Hardpoint by 2 points there at the final few moments. So over to Standoff we go for a potential conclusion of this series. And it's a hot start for Animus across P1.
This is the start they wanted. They need to shut up Ultima right at the very beginning of this game. Otherwise, it could be, well, doors closing pretty early on as well. But now we're going to see Ultima responding back here for the back 20 seconds. Anima already starting to focus on Nu as well. A couple of players, Narks and Gifilla, to try and win those gunfights. And, well, it will be a big one-on-one for the rotation as well. Gifilla going to be responsible for that one. Fight for 10 seconds of scrap time. Gifilla still hasn't been dealt with over by Nu. So Animus here, I mean, again, they're preparing themselves for the rotation well enough. They have to actually find the kills, and finally Narks is going to get shut down. Gifilla now in behind enemy lines. He'll find one and saves with a double. It should give Animus momentary control over the hill, but no, close spawns now for Ultima. It's going to be Gifilla left alive, and he gets shut down up top. Perhaps Shark can do something. He's going to go down. R9 double coming through from Aspect.
Yeah, you thought Sixo was going to be the only one with an R90 shotgun? No, sir, Bob. Inside of P2, top of the warehouse. That gun is godlike. Stated's going to be able to at least find 2 as far as a response is concerned. Ultima is now working inside of P2, and there's still a lot of time to fight over, so you can expect the Animus to set up another break attempt.
I'm certainly going to try here. Trades galore, ultimately in favor of Ultima here as Sixer and Stated they're going to pick up those gunfights. Sixer is just going to wait patiently for the rest of the team to push through the door. The R9 should deal with them pretty easily. Dispatching with them like that. Sixer for a triple. Now the rest of the players coming to help out. Sixer immediately going to jump into the Predator missile here to try and deal with the players encroaching on that rotation. The right decisions again being made from Ultima, and Sixer still going too.
Sixer was truly suppressed from the takeoff S&D, who is still making really good plays. The raid control here on Standoff with an R9 shotgun. This man is thriving. 13 kills through 2 hard points is insane. And the rotation over towards New is starting to be threatened all the way through Delhi. I mean, look at how turtle Animus are to the back of Grandpa's.
Animus just look worried at the moment, don't they? And the way in which they're playing this one. Ultimate, they are being kept away though. Fair play. Says with the War Machine here. Looking to try and be the player that does it. Ends up taking himself out of the equation, but fortunately enough, does take another player down with him. Player now has managed to get him from below. The house is under siege, and Animus, they are ready for it. It is a full yellow kill feed. Animus doing a stellar job at keeping Ultima away. Sixer was the last player to do anything, and he's going to get shut down. So now it is effectively scrap time that you're fighting for here as the rotation starts to become under consideration.
Yep. Just gotta chalk it. About a full 60 coming through from Animus. An emphatic 60 at that, might I add. That's about to bolster their lead past about 40 points or so. And they already have players over by the tractor trying to spread this rotation over by Bakery. The biggest crossfire is going to be coming through from player number 4 in blue, who's over by L, and will get crossed up. So now numbers favoring that from Animus, and I love the call out from Aspect. Just pull the spare out, rip them to smithereens there with a 4 spree. Just secure the rotation for your team.
Oh, Gort just trying to watch it on the cross. He'll make the call to the rest of this team that, hey, a couple of players did get through towards Box's side. Now make that 3. It's going to be the Claw just pre-firing through. Of course, those bullets do ricochet off the wall. Says on the other side, though, with the Odin is picking up a few kills. Animus here, they managed to break on through. They managed to hold on towards the time. And now Animus looking for the back 35 seconds. Ultima, they just get completely brutalized in that hard point.
Yeah, what a tough break to have for yourself if you are Ultima, because that's 30 seconds. That could be the difference in between you tying up the game and Animus just starting to run away with it. And look at the spawns coming all the way from Graveyard now from Ultima. They're trying their best to try to break back in. They do get a wayward spawn from Aomine, but the moment that they spawn back up and they start working their way past Statue, Animus is set up with so many crossfires. Their team shots are electric. This is what they were missing through the first set of hard points there on the Hacienda, Brody. In prime form here on the Standoff map 4.
This is what you wanted to see for Animus. I mean, let's be frank about it. You look at the kills across the board right now, and Ultima just kind of look nowhere near as indomitable as they did in the last couple of maps. Animus are shutting them up as we said they wanted to. And now they're in control of P1 too. Ultima, you have to find a way through quickly because this game is getting out of hand. Perhaps this can be the key to getting through. Nope. He gets shut down after picking up just 1 kill. Shark is good for the trade as well. Can he find number 2? No, not when you're facing down. Equalizers from Aomine, so good time to invest from Aomine. How much more value can you possibly find though? The spawn read should be good here. The Animus have spawned out towards Grandma's house side, but Aomine still has a lot to do with these equalizers. He still has a lot more kills to find, as do the rest of the squad. Ultima not going to find them as Saze, Razma, and Shark combined for Animus. They're breaking through.
Just waiting for the time, for the timing, if you will, to try to get themselves back inside of the courtyard, or for the equalizer just to have to get put away. Love that call coming through. Discipline as ever is Animus, and Narcs will find 2 more upon the exits. You do have 2 players that are pushed up at least past the gas station for Ultima, but players lurking will be Shark, cutting down the rotation over towards New. But the push through Bakery is a good one. Ultima starting to get some numbers on this side of the map.
Next chance to hold on if you're Ultima here. Starting to feel overwhelmed inside. Again, it is going to be Sixer, at least one of those players, but they get overwhelmed. Shark finds 2, saves with number 3 on that initial engagement. And while Ultima will be spawning pretty close here, it is going to be Animus now going to be the players inside dealing the damage. Ultima, can they find their way through? All of the different lanes are being watched at the moment. This is what you wanted to see out of Animus. This is the team play that we expected with the composition of players on this roster. Ultima finally do find 3 though. Says now towards the hard point, looking to try and do a good job of keeping these guys away from the kill, and that's exactly what's happening as Saze finds a couple of kills. Aomine the only one to do anything in the situation, and while they get shut down too, Animus just way too strong at the moment.
Says with this Odin has been a problem through this map, is now up to 33 kills. He's leading the lobby, and ever since Six has started going crazy within that first set, I wouldn't say it's slowed down, but you're checking your corners the second time if you are Animus, knowing that R9 shotgun is probably lurking around 1. 220 to 74, 100-point club on the dock, and potentially is it what the doctor orders? We go to Grandma's once more.
Animus just need 29 seconds to close out this game and force a game 5 here, folks. Ultimate, they're in control of Grandma's, but all it'll take is one good break and one good spawn flip, and their dreams might be over of stopping it. Shark in for a flank. Shark has been so potent. That's 30 for him now. Over towards the equalizers to get 31. Not 32 as Says to pick up that gunfight. Stated inside. Does actually survive the onslaught. Somehow, none of those equalizer bullets actually connect. And Ultima will hold on for the moment here. But Animus just continue to regenerate this push. Continue to respawn close towards the kill. They continue to hit it over and over again. Ultima doing a good job of dealing with it for now.
And Sixa got inside of the hardpoint as well. R9 shotgun, narrow stairwell. Yeah, good luck trying to get inside of Grandma's now. That cookie shop, that bakery is shut down. Go to new if you are Animus. 221 to now 120, so slowly making this a very respectable scoreline, but this comeback would be Herculean, to say the least. Can Ultima get the job done? They're already past the statue side, so they're starting to threaten the rotation.
Stage going to find a couple of kills as well. We'll be at one of them, the hunter-killer drone. So opportunity here for Ultima to hold on towards this game. It is just going to be Gefiller inside for the moment here. He actually gets shut down. Narc's coming from the box's side. He gets overwhelmed too. And all of a sudden, Ultima, they are in for the 50 seconds. Animus continue to hit this door, but it's so difficult to get through. And now Gore with the Annihilator, looking to take these players down. He's going to get shut down by Narc. Sharks for a double as well. Animus trying to find their way through. Sixer stunned up. He's going to go down. Rasmo for the double, and Animus might have just broken through.
Yep, 227 counting on up. Rasmo's last line of defense would have been against Aspect, who will get gunned. War Machine also invested here from Says. Gotta somehow work your way through these doorways because Animus can call game here.
Does feel like it, doesn't it? Yeah, Says is going to run out of War Machine pellets. Decides, yeah, you know what? I'll do it myself with the weaponry. Ultima getting those close spawns. It does not matter. Animus overwhelming the hard point in what feels like finally the convincing Animus performance that we have been waiting for as they force us into a game number 5.
That was exactly what we were waiting for. Again, when we started breaking down this entire best of 5 between these two teams, like, yeah, we've seen some players from Ultima before, but when you look at Animus, just from a namesake side, again, being a roster that accumulated from top 3 teams at the end of last season of Snapdragon Pro Series, to say that you're going to game 5 here to at least qualify, you felt like would be crazy talk. But this Ultima team is very good. Again, they showed up to play a lot of good Call of Duty today, but on the Standoff hardpoint, it was Animus's game to lose. Sixa early on in the first set of hardpoints was a problem, but Animus, through all the rotations, through all of the glory of all the gunfights being won continuously, shutting down operators, left, right, center, through all 4 hardpoints being activated, Animus just were all over the map, just letting Ultima have it.
It just felt like, again, you know, I think there was, what, 3 to 4 hard points straight there towards the middle of the game where Animus were able to effectively run away with the entire damn thing. Seeing over towards the stat lines, you can see just exactly why. Says hits 40 kills. Shark with 35. Again, that SMG duo that we were talking about coming out to play. And this is a map, and especially this is a mode, I'd say, on Hardpoint that absolutely favors that, where you can get those SMGs into the key power positions. And Ultima, I mean, even despite having Sixer at 30 and 32 with the R9, just couldn't do a thing about it.
You talk about power resistance. Look at Shark's OBJ time. His power position is the hill, baby. Like, that guy, you get this guy an SMG, a Fennec, he is just dancing around the hard point comparatively to Sixa. The namesake for Ultima in this map number 4 was get the break, get Sixa with the R90 shotgun inside the hard point and just hold it. It was a good strategy to at least start off with, but Animus just too wise to the cause. That is exactly what the game plan is for Ultima. That is their ace up their sleeve. Not going to happen on the Standoff whatsoever. And now we get an Express Search and Destroy, a map 5 barn burner for our second series of the day.
Yep, this is one that they should know because, of course, we saw Express Search and Destroy last season. So we also saw a few train kills, we'll say that much. So hopefully that train isn't still active.
I'm keeping count.
Yeah, we're keeping count. We're ready for it this season. But yeah, Express Search and Destroy, again, it's something that these teams shouldn't have to be getting used to in any real way because they've been playing it for a while now. It was part of the Season 4 Search and Destroy rotation. So we'll see whether or not Animus formerly known effectively as Omniscient, can bring out the strategies to win it on this one. Gore, gonna be the player running the sniper rifle here in Search and Destroy. Gonna whiff that first blood. Razmo, he will not miss.
Yeah, those long hallways, sniper's playground. The utility was yeeted through departures for Ultima, but nobody pushed through. So Shark will be here lurking just outside the hallway.
Shark going to capitalize there on A. I mean, no immediate trade as well from Gore, despite those shots going off. It's actually just going to notify Animus as to where those players are. 6 are on site. Ideally wanted some kind of value with that R9 push and isn't going to get it. So now Gore and Aspect here. 2 versus 5. Gore going to get shut down as well. Aspect, look, please pull this off. He wants that train to come through and damn quickly.
Too bad it doesn't stop at this stop. Oh, man. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Got a minute left, and all 4 players are Animus are kind of learning from the takeoff rather than just giving isolated 1v1s to the last player alive of Ultima, just waiting. Comes the challenges coming through, the information finally there. Inside of departure, Shark will be there for the gunfight, centering just a bit outside for Aspect. But yeah, big round coming through from Animus. And Ultima's main goal there, again, they had 2 players throw the utility out from departures over by the B-bomb site. Maybe try to bait out a couple players to the long haul, but Razmo from that first blood just had all players trapped over by that hallway, and Shark just got the pinch, found 3 in that round.
Good round from Animus. Flawless to kick off this Search and Destroy. Shark, a big reason for that. 3 kills to kick off Express S&D. Ultimate changing tactics. It's going to be an A kit from them. They recognize that Sixer can be the player in the power positions to get some kills done, and he catches Shark immediately off guard. Razmo over the top as well. Sixer just removing all of these players from the situation. Gets a little bit overzealous, and Gefilla will take him down with an R9 of his own. So numbers not in favor of Animus. That bomb is down.
3v3 retake. Mostly all coming through from the front. So there's nobody really on the bomb side, but you do have to worry about top control. It's exactly where Aspect's located at. Says takes down Amin. 2v3.
And time is dwindling down here. Gore over the top of the train, going to catch Narcs off guard, because why would you ever expect a player to be in that situation? Aspect is going to fall, though. You know where Gore should be. The read is good from Gefilla, and the weaponry is better, too. If the R9 doesn't beat the pistol out of that range, I'm having words with the COD devs.
You know that a shotgun's going to be that pistol.
Yeah, I know.
Across the map, honestly. But, you know, it's one of those things that I was kind of questioning myself. It's like, so the game plan for Ultima, specifically in Search and Destroy, is based around, like, trying to get 6 in these very annoying positions. The bullet train is a good spot to be at, but what happens if they try to work their way over towards B? Not going to get that answer. It's a 5-player hit over towards A. Those nades aren't going to connect with anything. Not because they miss, but because nobody's here defensively.
Ultima trying to get the bomb down over towards A. I think they thought for a second there, hey, look, are Animus going to push us? If not, we're going to rotate this bomb away towards B. That is the play. There is one player sitting over by B patiently for such a play to take place. There are Animus also starting to spread their players a little bit more evenly between the bomb sites as well. Says gets some poor timing, though, doesn't quite recognize that the players have gotten towards the site, but he does get some better timing a little bit later to pick up that first blood on the engagement against Aspect. Narcs is going to follow up with more value as well. Amin for a 1 versus 4 does find Narcs, but doesn't actually have the bomb. Didn't actually pick up the bomb in this situation, so this is going to be more difficult because of that.
Plenty of time to rewrap all the way through the long haul. The biggest issue is that Razmo thought was just going to pick it up. So Razmo definitely has a sniper rifle, but seems that Shark is going to try to lurk back up through the departures. It's full elevator control. They probably have eyes that bomb is, in fact, down over by the magazine rack. So a lot to clear if you are Aomin. Got to play your top info rack. Should be mutual now.
Yeah, he's done.
Good reaction coming through from Animus. Again, being able to not only get that first blood, but then also be able to get the reoccurring information, just getting a sniper rifle in your upper hallways, just to be able to watch that wrap happen all the way back through the long haul, and just having them trapped all the way down by elevators. So Animus flawless so far as this Express Search and Destroy. Any sort of adaptations would be a good one. Gore's going to open it up with a big one, and that's first blood.
Oh, a good reaction. What a reaction from Shark, though, to immediately recognize, hey, look, we're going to be in deep doo-doo in this round if we don't try and even the odds a little bit. So I'm just going to go straight for the kill, and that trade immediately does come through. Razmo elsewhere finds Aspect. Trade from Stated. So 3 versus 3 we go. Ultima decide to re-hit this site. Shark was ready for it. I don't think he was ready for 2 players to hit him, though. And now for Ultima, you've got the man advantage. I believe you're right around the bomb, so you can pick it up pretty easily and take it towards one of these sites. And Animus' response, spread yourself thinly between the 2, hope for heroic play.
A Shark always loves pushing through departures. Gets punished for it around the second time, and even 6 with the R90 shotgun would have been good enough for that kill. Player up top is going to be Rasmo with the sniper, and yeah, he's up top. Control. 60, you got a shotgun. I don't like that gunfight either.
Oh, Rasmo with the snipe. 6 are dead to rights. Animus, they make it happen. Good effort from Ultima there, and I have to give them credit because in the middle of that round, they did look like they were going to turn that round on its head, but even then, Animus on the defense have been so strong. Their reactions are perfect. This is very different to what we saw in game number 2.
Sure is. Here comes that brute force over by B, though. Nades out. Oh, it's going to get bloody. Gore for first blood. Just the big old tussle across the bomb site, and he trades to speak of. None whatsoever. It's Gore, Aomine left alive, 2v3.
Finish the mission.
And Aomine's trying to play this 1 versus 1 to his advantage. It's not going to happen. And, well, there's some of those rush blinds that we love to see from the players, from the teams. Straight over towards the B site they go, and it is Animus that win the joust. The SMG pressure is just way too much. Ultima have not won a round in this search and destroy so far, and we are just not seeing the same reactivity that we saw back in game number 2. They expect an aggressive push from Animus here towards the B site once again. Sixer gets the better of Says towards the corridor, so that's a good first blood. They should be able to get the bomb down, especially with that smoke covering it.
Sixer, again, just gets in these very annoying positions and he'll find value. So numbers here for Ultima. In a post-plant situation, and Shark just on the flank. It's being watched, but time is not on their side.
Animus. 5-0 up here. Narcs and Shark with the kills. Narc's going to find another one. Sixer now has to pull off some kind of heroic play with 14 seconds on the clock. There's the first kill against Narcs. Just has to hold on now to stop a defuse. That's exactly what happened. Sixer with a huge play towards the defense, towards the end of these offensive rounds, excuse me, to try and hold on and do something special.
When you need him most, he is there for you. Sixer, R90 shotgun. So long as he will be the tip of the spear, he just needs the recurring backup from his team around that bomb site, playing around the smoke. It was wonderfully done. Now sides will swap. Offense this time around for Animus as we scrimmage over the B bomb site again.
Oh, first few kills for Says, 3 for Says, 4 for Rasmo. Feels like this round might well have been decided already. Very different again from Ultima. Could not win these opening jousts. It feels like it's what split the difference between these two teams. And now for Sixer, I mean, look, an R9 in a multitude of situations is a perfect weapon. It's not perfect here.
Yeah, most certainly not. When you're just trapped up through long haul, gets the read on the first. Shark giving him an individual 1v1, but it goes even beyond just being able to get as many kills as possible. The clock was not on his side. The positional disadvantage is a different conversation. Now series point for Animus, where they lost map 2, won map 1 by 2 points, and got reverse swept into Control. This would be quite the story to tell your grandchildren, the way that Animus were able to be so decisive at the back half of this best of 5.
Animus want to decisively win this one for sure. Just one more round to get it done. Rasmo opening proceedings as he intends to end them with the first blood. Second from Shark is pretty good. Sixer going to punish him for the over-aggression, but the reactivity again from Animus is there. Aomine and Stated now a 2 versus 4 to save this search and destroy in the series. And Narcs is going to make it worse as well. Just Aomine left alive. And Animus finds some serious energy towards the back half of this series as they manage to take it in the end. A dominant search and destroy is going to book them a ticket in the Snapdragon Pro Series for this challenge season.
This was such a confusing best of 5 to truly gauge where like both these two teams stand up. I feel like it's actually easier to sit here and kind of gauge where Ultima mostly is at, because we got to see kind of a semblance of what maybe the skill ceiling might end up being for Animus now that they are going on to the next stage. But this map number 5 was just, I don't know if masterclass is the right way to phrase it for Animus, because Ultima, like, their strategy was kind of cookie cutter, wasn't it? Like, use smokes, get shotgun in an annoying position, we get kills, great, we win the round. But like, Animus were playing so reactive around any single bit of information, specifically for Shark. just always playing off the information that he was getting from Rasmo, who was just electric with the sniper rifle. First bloods, trades, sure, whatever. But Saze and Shark just playing off of the information, pinches, being able to get recurring information, to get Rasmo in a really good position, who only dies twice, by the way, with the sniper rifle in hand, really did write home just how good this Animus team can be.
Man. What an incredible final search and destroy. What an incredible series we had there. Lauren, what the hell did we just watch?
I'm glad that you said it proper, that it was confusing, because watching that the whole time, I was also confused. Ultima made Animus look bad, and then Animus turned around and got it together and showed us what we were looking for out of that team. So I don't know, like you were saying, if that says more about Ultima or if it says more about Animus. We'll learn in the coming days now, as Animus has clinched that second spot in the challenge season, and Ultima is not out of it yet. They still will drop down to that lower bracket and have one more opportunity tomorrow to make their way through. And if they do, then those two teams will obviously face off against each other yet again, as we get a visual representation of that. Obviously, if you've just joined us now, Exclusive won the first match of the day. They were our first team in the challenge season. Animus just did it in the full 5, going all the way in 3-2, getting that second spot. And you can see Ultima drop down. They're going to be going up against RM tomorrow. So still some hope for them yet, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, we've got a lower bracket for a reason, right? And I think it's going to be interesting because Ricey were one of the teams last season that, you know, again, they were kind of our mid to low table teams, right? So I think Ultima could genuinely beat them. If they can take maps off Animus, like, for sure they can take maps off RM. It's just whether or not they can actually win that series is a different thing altogether, whether or not RM made improvements from last season. Yeah, it's not over for Ultima, I think, is the bottom line.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, we say it all the time. This is that stage of the competition where it's an opportunity for some of these teams to make a name for themselves. You guys mentioned it. There are some recognizable players on Ultima, but still in a team, an org, whatever you want to call it, a group that we haven't seen yet here in the Pro Series. And now they just do that well against Animus. So it'll be fun to see what they bring to the table tomorrow, but we still have to get through today. We're halfway done with our day so far. It still means we have 2 more series up left to go. But before we get into it, we're going to send it to a short break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're halfway through our day with 2 teams having claimed their spots in our upcoming challenge season. We still have 2 to go for today and then an entire another day of competition tomorrow to figure out those last 4 spots. Glitter Explosion, Infinity, and Proper here, hanging out with you guys all day, talking you through the action. We just wrapped up a 3-2 that we did not see coming. So I don't know what's going to happen now in these next matches, but it's been a very exciting day here so far, Proper.
Yeah, I think that we're definitely due for maybe at least one more potential map 4, if not maybe even a map number 5 on the day. It's not going to be this series, though. I don't think it's going to be this series. Yeah, but we're at least due for another one.
That's a lot of confidence. That's a lot of confidence that this is not going to go to a game 4. I don't know. I look at these teams and like it's one of those things, right, where we talk about the roster changes and what do roster changes do to teams, because we just saw Animus push to a game 5 with their new roster that should have been godlike. And this roster should also be godlike. I mean, you've got Satins, you've got Lucky, 2 of the best players. Lucky's actually not on this team right now. He was on the team before. I'm not too sure that he's like their sub or something. But Satins, who was easily the best player on Omniscient last season. You've got Grizz from Kings, Slayer, who was the standout player on that big roster with his Annihilator, and Karma returning to the lineup as well. And Vat, I think, was also on big, I want to say. Like, this is a good lineup. But still, I also want to give Vanquish some props as well, because there are some names here that you guys might recognize. I think particularly one of them. I'm pretty sure these are not the names we're going to see in game. I'm pretty sure, unless my rosters are entirely incorrect, because I think this is the roster with like Rondo and Lydia on it, but I might be wrong in that.
Yeah. That's what I have too, but I
this is not right. Bubble Butt 34.
You know, I wouldn't say no to casting Bubble Butt, and if I am casting Bubble Butt 34, it better go map 7. I know it's not possible in the best of 5 to go map 7, but I'll cast 7 maps straight of Bubble Butt.
I hope that's what happens, just because for comedy's sake, okay, as we take a look at some of these picks and bans, they should be ready to go. Like you guys saw, it's 117 versus Vanquish, and we're starting things off with 117's pick in a Summit Hardpoint, Brody.
Ooh, love a Summit Hardpoint. This is always fun. You know, again, it's kind of difficult to say this early on with these teams being effectively brand new where these guys' strengths and weaknesses lie. You talk about the Summit Hardpoint, though. I want to talk about Kurahana Metropolis.
Yeah, I just saw Kurahana.
It's in the series. We have no idea what to expect here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, because this is the very first time that we're going to see it here on this stage. That's a very interesting pick from Vanquish, and I wonder if it's one of those ones where it's just like, hey, we're going to throw this in there, and this is the one we're going to try and throw off the other team with.
Or it could just be production messing with us, knowing that it's probably
possibly.
No, I'm joking. We gotta have a firing range somewhere. It was very weird not to see it in that best of 5. Yeah, I'm actually really stoked to actually see Kurahana Metropolis for a lot of different reasons. I've seen flyovers of this. I haven't seen any scrim VODs. I have no idea what it actually plays like, but seeing out through the map, it's beautiful. It's a very gorgeous map, very 3-laned, as typical COD maps are. But I'm very excited to be able to see what snipers do look like, specifically for Lydia on Vanquish. It's always been that player back with Mont being able to utilize that long range weaponry to a high level.
Yeah, this should be another good match. I can't wait to see the new map, so let's not wait any longer. Match number 3 is ready to go. Brody, Proper, let's get back into it.
Alrighty, look, I'm looking over towards the rosters, Andy. I'll be honest, mate. I feel like maybe this might be a 3-0, but we'll see. I do think there is serious potential for this to go 4, just because, again, you have this mix of players that, albeit on paper, should be excellent, given what we just saw in that last series. I want to give some quarter here to Vanquish that maybe they can do something versus this new look like top 4 team, because that's what this roster is for, right? This is a new roster that's trying to compete with the likes of Exclusive and Animus.
This is a roster that absolutely got built to compete with both of the other top 2 teams. But again, much like how our conversations were kind of housing around Animus, are the same exact ones that we could use for 117 Not Found. This is a team that probably isn't totally battle tested yet. A very good opportunity potentially for Vanquish to get ahead of them. But unfortunate to say, we will not have Bubble Butt 34 inside of the lobby. We will have a Pink Pansy instead.
I'm pretty sure this is Kirby. I'm pretty sure this is Kirby playing under the Pink Pansy name. I'll be told afterwards. So yeah, pretty sure that's Kirby. And then we've got Kuda and Lanefer. Again, not too sure. We'll get confirmation on whether or not these players are actually the players, because the roster I was given was not this. But regardless, we'll call them as they are right now, and hopefully someone can clarify. But regardless, right now at the start of this game, 117 Not Found. They are currently in control of P1, and this is one of those P1s here on Summit where, generally speaking, you can actually get a lot of time on this hill, just given how many kind of lanes you have to cover.
And P1 and P2 on Summit just string together so wonderfully, given that it quite literally just goes right off top of the staircase. So yeah, if you can somehow get yourself inside power positions and look down into P1, your teammates could be set up quite wonderfully. And again, for an R90 shotgun user, the first 2 hard points are going to be your wheelhouse. So back and forth trades, surely P1 will come to an end, and 117 not found will just slightly be ahead of Vanquish, but they do have the rotation.
117 not found. They do want to get control of this rotation early on. Again, a reminder that as we get in towards this hill, this P2 to P3 chain can well be seriously damaged into a team on the receiving end of it. So 117 not found. They know that. Karma and Slayer already opening up teams with a couple of kills in their favor. Gon wants to get in towards the hard point. A sly chow as Satins was isolated inside. Grizz as well. Satins, can he find any value though? He has the R9 in his hand. Will find a couple of kills as Kuda finds a double of their own though. Vanquish, they're able to find their way through.
Starting looking the rotation over towards new already for Vanquish. This is how much for the future they're trying to play for. Can't be able to get the majority of time over by P2. Might as well try to set up for a full 60 over by P3, where the spawns can be really sticky over by the ski lift. A wonderful rotation from 1 to 2 comes through from 117 not found, but they are from the outside looking in. 117, Karma gonna at least try to get himself in, but Karma pulling out the clock, gonna be immediately shut down. So a good rotational gunfight to be had for yourself with Vanquish as they trail by 40.
This is what you wanted if you're 117 not found, and now if you've got those back spawns, if you're Vanquish, you really can't afford to lose them this quickly. 117 not found. They're desperately trying though. Satins with a very long flank in from behind here. Slayer as well. They want to win these gunfights as Gris has already got a couple of kills in towards the hill itself, and now it's going to pull the equalizers out to remove Vanquish from these power positions. That is a flip you could not afford to let happen, and now Gris can continue to keep control of the front as well with these equalizers. Gon, the next one on the list, and goodness me, hit he is. Goes down Kuda as well. That's 3 for Grizz. They just make it look so damn easy.
Predator missile also invested because why not? Grizz just putting on an absolute clinic, now up to 13 eliminations. Pink's gonna be able to at least find yet another 3-piece. Seemingly difficult to do, but what, that 3-piece led to about 12 seconds as you still trail by about a whole hard point. The rotation all the way across the map is going to be good for 117 not found, and realistically they got the job done with about 2 operators. What can they do with yet another setup?
That was a good bit of scrap time from Vanquish. Next setup, as you said though, for 117 not found. Oh goodness me, Karma almost lines up more than just 2 players. Simple survived the engagement with the R9 in the backline here, wants to influence those spawns. It's player number 5, Kuda, right behind them, that will be there for the backup. Karma wants to deal with those players, though. Great trades from him and Grizz there, as Grizz will be the player to take that guy down. 117 not found, doing a good job of keeping Vanquish away from these spawns for the moment here, but they are being so frustrating. Satins in towards the hill will take out Pink Pansy. Vat and Karma up top will find a couple of engagements, and what looked like a relatively promising break potential from Vanquish goes awry.
Yep, just completely erupts right in their face. 25 seconds before we go back towards the center of the map. And it's not really in a good position if you are Vanquish. It's just another resource to be invested for 117 not found, just to continue to let the snowball kind of roll. They do have some streaks to be utilizing as well sometime soon. Vat's going to invest the War Machine just to really try to brute force the end of this set of hard points. And although Vanquish were able to break themselves back in for some time, it's good time to them so far, but it's not enough to really equate to the lead that 117 have over their heads.
Oh, Satins up top. Finding a couple, make it 3 with the R9. Why the heck not? 117 not found, want to get in towards this hill, and they are finding all the kills to get it done. Pink Pansy, the last player inside to get rid of. Gon is going to come off the spawn to get some control for Vanquish. Now the rest of the team have arrived too. So Vanquish in for a chance here to get some time to close the lead between themselves, and 117 not found, but Karma doesn't want to let that happen. Neither the Grizz and Slayer, as they find enough kills to remove Vanquish from the kill. They've got the power positions up top as well. And at this stage of the game, when you are this far down, Andy, this 35 seconds, you can't really afford to focus too much on the rotation. You have to hit it.
No, you can. And Vanquish have had like some semblance of answers, but they're like short, one-worded answers. They're not like the full paragraphs that we need as the response for 117 not found right now. Trades are going to be good, but once you actually have numbers around the objective, we need to see convincing kill feeds come through in Vanquish's name, but it's just not the case at all. Grace has another equalizer, and well, if you miss what happened with the first equalizer, allow me to showcase what happened. It's that. Another 3 for Grizz, just trying to brute force their way all the way inside of the ski lift spawn for Vanquish, while the rest of his teammates are set up around new.
That's just constant kills. Constant kill-free dominance for 117 not found at the moment. Vanquish, not really much to say about it, to be honest with you. Here comes an operator investment, though. Gone. Here's his, well, gone. And, well, Lanifer is also going to lose theirs, too. Vanquish, that investment just immediately dissipates into absolutely nothingness. Perhaps they can find some kills with the regular weaponry, though. Slayer, on the other side, I talked about his Annihilator being a key reason why he was so good on Big previously. Only able to find 1 kill. It's, in fact, the rest of the team that come through and garner control of the hardpoint for 117 not found. Vanquish in a really tough spot now, and Grizz wants to make it worse. That's what he does.
An R90 shotgun straight in your face. SMG's on the pinch. It's just... It really does feel impossible when you build up the equation like that, when you're looking at the players that are on the screen for 117 not found. Another 3 spree for Grizz. Combos now up to 7 in a row. Yeah, Kudo's going to be able to come back in and be able to find 2 exit kills, but for what, 3 seconds? Look at the rotation all the way over inside the ski lift. Grizz has a Predator missile, will take down Simp. All the information conveyed that Vanquish are knocking at their front door.
Yeah, it just feels like all these crucial engagements are being won by 117 not found at the moment. Vanquish is going to pull out the Annihilator. Kudo is going to pull out the Annihilator around the flank, and now Vanquish off the back of it want to try and make their way through the front. A momentary pull out of the War Machine doesn't exactly work out there, so Vanquish are able to find their way through, but they have to hold it. You know that 117 not found are going to be spawning around the flank here, so you just have to keep your L trigger down or wherever the COD Mobile equivalent is. Simp does that with a couple of kills. Kudo now gets a double with a Hunter Killer Drone, and now 117 and not found are spawning out on the other side of the map. This has been a great start to this hill for Vanquish. They need to hold on for the rest of it, though.
Even if they still get all this 25 seconds, which looks like that they're good for, Brody, they're still going to be trailing by a hefty margin, but a step in the right direction coming through for Vanquish, being able to get the back 25 seconds here on P3. Look at the rotation over towards New. A spawn out occurs for Grizz, and yeah, you know he's going to hit through this whole time. Well, get the 1v1 versus Gone, so you're going to spawn right behind the ski lift if you are Vanquish. Once again, the rotation has numbers favoring that in blue for 117 not found.
Starting strong on this hill. They've let Vanquish get in towards this game once again off the back of that last hard point. Now they want to have just as dominant of a P5 as they did previously, or P4, excuse me. 117 not found. Are they ready for it? First 2 gunfights going in their favor. Trade galore. Back spawn still good here for 117 not found. Are those kills going the way of 117? Yes, they are, but towards the hill themselves, Vanquish has actually managed to pick up the kills required to get in towards the hill. Simp is going to be in there at the moment, and Vanquish are fighting this one from the front. They have to be careful about potential flank now starting to come through from Saturns, though, who could well disrupt this entire play, but he does get caught out.
So have close sticky spawns all the way in towards the back, so numbers are still here for 117 not found. 20 seconds still to soak up. If you are Vanquish, you're kind of forced to throw whatever numbers you possibly have at this back scrap time. But again, sticky spawns. You got players still lurking around the middle of the map as well for 117 not found. And it's a battle on multiple fronts. That 117 not found are winning over Vanquish at this current juncture of time. 228 to 146 is where we go for the potential conclusion of this map 1.
Simp and Kudo will combine for 3 here, so Vanquish are in for a chance of some kind of control over P1. Slayer, though, wants to put that notion to rest pretty early on here. He has not actually been dealt with yet. I think Sands is going to find a couple of kills in the middle of the map here. Can he find any more value, though, is the question. Yes, he can. He's actually got the Sparrow out now to take these players down. Finally does get shut down there by Kuda, who will follow up the kill on towards that as well. Vanquish are holding on by their fingertips at the moment in towards this game. Can they find their way through towards this hard point? Simp chilling inside. Gone also there, looking for some kind of control over this hill. Vanquish, they are doing a good job at keeping 117 not found away.
Annihilator pulled by Slayer, immediately traded by Simp. It's a multi-step process, but Vanquish are slowly working their way back in off of a massive break inside of P1. R90 inside of the cage, though, will end up at least finding himself 2, but the rotation over towards Zoom needs to be looked at immediately for Vanquish. Whatever resource that they're getting close to, the moment that it is available, it needs to be popped.
Yeah, everything in the kitchen sink has to be thrown at the end of this game if you're Vanquish, because right now it's 117 not found in control of this hard point. You have to win these engagements. Saturn's up top, not able to win his. Grizz now looking for something. That as well, swapping back and forth between these players. As Simp, he was able to produce a double, though, from up top. Grizz going to use the Operator is not going to produce anything. Back and forth we go. And now Vanquish are able to touch here. They refuse to die. From up top, maybe Slayer can do something for this one. For 117, not found, no. Vanquish, they are holding on. Lanefer can't do anything, no. And now 117, not found, are in.
10 seconds are all that they need, and they're starting to get a lot more space, even holding the rotation over towards New. Vanquish need this break to stick.
Sans able to do the damage though. Simp, can he take that outside the hard point? No, he cannot, but it doesn't matter because now this play is through. Slayer looking to find the last second here for 117, not found. Vanquish, they are holding on. They are contesting for dear life. They want to force the rotation. It is not happening. 117, not found. Able to get it done. It was a little bit tenser than they would have liked, but they're able to get it done there finally on that hard point.
I mean, we're talking points in time where we had about like maybe a 60, 70 point differential that it was like slow increments on working their way back into the game and almost potentially setting themselves up to be able to win map number 1 for Vanquish. So I think very respectable to say the least, but something that got out of hand way too early for 117 not found. We're talking about the Infinity BL usual suspects, if you will, for 117 not found just coming out to play. And when we were talking about this entire roster, you got Grizz from Kings, right? You have so many players from Omniscient that are always ready to drop a massive amount of numbers that is just finding the other players just to kind of fit into the wheelhouse. Yeah, it got pretty scary, maybe a little bit too ahead of themselves at certain moments of time, but 117 not found off their breaks. Then soon to be holds and their lurk plays as well leads to a 56-31 stat line out of Grizz. Massive to say the least.
56 kills. I'm fairly certain that's close. If not, that is the basically record for a Hardpoint.
Gotta be
KD.
close.
Someone has to tell us. I think it was 56 or 57 we had last season. That was where we got to. So yeah, Grizz doing it there. Not that much of a surprise considering how pivotal he was to that Kings Clan roster on last stage. But regardless, his 56 kills can give 117 not found a real boost to give him that victory over Vanquish. And you know what? Again, Vanquish almost made that comeback happen, but I think just 117 not found, they just looked a little bit more well put together in terms of actually holding the hills they managed to get control of.
You can definitely tell where like the veterancy is located,
Yes.
right? Where like the resource of having fundamental knowledge on where to play through these maps as well. 7 Hardpoint has been a map mode combination we've been playing in COD Mobile for quite some time, and you could just tell the knowledge of where to be for the break attempts, the knowledge where to be on looking for the upcoming hits from the spawns, and also where to be for the rotations over towards New. Just yeah, a lot more rehearsed. You could definitely tell that from 117 not found.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, that's a hard point going the way of 117 not found, and I will say it felt pretty convincing despite the scoreline not necessarily suggesting that. So next up, we have a search and destroy. It's time for the Kurahana Metropolis debut here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to see it for the very first time. I think you and I are going to see it in action for the very first time. So let's see whether or not these guys have formulated those strategies, because this is still going to be very new for these guys.
It's a very big 3-lane map, but it is a beautiful 3-lane map. A lot of scuffling is going to be happening across these B streets, and trades will be there for that big 2-piece. Leaves us in a 2v3.
Lanefer will get to before they go down. So it is now a 2 versus 2. Double snipers here for Kirby and Kuda. Slayer and Vat on the other side, just Slayer with the sniper rifle. So they recognize that there is a player right around them. Yep, there it is. Kirby's going to take the first shot against Vat. Slayer will respond. Now the 1 versus 1. They've spotted each other out. Who will dip first? Not going to be Kirby. Slayer through the wall gets shut down. Vanquish draw first blood.
Threading the needle through that fence. I don't even know like the size comparison for a 50 cal bullet to fit through the wired fence like that, but it works. Why not? And again, when it comes down to Metropolis, you do have the open square there in the middle of the map, but gunfights across this bomb site is always going to favor that of the offense because of how quick they can assault it with their numbers.
Well, Kirby not able to pull off such a play in this round as she's gone, or he's gone, sorry, excuse me, right at the start of the round. Vanquish now. Not numbers in this situation. They have to find a way in towards one of these 2 sites. And the bomb going all the way towards the back of the map suggests that this might be rotation over towards A. 117 not found, though. They've appropriately spread their numbers thin enough here across the map that they should be ready for any kind of eventuality. Vanquish just looking for that push through the middle of the map. If Karma gets this first blood, it'll be dangerous. I mean, yeah, Simp will win that gunfight, but the trade is good from Vat. Trade right back from Kuda now. So 3 versus 3 we go. Is that enough for Vanquish to make the move forward?
Looking to repivot though, all the way over towards the B bomb site. And Saturn's thought about it, maybe trying to swing that angle, but the weaponry isn't exactly favorable to try to take that gunfight, so they're forced just to be the A lurking defender as the site will be chosen to get over towards B. 50 seconds remain. Nade's going to come up a little bit short. Here comes the execute.
Grizz going to get stunned up in the middle of an engagement, so not actually going to walk away with that kill. Instead, it's Slayer that takes Gon down. Bomb's still not down just yet. Kuda hoping for another frag. Oh, aims at the floor, not the right area where Saturn's was going to be. Lanefer will at the very least pick up one. That's Slayer down for the count. And of course, they do have the bomb as well. So Lanefer in this situation, the right decisions again being made. You just don't want to run right into the R9 of Sands and attempt to try and get in towards the site. It's all going wrong. No choice but now to rotate over towards A. And they should be able to get this bomb down actually scot-free.
It'll be really close. The timing will be there. The bomb will be coming through. Saturn's?
The bomb has been planted.
Okay. They'll start moving their way over, but it doesn't even matter. Grizz is going to find the exit. And this is something that's really, really cool that I've noticed about 117 not found on defense so far as the defuse comes through from Grizz, is that as big as a map as it is, and how many lanes and I guess alleyways that there are, watch the blue arrows on the minimap and just how quick and decisive they are. Any single bit of information comes through from one of the defenders, they're very quick through the middle of the map to try to reassess how to defend one of these bomb sites, knowing that numbers might not be there immediately.
One more. Slayer going to draw that first blood. Lanefer down for the count already in this one. Simp tries to trade things off, but Grizz is there ready to deal with it. So Vanquish now 3 versus 5. This is not at all similar to what happened in that last round. The numbers are nowhere near the same. Try and find some kind of way to even the odds. And I think the way you get in towards this round is by winning this 2 versus 2 engagement over by B. If you can take the trade and get the bomb down, that's good enough. But now I think they've changed tack somewhat. Kuda thinks they've got enough movement over towards A to make this one work, but they lose the engagement. Saturn's takes them down. And now what do you do?
The nade came up short. Didn't connect on the Grizz, so they didn't like how it looked. Gets on the flank, is still able to go 1 for 1. Is going to leave Gon last alive. 1vx situation, not going to happen. 2 off of losing the initial R117 not found. And all these continuous pivots led to a number advantage for 117 not found, where they just split in an immediate position to try to reinforce in the middle of the map, but had 2 players on each of the bomb sites. A very tough feat to overcome.
A very similar look here from Vanquish on the offense. Through the middle of the map they go. Players from 117 not found, ready for this hit. Oh, flashed up his Satins in the middle of the fight. That's a perfect flash channel from Vanquish, and Gon gonna get a double out of it as well as Karma goes for the rechow. And now a 5 versus 3, this time in favor of Vanquish. The world is their Royster. What do they do with the opportunities afforded to them? Grizz overwhelmed on the site now. 117 not found. I mean, they've made the right decisions as to what site they're going to, and they actually managed to make this manageable.
1v2. Privat playing on a one-off corner. Where's the trade? Nowhere immediately to be found. That might be able to get the regen here as we go to the 1v1 camp. Lanefer gonna chow. That almost had the centering, but Lanefer will not allow that numbers advantage and a great opening breakoff to go to waste. Tied up into round number 5, and that's back to the round 1 strategy that worked well for Vanquish. Just overtake through the middle of the map. You find any picks, you pivot through one of those mid alleyways towards one of the adjacent bomb sites. Works wonderfully there to get their second.
It does just feel like some of these early rounds have been really decided by those middle map engagements. Vanquish won them last round. This time around, Vanquish changing tact entirely. The outer lane towards A is the path chosen towards the site. Satins is repositioned correctly for it. Almost doesn't win that gunfight. Does Gon. Doesn't finish his food, but in the end, he goes back for seconds. Desert, though, provided on a platter by Karma as they take down 2. It's now just down to Kirby and Kuda here. 2 versus 4. No site control just yet.
And Grizz is still holding the exits. As Slayer starting to push the advantage all the way over by the A street. Kuda gonna take Grizz down.
Oh,
this is the sniper. Oh, that was real close to being able to find a second, but now it's trapped inside of A elbow. Does have the bomb if you can somehow escape, but was too slow. Slayer repositions, finds the pick. 1 round lead once again for 117 not found, but I do appreciate the effort to at least try to change things up instead of trying to get over towards the B street. They just all brute force their way through A street. Does Vanquish just set up on the trap through the elbow and through the A street with snipers of their own. We're 117.
And we're going to see that same strat once again coming out from Vanquish here in this round. We cooking now. Vanquish nades and utility going over the top. They're not able to draw that first blood just yet. A lot of presence through the middle of the map here for 117, not found. Lanefer going to pick up Saturn's. That's a good start. Almost going to get a second as well. Karma will survive though. Slayer trades things out, and that's bomb down. That's now very awkward for Vanquish. Gon has to brute force his way in towards these trades. If not, Simp does it.
All the way through elbow. Trade still coming through. 2v3, bomb recovered, and they are out of there. All the way back through A Street. And if you're Karma and Vat, you're kind of forced just to have one player watch the exit from the A Street. That's not getting pushed through elbow, so you know this is going to be a pivot for sure.
Yeah, the numbers here for Vanquish are real. I think the problem for 117 not found, right? You're in a 3 versus 2. Got a lot of choices to how you want to play this round, and 117 not found are almost kind of forced to split up. That's the idea for Karma here to take down Kuda. Oh, shot's nowhere near good enough. Kuda's going to get the reversal. And now for Vac, yeah, 1 versus 3. Lines the first up. Players surely just for the double chelt, and yeah, that's exactly what happens. So Vanquish will win their final offensive effort here. 3 apiece for the first 6. As we switch sides now, 117 not found. What do you got for us on the offense?
Yeah, good adaptations coming through from Vanquish offensively to keep 117's defense honest, just trying to make sure that they show focus in the middle of the map over by the A Street twice, learning from the mistakes of round number 5 going in towards 6. Offense, first round for 117 not found, trying to brute force their way through B, but gotta be careful of the flank that Sim started to produce in the middle of the map.
Good read from Grizz though. Immediately going to take that player down. So to a 2 versus 2 we go. And again, it's that same kind of situation. What? Kirby? Are we good? Are we good? Kuda is just stationary at the moment as well.
Bomb has been planted.
They will move. I have no idea what the hell just happened to Kirby. Regardless, Kuda for a 1 versus 2 and doesn't get the timing. Can we get a Kirby cam, please? Can we please get a Kirby cam?
That would have been a nade, surely, right?
You'd think?
Yeah, I have no idea. Either way, 117 not found gonna take that free advantage every single day and twice on Sunday. To the middle of the map, they're actually splitting 2 players over by the A Street as well, trying to overwhelm Simp. We'll go 1 for 1 in their efforts. That's good info for the rest of the defenders.
Yeah, the information now for 117 not found here though might just be better. They know they can get on towards the site. Trouble 3. Kuda isn't offering anything up to say, so that bomb will now go down. Quick retake starting to be enacted by Vanquish. Nade being held right on towards those players. Does it connect or anything? No, it does not. 117 just holding steadfast here. Holding all of the angles, and Kuda's going to peek out to take Slayer down. All of these players, are they ready for it? Saturn's only able to produce 1, so now it is just down until Vac here, a 1 versus 3 as Karma falls. They know where to check, and Kuda's going to remove them from the bomb site. What a retake from Vanquish.
I love that retake coming through from Vanquish for a multitude of reasons. I mean, the moment that they start to get overwhelmed by the 2 players that were pushing over by the outer A Street, they just concede the space. They allow the bomb plant to come through, and then they just work it together with numbers, knowing that you have only a select few corners to play from, but they're not isolating themselves and trying to go for these challenges. They're utilizing their numbers to such a high level. 117 not found, off going into this round number 9, gonna brute force their way towards B, 5 players strong.
There we go. Trades galore right off the start. Grizz trying to even the odds. He can only find 1 though. It's enough to get this bomb down. 3 versus 3. Vanquish. Again, a lot of fingers and a lot of pies here on this retake effort. Kuda looking for something. Also Kirby on the other side. So it was a double sniper effort from them. Simp the only one with non-sniper weaponry in the situation. And Grizz, of course, better with the R9 there. Going to take Kuda down. Do they know where the rest of these players are coming from, though? They might anticipate a couple of players through the middle of the map. That's not happening. Kirby and Sim now going to play together, and they've got the kills as well. They've got their individual one-on-one. Saturn's now just trying to play his life desperately. Can he get away in time? I think he thought there was some kind of exit there. There was not, and Kirby wouldn't let him exit anyway. It is another retake here. 2 rounds in the bounce for Vanquish where we see him.
Yeah, big retakes coming through. Happen over by the A bomb site, this time over by B. They're forcing their way over towards the bomb site again. But Vanquish, much like how the round previous to the one that they just completed, was phenomenal. They're not afraid to concede the space and just play for the hard exits and then just retake with their numbers once they do have it. Which is a core fundamental tactic that you do need to have for a good search and destroy team. And look what it did for the offense. Look at how far back 117 are playing, because they have not had any success in any post plant.
Yeah, 117 are trying to bait out some kind of aggression here from Vanquish, and to be fair, it will work. Sim's going to get shut down by Karma at the start of this round, so 117 not found have a little bit more to play with now. And yet still, they haven't really done much in the way of real estate. There's not really been any movement forward. 117, big snipe in the middle of the map if they could grab it. But again, no, it's just about trying to make their way over towards A. They probably could still do this if they wanted to. Kuda, though, going to take that down. Kuda has been so pivotal with the sniper rifle in this game.
Sure has. And now you know all of these nades, stuns, and positioning that you saw from 117 not found. This is an A execute. But look at it again, just waiting for the bomb to be planted before they pounce.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be getting the bomb down at this point, to be honest, with Vanquish on the retake streak that they are. Tempted flank now from one, and it's Kuda. Going to be that guy that does get shut down on the other side, though. You're starting to see these kills once again. It's Kirby for a double. Gon is going to close that round out. You'd like 2 rounds in the bounce of a retake from Vanquish? How about 3, Andy?
It's just, again, like the hard pickup coming through from A elbow from Kuda to be able to win that gunfight for 1 versus an SMG, just having the centering, be able to pull the trigger for the 1-shot, 1 kill. But even beyond that, it's a 3v3, and the bomb's being planted. You get that audio cue as a defender. You just allow it to go down and set up for a collapse for a post plant. Just isolating these players again are Vanquished. 3 in a row. Now 1 round away from at least forcing a map number 4 guaranteed.
This is a lot of utility being expended by 117 not found early on in this round. And I don't think it's actually doing a hell of a lot in terms of winning these gunfights, because we're seeing a trade once again. 117 not found, pushed all the way back. Vanquish have made a slight adjustment here of sending a couple of players in towards A to stop 117 not found even getting into the site this time. Unfortunately for them, that's not where they're going. Vanquish here, changing tact, putting players in towards B. First few shots being made. It's warning shots, if anything. 117 not found. Don't even try it. Oh, they tried it.
Oh, Pink! What the heck? I mean, that's a crazy gunfight to win for 1, but throwing your life away might come back to bite you in the rear end. Not unless Lanefer has anything to say about it. 2v3.
Oh, Lanefer just about gets away there. Look at the screen. Look at the top right of your screen, folks. They just about had, like, what, 1% HP? Regardless, Kuda takes down that. Regardless, it's Slayer now left up with not a lot of HP and not a lot of hope in that situation. Vanquish on the defense. Not even a strong defense, it should be said. Like, the amount of times that 117 not found got onto the site and got the bomb down, it's really not like Vanquish was stopping them getting in the house. Vanquish was just really damn good at kicking them out.
It's the retakes that constantly were coming through for Vanquish, and it is the duality in between these 2 defensive halves for 117 not found comparatively to Vanquish, where 117 not found were struggling on trying to gain the information where Vanquish were assaulting from as we ended 3-3 at the half. Vanquish were allowing 117 not found to realistically win the trades outright and get the bomb planted because they knew that they could guarantee exits and guarantee numbers for the post plant setup, and just isolating these players left, right, and center. It's just impressive to say the least when it comes down to the double sniper setup in between both Kirby and Kuda. 11 and 8 kills respectively between the 2 of them. Being able to lock down these longer lines of sights just really kept 117 not found on their heels as they tried to work one of these bomb sites. I don't think that they won a single post plant situation when they were on offense.
Yeah, it's worth saying, right, as we look over towards the stat lines here, we see Kirby finishing with 11 kills. And this is a player, by the way, who warmed the bench of Mont for basically the entirety of last regular season, last Challengers season. I think we saw him play a couple of times, and that was about it. And if you're seeing those kind of performances coming out from Kirby, why the heck not do we see him more? I want to see more Kirby. I want to time travel. I want to see some roster changes or some stuff because, you know, I wonder kind of what Kirby would have been like actually full-time playing for that roster. But still, great performance out of Kirby, great performance out of Vanquish. It means they go 1-1 in this series. And at the very least, we are going to a Game 4 now. We are seeing a series on our hands. And it seems like, once again, we're being proven wrong in... We've got this roster that looks like, on paper, it should be a God Squad. They are being challenged by a roster that arguably, again, on paper purely, shouldn't be doing.
They use whatever excuse you possibly want, not knowing the map, not having a lot of time spent together. You just lost that search and destroy, and there's no way that you can ever get that off of your permanent record if you are 117 not found, acolytes aside. So the raid control coming up next, and again, you feel like that when you go back to the early go of Summit Hardpoint, It was a slay fest coming through from 117 not found. These boys, once they start to get the ball rolling, it is a very, very hard one to stop. And again, Control being so break-off dependent, you just need an answer. You cannot falter within the first 10 seconds if you are Vanquish.
All right, we need to see again that same kind of shutout mentality that we saw from Animus in the last series. 117, shut that stuff down right about now. And it hasn't started off that way whatsoever here as Vanquish immediately right off the bat of this game going to kick off with those first few bloods in their favor. They're already starting to get some kind of control over a by B. One player in behind enemy lines though, 117 not found. You can already see them kind of trying to gesture towards that spawn trap. It was Karma. They go down. But of course, 117 also winning the gunfights over by B means the Vanquish have to start from square one.
Yeah, I mean, they won the opening break-off, did Vanquish, but then 117 not found and kicked them right off of the B control zone. So, but the segment was captured. You have a 2-life lead if you are Vanquish, and they're still trying to push all the way through pillars to try to get inside a ring, and the pinch will work out wonderfully. They now have numbers coming up through driveway. 117 not found. Got to be very careful with how they try to reapproach this. Yeah, this third tick is coming thick and fast. I really wouldn't bother if I was 117 not found. I know that Sans has just drawn that first blood, but don't overinvest lives in this situation. Set yourselves up, as I always say, for a control, and they haven't done that right now. Vanquish should still get those close bedroom spawns unless Karma can win this 1 versus 1 against Sip down low. Does Karma actually end up winning that fight? I don't know, because we're not watching him right now. Looking for that kill. Still, finally, there you go. It's going to be Simp going down. It's Sans who actually helps out with that engagement. So 117 not found. Now an opportunity to get those players in behind enemy lines. But talking about in behind enemy lines, Vanquish, they're sending players through kitchen on the flank. Already have 2 strong inside a kitchen, trying to cook up maybe a little bit of a spawn trap and transition through the middle of the map over towards the Tiki Bar. But look at the response coming through from 117 not found. They have bedroom control. Already got one player of Saturn's that's pushed all the way over by the waterfall. Just trying to put themselves in a position to maybe try to set up for a couple of different spawn traps as well. But that means you got to get the kills on the opposite side. Reinforcing their way out from kitchen over by jungle will be Vanquish. They have numbers trying to flip the map, but the kill's not coming up in their way as Saturn's rips 2 off the respawn.
Yeah, 117 not found. They're holding for the moment here. And again, crucially, they do have control over the bottom bedroom side. So Vanquish is spawning further out than they otherwise would like. But nobody from 117 is over by jungle. So Vanquish are being afforded a lot of real estate by this top side. That is able to at the very least deal with Lanefer. But still, look at how deep in towards this backside Vanquish are. Players now looking to come behind enemy lines, win these gunfights, and get on towards A. 117 not found. Definitely feeling the pressure here in this moment. Now looking for the gunfight. It's Kirby sat inside money looking for something. Not going to find anything. It's actually towards the open stairs. That's where Simp is going to draw that first blood. And now finally time for Kirby to get on towards the point.
Sawing out the clock. Still got players to worry about him on the backside of the basketball stairs. What a challenge coming through from that. And Karma cleans things up on the opposite side. 16 seconds counting all the way down. Need a big heroic moment to come through from the player inside a money window, and that's gone. Does find 1, but needs to play for the regen first.
Slayer and Vap following up those final kills. Vanquish, well, I mean, they've been vanquished there in that first round of control. Good effort, I think, early on. You mentioned the fact that Vanquish win those initial fights, right? And then, of course, I think after capturing B, they managed to make their way through on the flank. But that's only by the way of 117 not found, well, giving up that map control. Now 117 not found, winning that round number 1. They're going into round number 2 with slightly more utility. Already, Lanefer going to utilize the Sparrow for Vanquish in hopes that they keep 117 not found away from A. That doesn't work, and now 117 not found. Slowly but surely they're capturing A. Kills being made in the middle of the map as well. This is a great start for 117.
And you still have Slayer to be worried about inside of Art as well. If he gets any sort of timing to be able to find a couple of kills, that's the green light for the players over by A to potentially push all the way through. But, I mean, Karma, Grizz, they just don't even wait for such information. And now it comes down to Slayer getting all the communication. His teammates are dying over by A, that he has to go over towards B and try to split some of these defenders up. It's a split effort. 2 zones, or 2 ticks, excuse me, were captured over by A, but now 117 not found are kind of trapped on this side of the map.
Yeah, I will say it's not the worst thing in the world, right? Because now we don't have anybody to deal with bottom bedroom side. So you're getting those close spawns. You're going to continue to regenerate yourselves over towards A. You do need to win the gunfights, though, and that's what happens. 3 kills in a row for 117 not found. An opportunity now to break out of spawn jail and make your way over towards that A zone. Couple of players still now to contest with on site, inside and outside Tiki. It's gone, and it's Lanefer. Can they do anything in this situation? Lanefer finds 3. Gon will go down. Lanefer still under pressure, though. There's still players from 117 not found, and despite getting a triple, they are overwhelmed. It feels like A is probably a foregone conclusion now.
Oh, yeah. Got 4 players stacked on the A zone. That third tick is all but gone. Slayer Karma able to find 2 upon the exit of the zone being captured. So you have about back laundry spawns coming through from Vanquish, and do appreciate trying to at least maybe try to rectify the situation that you don't really have any presence inside your spawn. But now 117 not found with a minute 20 on the board, can play for a couple of transitional gunfights, and they would love to be able to have the life lead as they try to look at B.
117 not found. Again, they're doing it in from behind. They have to be aware of players coming off the spawn. That nade is to try and keep them at bay. I don't know if it's going to work, though. And yeah, Simp is going to get the kill on towards Fat regardless of what happens. Vanquish are winning the fights here on the defense, and every single juncture, it was just Saturn's left alive, and they're going to go down. So for the initials here, Vanquish looking pretty good, holding strong on the point. This is very difficult to break.
Predator missile going to be invested here from Vat. Gonna immediately take down Atlanta first, so that's gonna open up things over by Driveway. Last player is gonna be playing over by Red, so now presence here at B as Vat reinforces through pillar side. But you got most to worry about Slayer, who's pushed all the way over by Laundry, trying to cut them down before they can even sniff this B zone.
Well, they're stacking it. They're stacking the B zone. They want to get it done pretty damn quickly here. 3 players on B. That means it's going to go super damn fast. Vanquish needs to get on the point right about now. This is the response to the life disadvantage that 117 not found out. And Satins goes huge with a Sparrow for a couple of kills. Yes, they've only got a couple of players left. Is it enough to win out, though? Player that wasn't in R is actually going to be off the point here. So this is going to be an even slower capture, but it doesn't matter because Karma finds 2. Now down to a 2 versus 2. And that stack is the sole reason that 117 not found are able to pull that round.
And you saw the response coming through. I mean, the moment that the Sparrow was popped, the response was coming through. What was it? An equalizer out from Simp. He tries to get himself onto the zone, finds 1, but immediately shut down, forced all the way down to a 2v2 off of the Sparrow play. Has a 2-0 lead in this control. Segment progression lead as well, and then Grizz just loads on up inside around number 3 and lets him have it. Every single resource, the kitchen sink, 117 not found. You think they want to win the opening breakoff, Brody?
Yeah, I think they want to win it, for sure. 117 not found. So they're doing a pretty good job of that as well, mate, because you know what? They've only lost 3 lives. Oh, goodness me. You do not want to let 117 not found find their groove, because I think, well, not found is a bit of a misnomer at this point. They've certainly found it. Looking pretty good now. A 7 life advantage over Vanquish. The spawn trap was momentarily in effect. Now, there's nobody inside bedroom, so Vanquish can move their way over towards A if they want to. They do have to get past Slayer and, of course, the Predator missile as well. And this is perfect from 117 not found. They're using every bit of utility they can.
I mean, you have 2 operators available if you are Vanquish, and you feel like you got to call them out sooner rather than later. You got to somehow get across the 50-yard line and get onto one of these dang zones. But so much easier said than done, as they still spawn parallel over towards A, still trying to at least dip a toe, and by the time that they kind of hesitate on doing so, they're about to get pinched once again by Saturns.
It's just the trades. This is just way too indomitable from 117 not found. Vanquish are already down to their final 6 lives. You are fighting for scraps at this point, for some morsel of control. And I just don't know if it's going to happen. It's Predator missiles. It's streaks galore from 117 not found, as the last remaining players here are going to be Kirby and Kuda. And Kirby, well, I mean, look, they've got the War Machine. They can do some kind of damage. They can hold on for something, but it is very, very little. Grizz goes in for an egregious shout. Feels like a foregone conclusion. It's just down to Kirby now. Again, they do have the War Machine, but that War Machine, I think, is going to be their downfall in the end as they take some splash damage. That is a 3-0 in the control. Damn.
That's, yeah, that's certainly one word you could use to describe what the heck just happened on our screens. 3-0, convincing to say the least. Almost like how, like, the first, 2 set of Hardpoints felt like they're in the Summit. Search and Destroy. I guess we'll put a pin in that and just say 117 not found. Got to work on their Metropolis or Search and Destroy. You pick or choose that battle, but that third round really did encapsulate just how it felt through the first 2 rounds as a response for 117 not found. Vanquish did strike very, very early on being able to capture that first zone on the opening offense, but then you start to feel the pace being set in for 117 not found. It's as you even called there in that final round, number 3, the trade game was on point, but that was only because they set themselves up with such a massive lead for 117 not found. Saturn's was a problem, constantly on the flank, as we typically always endure when you're going up against Saturns. We saw that whenever teams were going up against Omniscient in Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4. That also being able to overwatch the entirety of it. And then Slayer with the sniper, just a beautiful cherry on top of this Sunday that is 117 not found on raid control. That third round just opening up with the claw and a war machine, just... I mean, there are nails, and then there are nails laced with dynamite just to make sure that that coffin remains closed.
I don't know if the coffin would remain closed, mate. I think it would kind of like blow up. You know what I mean? Like the coffin wouldn't exist anymore.
It'd be so close that it would be out of this world. Yeah, 100%.
Sure. My only question is how Grizz went 9-26. I mean, I'm not trying to rag on him. The rest of the team did well. Like, what's going on? Like, what's Grizz doing? Is he like playing with one hand or something in that control? Absolutely no idea, mate. But you know what? It was a dominant control from 117 not found. Much more what we expected, and much more reminiscent of the hardpoint performance from 117 not found as well. As Vanquish now 1-2 down in this series, they have to pull off the next couple of maps, just like Animus did in our last series. Can they do it?
We've been here before. I mean, hey, you know, it's just...
Very different, to be fair, I will say, because Animus aren't Vanquished, but still.
Wow, Brody. Proud of you for that one.
Sorry, mate.
These two people? Yeah. Hey, corporate asked for me to see the difference between these two photos. It's not the same photo. Over to Hacienda we go. And again, this is a square up when it comes down to pace. And if you remember how map 1 kind of started, that should be 117 not found's wheelhouse with the amount of availability that is the middle of this map.
Yeah, for sure. Look, we're back to Hacienda Hardpoint. This is classic COD Mobile here. We're hoping to see just as fun of a Hacienda Hardpoint as we saw earlier on. Or hopefully the leading team in the end of that situation hopes that doesn't happen again. But regardless, 117 not found. Going to start things pretty strong here on Hacienda Hardpoint. They've already got control over a P1. Grizz trying to get aggressive through the lounge as well. 117 not found. I mean, again, they've got the right ideas. You're starting to see some execution here of a veteran team.
Definitely got to appreciate this out of Vanquish, though. Look at their setup across the entirety of the map. Like, yeah, 117 not found. Do have 30 seconds. You probably need to start dealing with that if you are Vanquish, but making sure that they hold the rotation over towards new, and just as soon as I start gassing it up, well, Grizz heard your comment about the control, Brody. He's very upset as he pushes all the way through the lobby with the R90.
He had to be memeing. He absolutely had to be memeing, given the way he started this hardpoint and how he was earlier on during the series. Nonetheless, this is much more emphatic, or much less emphatic, excuse me, than we saw in the earlier Hacienda Hardpoint. There's a lot less pace in this one, as 117 not found being a lot more control over these spawns. They were until a flurry of kills come through from Vanquish, a very early break. And now the question for me is, do they read these back spawns for 117 not found? Because 117 not found now spawning towards the backline here. Vanquish, they are ready for this hit. Simp and Kuda going to open things up with the first couple of kills, and they get more as well. Gon going to contribute. 117 still with those back spawns. Vanquish, they're good for it though.
Yeah, they stabilize it too. I think that's what's most important. You also got a spawn out to occur from Simp, spawn over by Arches, so it set up a pinch all the way through the lobby side, so that only hinders and delays the timing that it takes for 117 not found to even get closer towards Lambo, but numbers starting to swing a little bit further for 117 not found, but it's Simp again, just holding down the trigger inside a Zig. Sliding past players, sure, why not? We'll take down Fat as well. What a break to come through, and that was, again, early doors as far as this Hacienda map 4 is concerned, but a crucial one at that for Vanquish to get 50 points off of P2.
That is a crucial hard point from Vanquish. You could not afford to lose that one, and now 117 not found. Their lead has completely disappeared. However, saying that, they win pretty much every single rotational battle. They force the Predator missile out of Simp. It comes down for just one frag. They need to get the follow-up kills, though, out of 10. Gong gonna find one. Simp and Kirby also gonna find some value here. So Vanquish, I mean, look, it's a good investment. Now more investment coming out from Kirby as well with the War Machine, but in from behind, Saturn wants to ruin their day. He's already found 2. There goes Lane for 3. Not gonna find 4, but Saturn single-handedly hands control back to 117 for this hill.
So close spawns and towards the back for Vanquish. You know they're going to try to reinforce this, but Grizz with the equalizer, he's on the flank and he will just rip them asunder, setting his teammates up for the final few kills required. Couple of exit frags, maybe 12 seconds might be threatened here for Vanquish, but a job's well done for 117 not found here on P3. The rotation over towards new has to be the immediate look at. Vanquish will concede the rest of the space as they spawn over by Arches, so they're actually going to be delayed for this rotation. So Simp needs to do a lot over by this boathouse, buy time for his teammates.
Hardpoint locked down.
And he's going to go down to Grizz.
Predator missile.
So now Vanquish will want to try and find their way through from garage side. Vant's going to bring that Predator missile down for a 1. Now the operator's starting to come out. It's the Sparrow here for Satins to try and keep these guys at bay. Have to be aware of any potential players making their way through water side, but I don't think Vanquish are doing that at the moment. They are just hitting this over and over again. Players now spawning behind, so there is an opportunity here in this situation for potential pinch play between those spawns. That's exactly what happens. Gone, Sim, and now Kirby as well. All of them contributing to what is a break for Vanquish, and now Sim's going to bring out the equalizers too.
Need this to stick. This would be a big 20 seconds to keep things relatively even going in towards the second set of hard points, but reinforcing their way via the boathouse. You have one player that actually spawned out, was gone over inside of the Shark Tank office. Trade still to speak of. 8 seconds to fight over here at the end of our first set of hard points, and this last 1v1 will settle it. Surely, why not a 1v2 for Karma? Finds both of them with relative ease. It's going to be a 106-68 stat line going back towards the center of the map. And the mini-map kind of refreshed how it looked at the beginning of this Hacienda map number 4. We just need more slays. We need more proactivity coming out from Vanquish if they want to try to seal the deal and force a map 5.
Yeah, they can't let what happened on the first set happen again here, right in this hard point where 117 not found got a wealth of time. Over the top, the Hunter Killer Drone will remove Gone from the hard point. It would be Vanquish otherwise that are in control. Through the smoke, chaotic inside that hill. Nobody going to grab the time just yet. Up top, Lanifer wants to maintain control, and Satins is not going to let that happen as he finds a double through you. Vanquish now want to get control again. The smoke is just so frustrating for Karma to try and find any of those gunfights. And Kirby, well, as they find a double here, Vanquish doing a good job at holding this time. Satins up top now. What can they do? Looking for the kill against Kirby, and Kirby is just going to win that one all day long. But you are not fully convincing against 117 not found. Despite the fact that you haven't get away the spawns just yet, you haven't got them out of the time all the way through this P1.
Oh, still 5 seconds to soak. Still able to get 20 seconds was Vanquish. But most importantly, look at the upset for the spawns. Look at where all 117 not found are on the minimap, all the way across over by P4. One spawn out is right there. Big gunfight to have for yourself if you are Kirby. Does walk away with 2, and then the kills to come through from the garden side of the map is even better. Can Vanquish sustain this push that is starting to manifest through driveway?
Yeah, this is exactly what happened last time. Remember, folks, that Vanquish managed to hold 117 not found at the back of this hill over and over and over again. The claw will go away, so that'll help proceedings. Vat's going to bring out the War Machine to put a dent in this hardpoint hold. It's all just down to Gone, who is sitting in that corner patiently. He gets double chowed, and 117 not found. They're in. Slayer going to follow up with a 2-piece of his own. How much more value can Slayer find? It's 3 for Slayer. Kuda down low, going to be dealt with by Satins. 117 not found. They are not allowing yet another P2 hold from Vanquish.
Again, just brute forcing their way in all the way through Zig and driveway. It works wonderfully when you just win all the gunfights outright if you are 117 not found. But Vanquish not done giving a shake at P2. 10 seconds to fight for, and it seems that 117 not found are okay to concede this. You got Slayer that's all the way across the map, already inside of 10 for P3. Straight gunfights coming through over here inside of the arches. Numbers better for 117 not found. However, Vanquish still split spotting all the way across the map. Need to try to group themselves together as best as possible because they are just getting crossed up by these flanks.
Vanquish still finding a way through. It's really frustrating for 117 not found here in this situation because Vanquish are continually holding close right behind them. Now going to be them moving towards Fence's side. Lanifer in towards the hill, able to find a couple with the Sparrow. Gone, can they hold on towards the hard point? They're going to get shut down. It's trades galore, a pinstripe hill feed it in the end. It's 117 not found that come out on top. And the spawn flip would be good here as well. They should read exactly where Vanquish are coming from for the back 20 seconds. Vanquish will give this one more hit. Lanifer in towards Tin, gets read by Satins. That's part of a 3-piece from Satins. Grizz follows up by taking Kirby down. It was just one more player to deal with, and deal with them they have. Vanquish gonna give away that scrap time, I believe, to 117 not found. And now we move over towards the rotation. Nobody occupying it just yet, but 117 should be the first team to touch.
I will say this much, though, through the second set, is that Vanquish have been doing a great job of just keeping this really, really competitive. A lot more competitive than the first set was. It's 159 and 145. And as we were talking about for the rotation over towards New, you will have numbers here for 117 not found, conceding the back handful of seconds there at the end of P3. But look at the gunfights immediately won. It's only Slayer to show up in the kill feed via the frag grenade. Last alive is Slayer on the hard point, and Vanquish will annihilate him. Just able to break back inside of the hard point itself. Equalizer also popped by Simp, trying to reinforce this hill.
You've got to get in. You've got to get in right now. If not, Vanquish will take the lead away from this game. You saw Gone there momentarily with the claw, but Satins is going to pick up a couple of kills. Vat now with the War Machine as well is finding the value and now sending those ones away. It's time for the Predator Missile. It's time for the get out of jail free card from Vanquish here. They do not want to give this time away to 117 not found. This has been a huge investment from them of all the utility. Grizz is going to be the one to pick up the kills now to remove Vanquish from the hard point and ascertain that last 10 seconds. So it's going to give them a tentative lead as we go into the third and final set here, Andy. About 30 points or so. Is that enough to feel comfortable?
2 operators available for 117 not found, a single operator, and potentially another one that's going to be very close for Vanquish going in towards this third and final set. Is it enough to feel comfortable? Potentially. Can 117 not found keep their head on a swivel and utilize these resources when it is required? Kirby's going to open up with the War Machine, just trying to brute force their way all the way into the bottom side of Connector, and it's going to work out wonderfully. Able to get inside for some time. Now it's about reading where the spawns are coming from.
That's good read coming up from Kirby. You know where one player is spawned at the very least, and now you're trying to make a route happen to get some more. But it is Karma and Slayer that open things up with the kills here. Grizz now with the equalizers on the other side. What damage can they do? They've already found one. Dangerous position now for Vanquish. They might well be spawning in towards you, and they might well have players inside for the moment. But you have to make sure you win these crucial gunfights, and Karma for up top will wipe the couple of players that did have control. So that should be scrap time here for 117 not found, and Escuda can do something down low. But keep an eye on the rotation, because 117 not found. It was Grizz that might have got control of it. He did not. Vanquish should touch first here on P2.
Gonzo lurking over by P4. Can't even find any more than just a single kill. But it's Kirby to show up in a massive way yet again, once again. And Lanifer over top of the Lambo head glitch will win the 1v1 versus Grizz. So numbers here inside of Lambo. You got one player that's lurking. That was Slayer over by P4. Dealt with. Now the hits all from the front.
Here we go. Hit from the front. Vanquish are ready for it. Lanifer's picked up 2 there with the Sparrow. So they've done a good job so far. I'm starting to get echoes of that first set once again, where 117 not found couldn't do anything, and Lanifer's a big reason for that. That's 3 for them. They get out of Predator Missile the wrong time, though. In towards the Pred they go, and it gives Karma an opportunity to find a double. Now 117 not found. An opportunity to get in towards this hardpoint, and Grizz is going to be the player to get it done. Vanquish just continue to send player after player in towards this hill. It's valuable time worth fighting for, and in the end, well, it was going to be 117 not found there momentarily to get control of it, but no, it's Vanquish that do so. 117 not found now have to focus on the rotation.
It's gone with the switchblade there to be able to find a very crucial 2-piece. Actually forces 117 not found to spawn all the way across the map, effectively over by the boathouse, and that forces them to concede. 221 to 204. Vanquish now have the lead. They're from the outside looking in, setting themselves up for a little bit of a pinch. A spawn out does occur, but it's 117 not found in control of the time.
117 not found have to hold this. Good read on those initials. Tempted players through the patio side going to be shut down. Now the War Machine from Vat immediately gets shut down by Kuda. What a shot from Kuda. And it means now that 117 not found will be challenged around the front of this hill. Vanquish, are they ready for a flank from Grizz, though, who finds a couple of kills? You know where Vanquish are going to be spawning here for the last 20 seconds, Andy.
Well, also invested. If you have any utility, invest it. 225, 224. The lead is flipped once again. 117 not found. Can still close it here. Vanquish had to contest.
That spawn flip, though, coming through from Vanquish here, so they've got an opportunity to contest. And now I believe as we hit that 19 seconds left in this kill, we're going to see another kill regardless of what happens. Grizz, though, still knows this time is paramount to winning this game. It's going to be trades galore inside. Lanifer and Kuda there for Vanquish. Can they do anything about Slayer and Satins? Satins is still in for this 1 versus 1, and Lanifer comes out on top of the joust. It's for a couple of seconds. What does the rotation look like, though, is the question. It's Vanquish who touch first.
It's a tie game. Rotating over towards P4. You got players lurking inside the water. That's going to be Kirby trying to force a map number 5. They're able to stabilize, finding the kills, and now they can hold the space.
Grizz, though, trying to fight his way through. He's only able to find one. Not a lot of value. Look at the utility on site at the moment. Simp, ready to use the equalizers. He's going to get shut down before they can do anything, and Satins and Vat is going to combine for 3. 117 not found. Is that the final wave of gunfights they needed to close out this game? Vanquish fighting tooth and nail for the contestation. Kuda and Lanifer finding some more kills. 240, 243. Can anybody from 117 not found touch this in time? You've surely just got to be pre-firing. Downrange. 117 not found for 3 kills between them here. Vanquish with 3 seconds away from victory, and now 117 might have finished it.
trying to contest all the way up from Lambo. They have to brute force their way through the smoke and all the gunfire in between. The contest is in. Any traits to speak of whatsoever. Karma gonna take down Simp as the last kill in the game. It was so close. Some might argue that it got stolen away from them, but when you have a 70-point lead and you only win by 3, some questions and some eyebrows certainly will be raised, but it's a 3-1 win here for 117 Not Found. A crazy amount of efforts going back and forth, heroics from both two teams, individuals to surely speak of when we take a look at these stats and these replays as well. Vanquish came so close to tasting glory, but they're gonna have to do it through the lower bracket now.
Man, what a game. What a game of Hardpoint. That's the second one today on Hacienda that's offered us a close Hardpoint finish, and I don't think we should be particularly surprised considering I'm fairly certain that would be the map, if anything, that does offer those close finishes alongside Arsenal from last season. Regardless, I mean, what an insane map all around. Vanquish was so strong on those P2 holds. They got the first and the third set pretty much like, what, a full 50 to 60 over 117 Not Found, and that was the primary reason they were able to be as competitive as they were. Their breaks were great, but 117 Not Founds are the ones to come out on top in the end. Despite the early rotation from Vanquish, they were not able to get it done. Wow. Look at the stats here across the board. Gonna give 117 Not Found a shout out here because it's going to be a quad 40 plus performance from Vat, Karma, Grizz, and Satins that gives them the win.
And even towards like that last few moments, like you got to see some really good fundamentals being exemplified by Vanquish, right? I mean, the response for the Sparrow to be called out the moment that they shut down Grizz's equalizer was absolutely historic to come all the way through. But again, not enough to get them over the finish line, but definitely a lot more competitive than what I even assumed that it was going to be.
I don't know what is in the water today, but that was... I don't know. It's open finals. It's open finals. How is this what we're getting in open finals right now? I mean, the teams are bringing it right now, and it also is going to be giving them a lot of information to analyze heading into challenge season, as 117 Not Found is the third team today to claim their challenge season spot. Of course, Vanquish is not out of it either. They will drop down and they'll battle tomorrow in our lower bracket for those last 4 spots. But right now, when it came to that upper bracket, while the results at the end are kind of what we expected based off of being able to recognize the names of the teams and the players, how we've gotten there has been very unexpected, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I think there is an element of expectedness only because of the fact that we've had this flurry of roster changes, right? Where Exclusive are the only top team that remain the same coming into the season. And that always lends itself to, all right, well, it's going to take a bit of an adjustment period for these teams to get back to where they were last season. And it should make things more competitive within EU. Outside of EU, I don't know what it's going to do for Europe. But within Europe, feels like it should give us a more competitive region. It feels like that's what's happened so far.
All right, well, I can't wait to close out the day with our last match. Before we do that, though, it's time for one more short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everybody, to Snapdragon Pro Series. We're 3 matches down, only 1 match left on the day to find out who our final team of the first 4 teams for the challenge season will be. The last team to make it through our upper bracket and claim their spot. So far, it's been Exclusive, Animus, and 117 Not Found who have done so. All the teams they've gone up against, though, if you've been watching, are not out yet. They'll be competing in that lower bracket here tomorrow. And now it's time for us to close out the day with our last match. And you've mentioned it a couple times here, Brody. Jobless versus Foreigners, but Jobless is that new look King squad.
Yeah, for sure. So for those of you guys who are familiar with the King squad, you'll recognize 3 players here in this series: Inferno, Raid, and Terrari. They return to the totally not King's Clan roster. Now, the players that join them on the team, I'm a little bit kind of befuddled by, if only because of the fact that the names that are going to appear, they're actually correct here. They weren't correct on the site when I looked earlier, so it was confusing. It's going to be Hisoka and Owner. Now, these are players that are returning to competitive. They did not play in Season 4. They were returning for the first time since Season 3. If you guys watched that, you might remember Hisoka was actually on King's Clan at the time, and Owner played for Panic, and obviously very different results there because King's Clan won and Panic placed dead last. So an interesting return of those players here to join the likes of Rage, Terrari, and Inferno. Curious to see how this roster performs, because are they going to be as good as that original King's Clan team?
This Foreigners roster is, again, we kind of like touched base on it early on in the day, but like this is Mon. Like this is like 3 players from Mon, right? Etsy, Famir, and Jace, all coming from that Mon roster. And the one that kind of jumps off the page is actually Champy. You know, same conversation when it comes down to Hisoka. We haven't seen Champy in quite some time. I think the last time we saw them, they placed like top 11th or something like that, just outside of the group stage back in Worlds when he was on Exclusive. So we're kind of really dipping our toes into the basket of older players, if you will. Very interested to be able to see how these 2 teams do stack up against each other, because there is a lot of talent on both sides.
I mean, we've had insane matches all day, so I won't be surprised if that's how we close everything out as well. We'll take a look at what their picks and bans are, though. See what they wanted to play on. Will we get another new map here when that veto pops up, as we got to enjoy that in the last series? We're not getting a new... Oh, no, we are. We got Seaside. Okay. All right. Talk to me about the picks and bans here, Brody.
Yeah, Seaside's going to be a fun one. I'll be honest. I've seen some dodgy spawns on Seaside. I've seen some clips on Twitter where people have been spawn trapped, just like we saw earlier on today on Arsenal. So Seaside should be a fun one, but I think Andy and I, our memories of Seaside from Black Ops 4 are very different, significantly more positive. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how Seaside plays here in COD Mobile, because it was a really good control map back in Black Ops 4.
You just know that Brody's going to be hunting for like the Miles, the Ross, like dashy clips somewhere.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude, for sure.
He's just like looking over by Found. I love this map set again. When it comes down to it, Apocalypse does hold a very close place to my heart. I think it was a great addition to Black Ops Cold War when it came out. Again, the 4 hardpoints, very, very fast and electric. And in a 5v5 format, those AR crossfires are always very, very cool to watch.
All right, well, we've got the potential to make it over to an express as well, if you want, proper. If we make it to a full 5 and see how much work the train
kills
for everybody here today. We'll see how it goes. But I'm excited now. That means we've gotten to see 2 of our 3 new map options, Kurahana on the last one, and now we get to check out Seaside here in this last series. So let's not wait any longer. Chat, let us know your thoughts on who you think's gonna win. Boys, let's close the day out.
Alrighty, thanks. Yeah, it seems like everyone is just avoiding Hackney Yard like the plague at the moment. Maybe we'll see it at some point during the regular season. Yeah, I don't blame you guys. I know how painful it is to not spawn on the side where P2, okay? We remember Modern Warfare 19. We know how Hackney Yard Hardpoint plays. Maybe we'll see it at some point soon. But it's not going to be in this series. We've got a Seaside slap bang in the middle of this series. Let's see how that one plays out. For now, though, we're starting off on a Hardpoint here, Andy. And this is a weird one for me because, you know, you would normally expect with the likes of Inferno, Raid, and Terrari to be teaming together again this season, that this would be a roster that would be indomitable. I don't know if that's the case, because you do have these unknown quantities, as it were, because we haven't seen Hisoka and Owner play in quite some time.
Yeah, but like, it's Hisoka, man. Like, it's a historic name when it comes down to European Call of Duty Mobile, right? I mean, like, when was the last time that we saw him play? What was it, like, Snapdragon Season 3? I want to say, when he was on that Kings roster. So it's not like this guy's probably been putting the phone down. We just haven't seen him play on a very high competitive team. And I love how you can get your gunnies warm when it comes down to Apocalypse. Again, my brain always gets, your word of the day seems to be befuddled. So I get befuddled when I think about the rotation from 4 to 5 and how it doesn't exist in Call of Duty Mobile. But regardless, a very good one here. I can only imagine to be able to see 2 other top dogs here in the EU region.
Yeah, so if it wasn't already apparent, by the way, guys, the reason I got confused is because when I was looking on Faceit, it showed Ikram and I think it's like Conwa. Is that an N or an O? I don't know. So it looks like an N. On the team, that's not Ikram and Conwa. That's very clearly Inferno and Raid. I just don't know which one's which. So we'll figure that out at some point. Could be either. Who knows? We'll just give it to whoever we prefer if there's a good performance. But regardless, Jobless looking for some early time on P1. They are not currently getting it, and the reason for that, Andy, they're focusing on those all-important rotations over towards P2 because this is going to be a real money hill.
P2 is the money hill when it comes down to it. P4 can definitely make an argument for it, but P2 is definitely the start of what could potentially be a full 60, especially here in 5v5 for Call of Duty Mobile. But look at the way that you have foreigners from the outside looking in. They understand you got to get inside a temple first. They've already flipped the spawns, but you already have Ikram watching this very, very late flank.
Yeah, got to be careful here about losing those back spawns. I imagine they've already lost them. Yeah, Jobless now going to have to fight this one from the front of the hard point. Also got to be careful about Fahim jumping up through the middle of the map. I think that's Comber up there. That again, we're just going to call him Comber. Looking for all those gunfights, but regardless, now trade's starting to go down as foreigners looking for the back spawns here. Jay able to find one, has a little bit of help from the teammates as well. Etsy going to convert for 2, and with 25 seconds left on this hill, it's foreigners EU that have managed to brute force their way on through.
Yeah, and it was real tactical as well. The brute force actually came around from the temple side, specifically where player number 1 of Etsy is located at. Jay just locking things down front of the ruins. And that'll be the last, 3 nails in the coffin for P2 when it comes down to it. Wonderful break for foreigners. They're going to have themselves about a 25+ point lead going in towards rotation for P3 where Jobless are located at.
Jobless now is 20 seconds behind foreigners here as we move over towards the rotation. It will be once again Jobless touching first, unless we see a crazy R9 play coming out of foreigners here looking for more. It's not going to be. Drari was the last victim there momentarily. Con was going to trade things out. Fahim, I think, wanted to go around the back line here, but actually as the rest of his teammates fall down, realizes he has to get right involved with the hard point itself, and Drari is going to trade things out. So Jobless in for the first set of time. Back over towards the R9 we go, as foreigners now looking to get control once again. But these trades at the moment are looking pretty indomitable here for Jobless. They're looking pretty good. Champy is trying to get some ricochet kills with the claw from up top. Has to go involved in the hill to actually get it done, and finally will actually produce that kill and will actually produce the time here for foreigners. It feels like a story very similar to the last hard point, right? Jobless, they touch first, but they don't get the kill for the Master Armory time.
Yeah, it's just one delayed hit that comes through with an R90 shotgun here. The shot down Apache helicopter. They just get so dicey, specifically for Champy, who did invest the claw, of course, and didn't find the utmost amount of value, but it definitely found enough value for foreigners now to have just under a 50-point lead as we go over towards the statue hardpoint, the final one in our first set of rotations. Again, Jobless are the first ones in, but you always got to watch your flank because Etsy's already found one around the back way.
Yep, first blood coming through from Etsy now, starting to see the investment from Owner and Conwa though as they pick up their operators ready to go. Owner's actually going to convert for a couple with the Annihilator as well. Back spawns though for foreigners. Jobless, they should know about this one. Fahim trying to convert around the corner, not able to actually get any kills. Owner, though, was already weak, so it's going to go down to Jay inside. Surely Jay doesn't get a second, and no, he does not, as Conwa picks up a couple of kills here. But again, those back spawns are so frustrating for a Jobless here. They finally do flip him, but great realization out of foreigners. It's time for Etsy to bring that Sparrow into play so that they are the ones getting, once again, the back 20 to 30 seconds here. Jobless, they know they can't really afford to give this one away for 3. They have to hit this one. That's what Drari and Hisoki are trying to do. But Omer's not allowing that to happen. His R9 has been crucial this game thus far.
It sure has been. You want to talk about impact, 14 kills, mostly with a shotgun. That's impact. Fahim just barely ahead at 15, but even Conwar on the opposite side up to 16 and Ikram up to 21 kills. So the slaying's not too dispersed between all of the players, and it's not too far away for Jobless. It just mostly comes down to, again, the breaks that we saw from P2 and P3 and again from P4. That's where Foreigner's 30-point lead has been able to surmount itself from. As we go back towards the center of the map, Jobless are in first. They're currently holding the line there at the map's house.
Now, Jobless at the moment just keeping Foreigners at bay off this hard point, and it should be noted that Foreigners don't really want to focus too much on that rotation towards P2 because you can end up giving a lot of time away to a team on P1. It's very easy to let it get away from you. That's why you're seeing now Foreigners start pushing towards this time as Omar does pick up one. Now looking for more. Champy already picking up 3 inside that hill. I mean, look, Jobless might well have the close spawn, so they should be continuing to regenerate towards this hill. They should actually get this time and might actually take the lead away from Foreigners off the back of this P1 hold. But Foreigners, in terms of that secondary objective, Andy, of holding P2 spawns, they've done that.
That's what's most important, right? You just hope to be able to respond in kind by conceding all of this time and space of P1 going in towards P2. And the setup is really good. Being able to at least find a couple of good exits there from P1. So that means that Jobless are lacking in numbers. And, well, at this point, you know, it's going to have to come over towards the Ruins hop. But not too sure where Jari thought that they were going to go over towards that hop with the R90 shotgun, but teammates are there in kind. First 20 secured for Foreigners.
Yeah, and unlike that last rotation where we saw Foreigners on this very hill get it around the back line, Jobless, they have not done that. They're trying to push through the front. Omar is there waiting with the Annihilator. 3 more bullets left in the chamber here, just firing blindly into the smoke. Finally, that smoke will dissipate here, and an opportunity to actually find more value. There it is, finally, with the last Annihilated bullet. Will strike one more player down. That's Drari, who is sent away from this hard point. And just look how much utility is being sent towards this hill at the moment. Foreigners are under siege, but they are doing such a good job at keeping Jobless away. And for even the last 1 versus 1 goes the way of JSay. That is the most dominant hill we've seen from either of these two teams thus far.
Yeah, full 60 earned here on P2 by Foreigners, and that immediately rectifies just giving up all that time on P1. But again, it's the P2 to P3 where you get the R90 underneath of P3 and then just starts wreaking havoc. Unable to find a little bit more, Sissoko finally takes them down as a trade, but the space has already been provided. Spawns have now been flipped. Jobless are forced to kind of turtle up onto the backside of the hard point, but it's just Conwar over here just trying to hold on for dear life of his teammates make their way across the map.
Jobless needs to hold on towards his time, and they just can't get it done. Foreigners are going to be in for this one, and this would be a hill, if anything, I think, where you're starting to see them pull away in this game. If they manage to get a full wave of kills, a full wipe across the board, it's going to be Jobless now looking for some fight back, and that's exactly what they get. Is Drari combines for 2 now towards the middle of the map. We're looking for some more value to be found. Foreigners, they're going to approach this hill from every single angle. Jobless, they're holding on though for the moment. Hisoka going to go down, and that's just 1 player left alive inside this one. It's Ona who does get 2, so Jobless will now get that scrap time. They'll be 40 points down though regardless. Again, the ghost of that P2 hill is still haunting them.
It sure is, yeah. And Foreigners are going to be set up here at P4. The only issue is that nobody was set up immediately inside a chicken coop, but that's quite honestly fine so long as you just keep locking down these narrow choke points as Champy just breaking cameras and just spamming through windows on a 3 spree. It is a clean kill feed for Foreigners, about to be at 200 points.
This is just indomitable for Foreigners. You're now starting to see that utility coming out as well. Both the Sparrow and the War Machine firing down range. Jobless have no real choice but to just kind of go straight into the line of fire. The spawns will now flip out though. Pinch play. Just going to be 1 player left inside the hard point. It's Etsy, who will find 1 before falling. And even that 1 kill will end up applying enough pressure that Foreigners should be able to get back in at least for a contestation through the smoke. Fakim, can they get this kill? Yes, they can. JSay, Etsy, Oma, all there for the gunfight, and Jobless, I mean, they get 1 hit, 1 break, and it doesn't last long at all.
I mean, Etsy off the War Machine was able to earn themselves a Pred missile, and on the respawn called in the Pred missile the moment that their teammates were all trying to focus pressure all the way through Ruins, and it lets them reintroduce themselves back inside of P4. 217 to 152. Etsy shooting bodies, letting them know you are getting desecrated right now here in this map number 1. Straight gunfights all the way across Apocalypse, and Foreigners are inside soaking up more time.
Man, the second half of this game has really felt like one where Foreigners have run away with it, really put themselves in a position where they can cement a victory here over Jobless. Again, the spiritual successor to the Kings Clan roster that won last season. Drari now getting the Purifier out, only momentarily able to pick up 1 kill. So Foreigners now still 26 seconds away from victory. Jobless now forcing them to spawn out over towards the other side of the map. Keep an eye on 2 though, that's going to be Champy who will want to flip those spawns. Gunfights over by P1 though, they are being won by Jobless.
And they sure are. And you can look at the setup on the map as well. I mean, 20 seconds still to fight over here for P1. Not enough time for Foreigners to close it out, but most importantly, look at the rotation over towards New. You do have Conwar currently playing up towards top maps bridge. Will get gunned by JSay, who finds himself 2. Just need 20 more points to call game. Foreigners are broken back in, and they might set themselves up for another temple push.
Yeah, even those last 10 seconds are damaging to Foreigners, but there is a blue field coming through from Jobless, so doing a good job at keeping Foreigners away for the moment here. The Foreigners now knocking at the door, and it won't be long before they kick that thing in. Foreigners now looking to make their way through. It's the R9 from Oma doing it once again. Foreigners here immediately brute forcing their way through the front, and Champy is the one to finish it off. 3 with the claw. They know where they're spawning as well. Champy is getting every damn player. He's picking up the kills. He's getting them off the respawn as well. Jobless. I mean, if they weren't out of a job already, they are now after that map.
Oh dear, that's mean. So, it's one map, man. Come on,
it's a recession, mate.
Time to warm up. Yeah, all right, true. We are. Unfortunately, and you know, hey, one of those things. Foreigners, the way that they set themselves up for that break on P2, you just knew immediately these guys know ball. They know what they're setting themselves up for when it comes down to Apocalypse. Not only was the macro game strong, but also the mechanical skill exemplified by Foreigners. And it's not just one player, but it felt like any one of these 5 players let the others know just how good that they truly are. We saw Etsy come to life on that P4 in the second set. Say continuously throughout the entirety of it. Fahim was a fantastic anchor, and every single time we were going to 2 to 3, you knew that Oma was going to be through the middle of the map underneath of the map's bridge, just letting you have it with the R90 shotgun, and then Champy there at the end with the claw just kind of wraps it all up in a beautiful Foreigners EU bow. Jobless definitely had a couple of good arguments. Their P1 hold was definitely something to write home about, but it's the continuous breaks that Foreigners found for themselves led to a massive KD ratio for about 3-4 different players.
I mean, what do you do when you're facing down a triple 30 plus, or quad 30 plus, excuse me, from Oma, who I believe is actually going to be Kairu. So he's playing under a different name. I don't know why players do this, but yeah, that's actually Kairu playing under the Oma Tokita name. Etsy, Champy, and Fahim also there at 30 plus. I mean, it doesn't really matter that JSay goes 20 and 29 because JSay is there picking up 2 minutes and almost 30 seconds inside the hard point. Everybody is doing their part. And you talk about the other side, right? You talk about these players that, again, last season they were champions, or at least 3 of them were. It's not the championship winning performance that you kind of come to expect, right? Again, you know, it just doesn't look like anywhere near the same roster. We're judging a lot of one hardpoint map. There's still a lot of this series still to go potentially, but still, even in Hardpoint, where Kings Clan were one of the best Hardpoint teams, again, if not the best Hardpoint team in the region, look nothing like that here.
It's really, really tough to be able to put it all in speculation, right? Because, I mean, yeah, we can continue to say just like, you know, it's a former Kings Clan, but, you know, you change a couple of the different pieces out from a I don't know, an 8-liter ton machine. Yep. And yeah, it's not going to run like the 8-liter ton machine that it once did back in SPS Season 4. So I think it's one of those things that this team is still very much so going through all the growing pains on understanding how all 5 of them do play off of one another. And it does take a massive dent into their pace. I think that that was very clear when it came down to the Apocalypse, when you're looking at the rotation, when you're looking at how they were reacting to the plays that Foreigners were starting to piece together for themselves. And that's not a really good thing to think about when you look at the rest of the specified map set, because it is pace on top of pace, and you need to be able to have your reactions be on point, especially when it comes down to a firing range search.
Well, firing range search, as you quite astutely said, mate, it wouldn't be a European Call of Duty series here without a firing range search and destroy. So we've got one on the platter for you folks for game number 2. Again, new teams here, so don't anticipate that the search and destroy strategies will be on point just yet. This is something that will improve and will formulate over the course of a challenge season, but they've got to get there first. And what they don't want is to get first blooded. That's what's happened to Foreigners here in round number 1.
Wonderful segue out of you. Look at the pinch actually building all the way through Wood. Fahim. He spent too long being an anchor on Apocalypse. He said, screw it, I'll do it myself.
Ikram now left up in a 1 versus 3. I've got a feeling that Ikram is Inferno, considering he's the one running the sniper rifle. Maybe someone can tell me if I'm incorrect there. But even if you are Inferno, that is not enough to pick up the round there in that situation. So great first start coming out from Foreigners despite the first blood. Fahim flips the round on its head almost entirely. And now, see what round number 2 looks like. Once again, first blood now going the way this time of JSay. Foreigners, what do they do with it?
Bomb dropped and all the way in the back of the spawn. Got to get recovered as a starter.
Bomb acquired.
And somehow work any bit of this information. Commore's holding an angle. Etsy might have good timing there, but Fahim still continuing on with this spree. will take down one. It's currently sitting at a 3v3, but so much more map to clear if you want to try to plant that bomb.
Sniper eliminated.
And Etsy goes down. That's no numbers in favor of Jobless here, and it's going to give them the ability to get over towards A. Champy is inside a little caravan. Outside American will be Fahim as well, so he's hoping to come kind of peek over the bomb site. Champy has been taken down, and I think they might have just spotted out Fahim in this situation. There's not really anything you can do yet. Retake is not happening, so Jobless, they answer back just as quickly as Foreigners win that first round.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And most of that all just comes through from the trade department working their way back through the middle of the map, being able to retake through wood, and then being able to get the bomb inside of showers to be able to watch that very long peak. So good response coming through. Cannot afford to get first blooded again, though. If you are Jobless, Foreigners are only going to give you so many.
First blood for Drari. JSA going to give him a chance there. So Foreigners now on the defense here. Going to have to kind of move over towards A, considering they lost, well, what little presence they had. So it's going to thread the defense pretty thin. Jobless, I don't think they feel comfortable enough just yet to actually take advantage of that.
Ooh, nice reposition coming through from Fahim. We'll find that trade on a Drari. So now 4v4. And the cross is being watched here by Fahim. Be a good pickup, but the problem is you're lacking numbers for this hit. Unbeknownst to Jobless, you do have numbers as far as this hit is concerned, but it seems that Foreigners set themselves up for retake.
Well, that would be the idea for Foreigners here. In a 4 versus 4, you're not disadvantaged in any real way beyond having to make up ground. Stun over the top. Is the follow-up going to be there? The stun does connect. Shots through the wall now for Fahim. That should be the information. There's nobody on site. Still got to be cautious of it, though. Just looking for the first blood. The signal to move in towards the site. Nade being kicked up by Ikram here. Is it going to be enough to turn them away? No, it doesn't connect whatsoever. But Champy goes down. There goes Kairu as well, and Fahim too. It's just down to Etsy. 1 versus 4 for a retake. It is not happening. And Foreigners, again, they were just looking for that one blood they needed to get in towards the site. They didn't find it.
Yeah, very strong post plan coming through from Jobless. I mean, once I got that bomb planted, you had a player all the way to the backside of the dummies, and then players just looking around 10, just expecting for the push to call them all the way through the front, because that player all the way to the backside of the dummies didn't get flanked, so you knew that hit was all coming from American. 2 in a row now for Jobless after losing at least 1. Look at all the space that Foreigners are looking to take. They're looking to set the space up a little bit.
Yeah, Foreigners getting very aggressive here on the defense. You got to be careful for Fahim. I know it worked before where you managed to catch 3 players off guard, but I think Jobless are going to be wise to it now. Nade being cooked up from Ikram. That's not going to connect. It's actually a stun, I think, over the top through the middle of the map. It doesn't connect regardless. I don't think Fahim was tagged there in that situation. So it's going to be all calm for the moment here. JSA going to get tagged down. That's a numbers advantage now for Jobless. They should slowly make their way up the map now.
Oh, God, Murrow was just trying to play for Fahim. They knew off the previous information from the wall bangs that still lurking around wood. But Fahim's going to get the better of that engagement. Good patience out from Champy. Also takes down a lurking Ikram over by the A bomb site. A straight gunfight after straight gunfight. The trades, though, not much better for Foreigners. Ahsoka, 1v3.
Yeah, has to check. Just a ton of angles here. Should have just spotted out Kairu at the very least. Shots through the wall. Almost managed to track Kairu through the wall for the blood. That would have made this a little bit more manageable, a little bit more palatable, but I just don't think it really has. Because now they know where he is. You have to walk away with a trade there. He also has to expend some time clearing out this B zone. I'll tell you what, mate. If we ever needed a replacement for Tom Cruise, Ahsoka would be it, but I don't think we need one at the moment. 20 seconds left. They need a guaranteed win. They need a god. Kairu tagged up once again. Kairu doing enough to play his life somehow. Kairu has survived that engagement. Hisoka does manage to get one here. 9 seconds on the clock. It's going to force Kairu to check the bomb at 5. Bomb will be planted. Kairu should have the audio cue. Hisoka's managed to get away with this. What? Oh, no. Never mind.
At the bomb, though. Doesn't, but yeah. Heard some shuffling happening over there through the mid alleyway and just kind of gave it up. So they were trying to stick the plan. I mean, even if he, let's be candid here. Even if Hisoka plants that bomb, he's dead upon the exit for sure. But yeah, big response finally coming through from Foreigners. Fahim through the middle of the map is a problem. We're all tied up into this round number 5. It's going to be an A hit so far. All 10 players very much so still alive in this lobby until Fahim gets blooded. That's a big kill to find for yourself if you are jobless.
Kills coming through from Foreigners now. This is the start they wanted for sure. That bomb, at the very least, isn't down for Jobless. They've got control of it. It's Ed, or Hisoka, excuse me, the one that is holding on to it. And yet still, I mean, you're in a 3 versus 4. You're trying to kind of brute force your way in towards a site you have 0 control over.
Now when you're lacking numbers, you're really hoping to catch a player off guard, and that's going to be the case. Nice nade. Gonna get Champy weak for Ikram to be able to find that kill, but just because you found one doesn't mean that the crossfire isn't going to be set up for the next. Bomb has been dropped. Gotta try to recover this, let alone try to win this round if you are jobless.
Yeah, and I was going to say before, of course, that they, did have the bomb, so this is manageable. Now they don't.
It's all up to you.
45 seconds on the clock. Owner's going to get cut short. Now just down to Inferno. 1 versus 3. Should be able to get the bomb problem free. It's what comes after that that's the problem. Yeah, and he picked up the bomb, ran straight into Jayce. Foreigners going to win yet another round here. They are playing very strongly against Jobless.
It's just their immediate response, and with Fahim just constantly being the focus in the middle of the map for Jobless, you can see the pivot mentally for Foreigners that now we just need to put somebody else in a position to be able to find that trade immediately once Fahim gets under pressure, and that's how you're constantly having numbers in your favor. So last round on this half, and it started off in a bombastic way. Numbers were there for Foreigners until Conwar is able to at least find 3, mitigating the damage.
I think I was Raid who was playing under the Conwar name, I'm guessing, just given the fact that they're running an S&G.
Probably.
So Raid will find 3 at the start of this round. Bringing this down to a 2 versus 2. The last remaining players here for Jobless are pretty split up in the situation. Inferno and Owner, and Inferno's going to lose the one over the site. Champion the better weapon for the situation. And Owner is very far removed from this. Now, normally this would be an advantage because you wouldn't know where that player were. However, Foreigners are sticking pretty closely to the bomb being down on A.
As an Odin to at least play with here, I feel like it becomes seemingly more winnable having the sniper and an AR combination, but got a minute to try to isolate where Jayce and Champy are located at. That could be step 1, or being able to at least locate the bomb and being able to plant it, but good luck, have fun moment coming through. As Owner going to be able to find Jayce just sliding in for the challenge inside of American, so 1v1.
Kind of surprised that Chow from Foreigners, to be honest. She said it's going to leave us in a 1 versus 1 now. Champy about to run head in towards Owner, and Owner's going to win the fight. Champy wasn't ready for it. His weapon was aimed at the floor. The Odin was better in that situation. It means that Jobless will win the final round before the round switch. That is a big 1v2 for Owner.
Life lesson, kids. Playing Search and Destroy in any COD in any form. You're in a 2v1. Just play together. Play for the trade.
You think, mate?
What was that? Yeah. I know for a fact that that's exactly how you win that situation. So what should have probably been a 4-2 half now ends even Stevens, as now we have the offense incursion for Foreigners.
It's been a good start for Jobless as well. Everybody contributing here. Hisoka finds a couple of kills. It's Inferno for the 3rd of that initial trifecta. Etsy, thinks about it for a little time there before taking Inferno down. After that flurry of kills, it's down to Champy for a 1 versus 3. He's going to take down Raid. Does he get away? Shots in the back. Oh my goodness, the ego chow from Champy? You know, why the heck not? Picks up the 2nd kill. Brings us down to a 1 versus 1. Champy versus Drari. Champy needs to get the bomb. That's the mission at the moment. That's mission objective number 1. It doesn't matter. Drari goes for the retile around the backline. Champy's having absolutely none of it. It's a 1 versus 3 for Champy.
All right, well, you know what? If we're going to have things that shouldn't happen as far as round number 6 is concerned, might as well start off with round number 7 with something that can go in the same exact file. All right. Isolated Chows being able to get information on the 3rd via the audio queue. That Ego Chow is crazy how you're able to not only have the stones to take it, but able to win it. First blood engagement, Fahim back towards the middle of the map, but this time on offense. Well, at least got 1 player out inside of 10. This is a very slow roll offense for Foreigners, trying to find what Jobless's setup is looking like off of that first blood.
Foreigners are fighting a phantom at the moment, it would seem. on this push over towards B. Not a single player from Jobless's inside tires anymore. Now Inferno around the back line. Can't do anything up close and personal despite the prowess of the Tundra. So with that second kill, I think that should be it to get the bomb down for Foreigners here. Jobless got to make a retake happen with just 2 players as Ahsoka's force.
And it's going to have to be set up on a pinch. You got Raid that's trying to at least push all the way through jungle. Going to be crossed up. LW3 Tundra in the hands of Kairu will be good enough. And yeah, the moment that owner just steps over outside of America, and that is also being watched by a sniper rifle. And the slow play works for Foreigners as they win the first 2 rounds on offense. Snipers just coming out to play, being able to get that information. They found the first blood onto Drari and then slow rolled their way over towards B. Just wonderful macro play coming through from Foreigners.
Foreigners off the start of this round. It is going to be a B hit once again. They've got that first blood before on site. It's Ahsoka, the player, to take down this time around, and he is overwhelmed by players in the backline. Etsy's going to draw that first blood. Elsewhere, though, Inferno with the help is not just going to pick up 1, actually finds a second and gets the hell out of dodge, crucially. So Foreigners here, not with the numbers. They want to be careful about what they do with the bomb. Fahim in particular cannot go out towards the site and fall. Grenade will keep Inferno away from this one. Now they feel comfortable enough to get the bomb down, especially as JC picks up that blood.
Oh, the Switchblade tries to go for the drop shot, but it's Inferno, the secondary that will line them both up. Last alive, Etsy, LW3 Tundra, very good gun, but too many places to look and only 1 barrel on the sniper rifle. So Jobless gonna be able to at least answer back. Numbers being able to get there early and then trapping them outside of the B bomb site. Works out wonderfully for them to break the mold. A crucial round to win. You do not want to be down 6-3.
As you said, a crucial round here for Jobless. Now, on the defense, they're being aggressive. You can look at the presence of Drari in the middle of the map. Well, I was going to say, there's some kind of evidence here that Jobless want to suffocate Foreigners, but no more. The wrangle around the neck has been released. Foreigners now deciding to respond by making their way up towards A with that first blood. Keep an eye on number 1, though. It's Ahsoka on a potential long flank here. Could blow this play wide open if Ahsoka finds any kind of value whatsoever. Does check that corner where Etsy was lying. Switches over towards the melee, but it doesn't matter because the Tundra is enough. Picks it off the ground. Now trades towards the site itself. It's a 2 versus 2.
You were the last one. Complete the mission.
1v2. Inferno versus Jace and Kairu. And Kairu will get the jump on him. I mean, barring the heroics out from Ahsoka, really gave Jobless a good shake at being able to clutch that round up. But all for naught. Not when you got numbers. Not when you got the bomb planted the way the Foreigners had it. Now up on map point.
Foreigners just 1 round away from winning this search and destroy and going 2-0 up against the former Snapdragon Pro Series champions. Inferno looking for some shots through the wall for that trade because once again, the first blood has gone Foreigner's way. There is that trade. Ahsoka's going to be the one to produce it. And now wants to put a dent in more of these players as well. Recognizes these players are far back. What a read from Ahsoka to take Etsy down. Or JC down, excuse me. Etsy right below him. Just playing this one patiently. Ahsoka needs to be the priority. And Ahsoka just completely beams Champy.
I miss watching this guy play COD Mobile. 2v4. Don't want to count them out of it. You got a sniper and a shotgun at the very least. Hello? Hello? Okay. About to say, if we chuckle that one, we're going to have some conversations, Kairu, but brings us down to a 2v3. Etsy's going to get some audio cues. Someone still has to recover the bomb and let alone try to assault one of these bomb sites, not just sub 1 minute.
Ahsoka and Inferno are about as far away as you can possibly get from one another. Somehow, though, Inferno is able to take Kairu down. Leaves Etsy isolated here. And Etsy's immediate response is like, look, I know where Inferno is. I'm just going to go straight for this gunfight if I can possibly get it, surely. All right, he's actually just spotted him out. And there you go. Etsy's going to take Inferno down. So now the 1 versus 1. A lot of time expended on that one. There was 28 seconds on the clock before we went to the 1 versus 1 cam. It's going to take about 10 to get over towards this bomb. Ahsoka doesn't have to move. On the hunt is Etsy. Looking for it. It's a pre-aim. It's a pre-fire around the corner. And Ahsoka is just waiting patiently. There is literally no reason to move whatsoever. No time for Etsy to get over towards the site. And Ahsoka, I mean, masterful gambit, right? It doesn't need to move whatsoever. Just sticks and stays on his ground the entire T through that 1v1.
That jump challenge from top wood to jungle needs to be studied for generations, because I mean that is just a play that you realistically should never get away with, let alone how he was going up against Jayce, who's been pretty accurate with the switchblade. Massive stuff coming out from Hisoka, not willing to let Jobless go down 0-2. 1 round away from forcing OT. 4v4 as Inferno finds that trade.
Nice start from Vahim though in this round. Numbers certainly in favor of Foreigners now. They're looking for some kind of exit frag off this bomb plant, and Raid is not even going to find it. Neither is the sniper over the top from Inferno. Vahim goes back up towards 108 HP. So Jobless will slow down now on this retake. 30 seconds on the clock. All of these angles being watched, and the call is to put Raid on the flank, but you've lost Inferno in the play now, so these players need to hurry the hell up, and they just can't get it done. We do not see overtime here in the Search and Destroy. Foreigners will not allow it. 2-0 up against 3 of our reigning Snapdragon Pro Series European champions.
Again, you just feel like that there's a certain series of growing pains. I mean, just because you say 3 of former champions, messing with some 2 new parts, it's very difficult. And yeah, you do have a class of a player of Hisoka that was putting together some crazy heroic plays here in the firing range, map number 2. But this team of Foreigners just look very well rehearsed. Again, 3 of the 5 that was previously Mont, really coming through and exemplifying some really good search and destroy prowess. Just the ability and honestly just the sheer velocity once they know that they have an advantage, just how quick they're able to get onto the site itself on offense. I feel like it's one of the biggest difference makers for me. They were also one of the only teams that we've seen, especially through these 12 rounds worth of play, Brody, that put themselves in a situation where they were just trying to play for picks on offense, and they just caught all of Jobless lacking. 12-8 out of Jayce, 10-8 out of Champy was looking very good. Etsy with the sniper rifle was the truth at 10-7, but again, Hisoka definitely stole the show for me at 12-8. Again, that jump challenge, yep. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna bottle that up, and I'm gonna have it again tomorrow for dinner because it was that delicious.
Now you're making me think about food, mate. Why are you doing this? You know I'm a relatively big guy. You know, I got a bit of a pot belly going on. Why are you making me think about it? You know, I got some nubbies dinner tonight, and I would also like to have something like that, eat it up, take it all in, because that was an incredible chow from Hisoka. And again, if you guys are wondering why Hisoka has joined this lineup, that would be why. It just wasn't enough as Foreigners come out on top of a Search and Destroy, now 2-0 up. And I think we should kind of take a minute here to talk about Foreigners as a roster, right? Because this is the spiritual successor to the Mont roster from last season that managed to place 4th in the end, but they never really felt like they were that competitive with the top 3, right? I mean, they were very obviously a step above every other mid-table team, but they can never touch the likes of Exclusive, Kings Clan, and Omniscient. Now I feel like with this kind of new look roster again, it's very early doors. You're going up against a roster that is really the fragments of Kings Clan, if that. It looks like, you know, again, this roster, they've worked a lot of things out. They look a lot better. Foreigners EU 2-0 up. An outcome not many people saw coming.
Yeah, look, that Mon roster, they did get top 4, but they did get 0-3 by both Kings Clan and Omniscient, so definitely looking for maybe these 3 players that were representing for Mon to kind of have the resurgence that came up a little bit short when it came down to that championship bracket back in season 4, but only time will tell. It is our first look on Seaside Control. Look at that mini map. God, I miss this thing.
Yeah, it's fun, isn't it, seeing a mini map on for Seaside? Love to see this map. Oh, that's huge, by the way. It looks like a battleship. Yeah. It honestly looks like a.
It does look like a battleship.
It does, doesn't it? It looks like that one skin for COD Mobile where it's like a ship and you can see like the story of a game or something on it. It was like crazy,
yeah.
Crazy skin. You know the one I'm talking about. Yeah, it looks like that.
Little military men like running across it.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I love Seaside Control. We love to see it, and right now it is going to be Foreigners EU here, starting things off here on the defense, looking for some of these kills. No progression just yet, and Jobless already looking to enact that spawn trap. Look at Hisoka, man. Just that's annoying. We don't like to see the spawn trap here on Seaside.
It's very hard just to be able to set up, but once it is set up, it's very, very difficult to fight out of. You can see Ahsoka's just waiting for players to respawn. It's going to take down a second one. Again, when it comes down to Seaside Control, the A zone is the harder of the two to capture, but off of Ahsoka's efforts existing inside of the spawn and his teammates picking up more kills over by the B zone, they're able to get 2 segments.
It's a good start coming out from Jobless here on the offense. Oh, not so great there for Kairu, who does not finish his food versus Drari. Towards the point now, kills being made here from Jobless, and I think as those kills come through, certainly as Etsy goes down, that should be done and dusted. So 60 seconds now added to the clock here. And really, I think that might have been the win condition in this round on the defensive Foreigners EU, because there is a very big life disparity between these two teams at the moment.
It's a whole lot of time to try to work these capture segments if you want it. And most would argue, especially defensive favor, that is Seaside Control, but we'll have to see what could potentially come out of this, as you're only trailing by 5 lives, and Foreigners do have good map control. You saw there for a moment that at least one player, Fahim, was trying to play for a couple of good spawn traps, but Champy will be right there to pick up the pieces. There's one rogue player you got to be worried about, and that is Owner when it comes down to Jobless. So long as you're counting numbers and looking for names, you know you're missing one.
Now, somehow Foreigners have made this round manageable. Still, though, it's a little tight. Now down to their final set of lives here in this one. One last siege effort from Jobless. Can they hold on? Yes, they can. It's 4 kills straight from Foreigners. Brings this down to a good old 5 versus 5. No respawns now for the other sides. Keep an eye on number 3 on new minimap, though. It's Owner in behind enemy lines. Also on the other side, Kairu looking for some kills. He's able to catch one player off guard. How much more damage can Kairu do? Well, a lot more. He picks up a second kill. The rest of the squad are there, and Foreigners convert what was a difficult situation into a dub.
Yeah, they're able to at least get those 3 segments over by B, and keep in mind you that was only captured with about 20 seconds left on the clock as well. Once Ahsoka kind of sunk his teeth into that spawn trap, really did open up the floodgates for Jobless to at least see an extra 60 seconds, but not enough to be able to get more than just those 3 segments worth being captured. But look at Foreigners through their opening efforts offensively, trying to get themselves over inside of the A control zone first. Again, the scuffle through the barrels area of this map, very difficult to try to come out on top of initially, and you're seeing exactly why. But that first segment over by A is a good one to have for yourself if you are Foreigners. You might try to go for the double dip rather than trying to go over towards B after losing the efforts over to by A.
Yeah, Foreigners here do need to start figuring out what they want to do. They're going up against a lot of investment of utility from Jobless here. You just saw 2 different operators coming out, the second of which is Drari with the Purifier, and he is cooking at the moment on all cylinders. Every single player from Foreigners is under threat at the moment from this spawn trap, because now Foreigners, I mean, they're being watched like a hawk. I don't know if anybody can get out in this situation. There is a little bit of a lane over by that B side, but still, this has been a lot of early damage done by Jobless here. Couple of kills now starting to come through from Foreigners, so there is an opportunity on towards B. Nobody there just yet, apart from player number 5, Drari, who should be able to come in from the steps side. But even still, Foreigners need to find that kill, and they do. Foreigners now an opportunity to get in towards this point.
Need to brute force it, though. They're finally dealt with all the people trying to keep them trapped inside the spawn. Owner's the only one that's realistically going to be watching that top church, but still got players that are working over by the water street. 2 players strong. Etsy is over here, as well as Kairu, trying to get themselves these segments. First one's looking good to be locked, but the numbers favoring that of Jobless around the B control zone. Champy's here for the assistance, but has to go massive. Able to at least find the first. No reinforcements, not anywhere nearby. The clock will start ticking down again, but Foreigners have also slipped and gotten themselves over by A. Third segment looking good to get locked.
Foreigners still looking for this one. They've got that first tick over by B, and they've got a couple of kills as well. So an opportunity now for Foreigners here.
Friendly hunter-killer
Back towards the middle of that they go. They know there's still some presence here. They're probably counting numbers that Ahsoka is around the middle of the map. It doesn't matter whether or not you know he's there, because Ahsoka is going to win that gunfight regardless of what happens. The follow-up from Inferno is also good. And now we're in a very similar situation. This time around, though, Foreigners are on the offense, and they're the ones now who need to move up this map and take Jobless out of the play with not enough lives to do it. Drari finds a couple of kills. Just now down to J-Say, Fahim, and Kairu. Can they get their way on towards the point? 35 seconds to make it happen. Fahim going to draw a first blood now, making their way forward. Jobless still doing a really good job of keeping these guys away. J-Say going to go down. Now just down to Kairu. Reads that Inferno is making that flank happen, and they're going to shut them down. So Jobless here, going to win that round, trade things out 1-1.
They captured the more difficult of the two zones, but most importantly, they got a segment at least over by Bravo. So being able to do so, they do at least have that one segment progression lead. And right now, they are leading to be able to get that round 5 defense if it does get that far. Jobless back on the offense, trying to get themselves over towards A. One player to the middle of the map, though, will be Raid, trying to find a couple of players lacking through the middle of the map. We'll find one teammate did die over by B, but numbers here for Jobless at A.
And it's been a great start for Jobless over towards this point. Again, you want to try and get some of these kills early on and get that spawn trap going so that Foreigners already face a life disadvantage, just like they did last time around, but hopefully this time around a very different ending to that affair. Jobless still hanging about, and Foreigners know it as well. They're sending players to deal with them. Owner, though, with the Annihilator will pick up Chumpy. So now Jobless here in this situation where they've got players pushed all the way forward. They can start to slowly but surely capture B. This is a great position for them to be in. A 4-life advantage at the moment. Raid now trying to escape. He's been challenged towards that church side. He will not get away. But that early advantage from Jobless has garnered them so much map control.
It really has. You just wish that it also converted its way into segment control as well. But by doing so, they've given a lot of opportunity for Foreigners to actually work out from their spawn. Watch out for Owner, though. Player number 3 in yellow is currently lurking up all the way through past the courtyard, trying to work a couple of different spawn kills and different angles. Able to get one segment over at B, but again, that time is ticking all the way down. Stepping foot back over towards the B zone is Jobless, but could just be fish in the barrel potentially for Foreigners to clean them out. Fahim with the equalizer looking to bring the hurt all the way to the spawn.
Yeah, this is the problem. You've got to get Fahim out of this power position, right? Jobless, I mean, they might well have got a lot of map control, and they still do have a couple of players pushed through, but still, that spawn trap is an ever-present danger. Finally, Fahim going to get shut down now. Now, though, Foreigners looking to make their move forward here with some more kills. Jobless, again, they had Terrari just in B, chilling like a villain. He already managed to capture that point and adds an extra 60 seconds to the board, but this is finally a life advantage here for Foreigners, a 5-life advantage over their opposition, and still somehow Terrari hasn't been dealt with. Finally, he is. I was a bit worried for a second that Terrari was going to have to put a spawn trap together, but he won't be, and now Foreigner's spawn trap can continue.
It's a hell of a call coming through from Foreigners. Just ignore that one guy. Just keep finding all of the kills. Who cares if they had 60 seconds? We just need a full capture to be able to get ourselves that round 5 defense if it needs to be to it. 12v1? Ahsoka? All right, well, you always want to give everybody a fighting chance, but it's not going to be the case at all. Foreigners will hold on, and Jobless, off of the very early efforts, they have themselves that very decent life advantage. Just kind of faltered, able to at least sneak away the B control zone, but trading operators will keep things rather marginalized. But you do have Kairu's, and you do have Etsy's operator, should they feel the necessity to pull that out and end things here on offense.
Yep, Foreigners just one control round away, but it is worth saying that they did end up losing their last offensive effort. This time around, things feel a lot more concentrated, right? They've not got anybody to deal with over by A, so this point could go down pretty quickly. Jobless here on the defense, looking to try and make a flank happen. JSay's positioning is absolutely everything. I'd love to see what JSay is up to at the moment, because his gunfire is everything in the middle of the map. He's going to get shut down by Owner. Now Foreigners towards the point. Again, they still haven't dealt with anybody from the other side. I think that's because Foreigners have now managed to make a push through, and that point will go their way.
A zone captured again for Foreigners, so that'll guarantee that if Jobless are able to hold on for this defense, Foreigners will have round 5 as far as defense is concerned. But look at them working all the kills, Brody. Already on the B zone as well will be Fahim. And somebody needs to get here sometime soon. You would feel that they need to try to control this, but Etsy's still lurking through the middle of the map. Has a Sparrow should they want to use it. Finds the first kill. Can only imagine probably going to pull out the Sparrow as well. The Pred missile also getting some space. Second segment's locked.
Second segment's locked, just one more tick to go here. Can anybody from Jobless make their way through? It's Ahsoka with the War Machine, trying to spam it through to stop that progression. Can anybody stop it in time? No, they can't. And Jobless will have to win another series to make it to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season this time around, because Foreigners EU have pulled off the upset. The new look Mont successor roster, they are in to this season of SBS.
Hey, those guys look very, very good. Very well rehearsed, might I add. Do this Foreigners EU roster kind of coexist with one another? You know, we got glimpses of that on the Apocalypse. Very early doors with the way that they were able to set up the break on P2. We got to see their ability to be able to adapt to the search and destroy, but it all culminated into a beautiful wrapped seaside control bow. Jobless came out absolutely firing. I mean, I thought that we were for sure going to see that standoff hardpoint the way that I saw Hisoka work that spawn trap in the round number 1, but these foreigners, man, they are tricky. They will slip the net, and there is nothing more that they probably love more than seeing Seaside with all the routes at their disposal, SMGs, shotguns, you name it. They were putting themselves in constant positions just to bottleneck Jobless into these very narrow choke points, and we're just absolutely desecrating them upon return into any sort of gunfight. 24 and 10 coming through from Kairu. A lot of that was coming via the R9 shotgun. 20 and 18 out of Champy, who again we haven't seen since Worlds when he was playing on exclusive. Looks very, very good. Hisoka did lead his team, which again is another player that we haven't seen since season 3 of Snapdragon Pro Series, but you got some splaining to do if you are Jobless. Again, the majority of this team did play on that Kings roster. Your champions from the last stage now have to get it done through the lower bracket if they want to see stage 5 here of Snapdragon Pro Series.
I don't know. It's just weird. It just feels so weird. I don't even know. This Jobless roster, normally you're in these situations, right, where it feels like, hey, maybe the team's not trying hard enough. I don't know. I don't know what happened there, Lauren, but Jobless 3-0'd. That is an incredible twist in the tail.
I feel like you sound a little disappointed, Brody, but I understand it.
No bias, caster, mate.
I understand it. You know, we'll find out what happens obviously tomorrow in the lower bracket matches, and then if they make their way through, we'll be able to see how things play out in the challenge season, because that is all of our upper bracket matches now done and dusted. Foreigners EU being that team that steals that last spot away in the challenge season with a very nice looking 3-0 up against Jobless, who dropped down to that lower bracket. And you can see how everything's going to go tomorrow. Okay, now that all of our matches have been played out and our teams have dropped down and gotten that second chance opportunity, we've got some still recognizable faces and teams that put on stellar performances today against the teams that did qualify are going to be playing tomorrow as well. So here's the schedule. We'll be kicking things off with Jobless versus Infernos, so they won't get a lot of time here. A little bit of a quick turnaround for Jobless proper, but this is another good schedule because I'm looking at Vanquish and Ultima.
No one would blame you. I think that everybody's probably their biggest eyes comes down to that match number 3, right? Because Ultima definitely turned a lot of heads today on what they were able to at least showcase, albeit in a losing form. It's one of those things going up against RM, another namesake that we have seen here in Snapdragon Pro Series for Europe, to be able to potentially put the ante up and potentially qualify as well. Same thing for Revenge. They did play exclusive close in a lot of different instances earlier today, and I think that Nexus are definitely going to be one of those teams that might try to play upset, if not revenge, maybe trying to get their revenge later on down the road when it comes down to the GSL style bracket, let alone maybe facing exclusive for any of the other top dogs when it comes down to COD Mobile Europe.
Yeah, I mean, just because it's the lower bracket doesn't mean it's going to be any less interesting tomorrow. So I'm excited to see who the last 4 teams are that make their way through to our very close, soon around the corner, challenge season. Guys, at home, one more reminder, throughout this season, if you want to scan that QR code and take that survey, let us know your thoughts on how Snapdragon Pro Series has been going, what you've been enjoying, what you think you can improve on. We'd love to hear from you. And of course, you'll be entered for a chance to win a $100 gift card along the way. So not too shabby, if I do say so myself. And as always, for all the updates on everything that's happened with the Snapdragon Pro Series, you can follow us on X, Insta, and Facebook. That way you don't miss a single thing of what's going on, as well as joining our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can hang out with our community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile, and just, you know, keep up to date with what we've got going on. Now, day 1 is in the books. Brody, give me your final thoughts before we say goodbye to everybody.
I'm shocked. Honestly, I'm so happy that we've got a more competitive region. It is what I would say. You know, again, this is just very early doors. It's very first impressions, but seeing all the roster changes, I immediately knew, okay, this is going to be a lot more competitive, maybe outside of exclusive, because that's the unknown quality at the moment. It's the only roster that's stayed the same, and it has. It feels like it has. I think it's particularly looking towards that last match as well, with Foreigners taking it over Jobless. It feels like we could have a real shift of power here in you.
I love it. I love it. And Proper, what about you?
I think that if you're exclusive, oh, you're licking your lips. You are the only team that won 3-0 today in a convincing form. You're going to be feeling pretty damn skippy about yourself when it actually comes down to the next stage as far as SPS Season 5 is concerned. A lot of explaining to do when it comes down to a lot of these other teams. But even beyond that, other regions that are probably going to go back and watch this are being like, EU, not a problem. EU needs to step up in a massive way.
All right, well, we'll have to see what all of our teams are able to do tomorrow, because today was just day one of our competition. We still have 4 more matches tomorrow and 4 more spots available to be claimed in our challenge season for EU. So make sure you tune back in tomorrow to check it all out, to see how it all unfolds. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL for helping us make this whole thing possible. And thank you to all of you at home for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. GG!
Yeah.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.